5,000 years ago, during an era of catastrophe, the world hung on the brink of annihilation. In a desperate attempt to prevent its collapse, 4 legendary heroes emerged to combat the primordial evil, Erebus. The first hero, the founder of the nebula, Luna, the elf archmage. The second hero, the dwarf master smith Dweno, is renowned as God's blacksmith. The third is Aaron, the beastman warrior, and lastly, Lysanez, the king of wisdom. The scene shifts to the battlefield in the heavens, where a blood-red rain falls from the sky, staining the world below. The skies above burn with a scarlet hue, and no sunlight pierces the vast ruins. Amidst this devastation, Kyle performs a healing spell on Lysanez, his mana spreading across him as he works furiously to stop him from speaking. Lysanez, weak but determined, tells Kyle to take the dragon's heart and continue their mission. Kyle promises to save him, no matter the cost, urging him to remain silent. But Lysanez protests, claiming that he is wrong. He insists that healing magic is futile, and that he should cease his efforts and stop speaking. Shocked, Kyle watches in disbelief as Lysanez pulls out his dragon heart. Lysanez extends the dragon's heart toward him and asks if he remembers the moment of their first meeting. He reminds him that they once made a promise to save the world together. Kyle clenches his teeth in sorrow, muttering that he must have misheard the lizard's final words. Lysanez expresses regret for leaving him to carry the burden alone, and gently closes his eyes for the last time. Kyle reaches toward the dragon's heart, his mind echoing with the names of the 4 great heroes, Lysanez, Aaron, Dweno, and Luna. The dragon's heart begins to dissolve into his palm, releasing a radiant light that spreads across the ruins. He offers his gratitude, thanking them all for standing by him through the ages. Suddenly, energy erupts from the ground, shattering the earth and launching skyward in a blinding explosion. Kyle is engulfed in crackling lightning, standing firm as monstrous arrows burst from the ground and aim toward him. With fury igniting in his soul, he swears that even if his body burns to ashes, he must devour the soul of Erebus. Gripping his sword tightly, he rises as the hero of the beginning. He advances without hesitation, swinging his blade as the final battle begins. Time passes, and a mother, Reyna, sits holding a book as she tells her child the story of the great heroes. She recounts the night when Kyle's screams pierced the heavens, and through the noble sacrifice of Lysanez, the king of wisdom, the primordial evil, Erebus, was vanquished, bringing the tale to its conclusion. A man standing nearby asks if she hasn't read this storybook to him over 100 times. Reyna responds, explaining that Leo loves this book the most, even if he doesn't show it. She flips the page and, looking at Leo, who lies in his swing, assures him that she will read Heroes of the Beginning to him once again. She begins by saying that long, long ago, in a time older than even the oldest days, specifically 5,000 years ago, a great battle unfolded. After a moment, she declares that she told him he would love it. Leo, irritated, squirms and lets out a frustrated squeal. He wishes she would stop reading that same storybook. He wonders how on earth he could ever like it. Reyna continues reading, saying, "Alright, once again, here's what happened 5,000 years ago." Leo, deep in thought, reflects on how the events unfolded. He remembers defeating Erebus, and he, Kyle, was reborn as Leo. But then, a troubling thought crosses his mind: why have all his records disappeared? The scene unfolds in the Royal School of Delan, a majestic and beautiful building. In a classroom, a teacher stands before the students and commands their attention, reminding them that they are living in the age of heroes. He explains that 5,000 years have passed since the hero record was first introduced into their world. The teacher notes that the lower world has undergone significant changes over that time. He gestures to himself and mentions that the Royal School of Delan has been chosen to host this year's Lumine entrance examination. With certainty, he states that some of the students are likely to possess the qualities of a hero and will pass the examination, eventually having their names etched into the hero record. He emphasizes that to achieve this, they must pay close attention in class. At this moment, the sound of Leo's snoring interrupts the teacher, causing the other students to look toward him. The teacher calls out Leo and, with a sarcastic tone, remarks that Leo must be so familiar with the course material that the lecture has lulled him to sleep. He then asks Leo a question. 5,000 years ago, what ritual did one have to undergo to be called a hero? Leo Plove rises from his seat, scratches his head, and casually remarks that once someone makes a name for himself, people begin to worship him naturally. He places a hand on his forehead, sighs in frustration, and asks if anyone else is willing to answer the question. Seated beside him, Gullivan Tratton of the House of Tratton raises his hand and explains that in ancient times, there was no direct way for the gods to acknowledge him. He continues, stating that only sacred rituals had been used to select heroes. He adds that a prime example of such a ritual is the ritual of blood. The teacher praises him, saying that his response is excellent, as expected from Gullivan, the greatest magical prodigy of the kingdom. He affirms that great expectations have been placed on Gullivan for the upcoming Lumine entrance examination. Gullivan smirks as he notices Leo silently reading a book beside him. Leo, deep in thought, reflects that meeting gods had once been a trivial matter, a holy ritual, his ass. He contemplates that the hero record was merely a divine miracle bestowed upon the lower world to honor the legendary heroes who once faced Erebos. Later, he slams his hand down to close the book and wonders bitterly why he alone is treated as if he had never existed, the forgotten reincarnation of the great hero, Kyle. Suddenly, excitement spreads through the classroom as the students clamor and press against the windows, trying to catch a glimpse of something outside. One student points out the corridor and exclaims that the emblem of the Zerdinger clan can be seen. Celia Zerdinger appears, dressed in regal attire, walking with poise, and flanked by elite warriors from her clan. A voice echoes through the school's intercom, announcing that all students are to gather in the auditorium for a mandatory assembly as the Zerdinger clan is visiting. Meanwhile, as Leo rises from his seat, Gullivan scoffs at him and sarcastically asks if he intends to impress the Zerdingers. He adds mockingly that they would have no reason to care about someone like Leo. Leo replies calmly that he is simply going home. As he begins walking away, he states that, unlike Gullivan, he has no interest in such matters. Gullivan, visibly annoyed, retorts that he doesn't care either. He's only going to observe Celia as a fellow rival. Later, Leo is shown in a training room, holding a wooden staff, sweat dripping from his brow as he concentrates. He pushes open a door and reflects that part of his strength now comes from relentless training. As he steps forward, gripping the wooden sword, he thinks that this body truly surpasses the one he had in his previous life. Suddenly, his mother, Riene, strikes him with a sword and asks what has him so deep in thought. He barely manages to block the attack, stepping back in surprise. He exclaims that ambushing him out of nowhere is completely unfair. She replies that it has been too long since their last sparring match, and that mediocre talent will never be enough for Lumine. She swings her blade again and declares that this will be his final test. Their swords clash, and he successfully deflects her strike once more. Smiling, she asks if she should push him a bit harder. He responds with a powerful counter that drives her a few steps back. He questions whether she might be showing him a little too much tough love. She laughs and notes that despite his words, he is managing to block every attack. With renewed energy, she leaps and swings at him again, aiming to test his limits. Mid-strike, her eyes widen as she realizes she's attacking too forcefully. She thinks in alarm that if Leo fails to dodge, he could get seriously hurt. But Leo sidesteps with precision, slipping past her blade and launching a clean counterattack. He points his wooden sword at her as she falls to the ground, her weapon disarmed. Looking up in disbelief, she thinks about how far this child's talent might truly reach. As she rises to her feet, she asks if he is still determined to go to Lumine. He recalls the legendary human hero academy, Lumine, and reflects on its significance among the 4 great academies of the races that preserve the hero record. He considers that if remnants of his legacy still exist, Lumine is the place most likely to hold them, and he affirms his decision with certainty. His mother informs him that the members of the Zerdinger clan are currently visiting Delan, and will be staying at their family's mansion. He asks if the Zerdinger clan will truly be residing with them. She confirms it, and, though reluctant, says she will ask Zaya, a vice-patriarch of the clan, for a favor. She believes Zayas might be persuaded to teach him the Zerdinger aura technique. She places a hand on his shoulder with a smile and says that with that power, he should be strong enough to gain admission to Lumine next year. He repeats the name, the Zerdinger aura technique, but tells her that he intends to be admitted this year. Later, the scene shifts to the grand courtyard of the Plove mansion filled with guards and servants moving briskly. A luxurious carriage comes to a halt outside the gate. Celia, the sword princess of the Zerdinger clan, steps out in elegance and surveys the mansion with mild displeasure. She wonders why her uncle insists on staying here, thinking he could have easily rented out an entire hotel instead. She feels irritated and thinks she has wanted to concentrate on the Lumine entrance exam. So why has she been brought to stay with such a minor noble family? At that moment, Zeiss Zerdinger, the vice-patriarch of the Zerdinger clan, steps out of the carriage, calls her name, and asks if she is not even a little curious about Leo, the boy who boldly claimed he had no interest in the Zerdinger clan. She responds that if he is just a knight hopeful who cannot even wield an aura yet, he is unlikely to be worth her attention. Zeiss chuckles and replies that he does not believe that will be the case. Later, inside the mansion, Zeiss bows respectfully before Lady Plove and expresses his honor in meeting her. Riene, Lady of the House of Plove, stands beside her husband, Dade Plove, and warmly welcomes Zeiss into their home. Zai's gestures towards Celia and tells her to greet the Marquis properly. Celia places a hand over her chest, closes her eyes, and gracefully introduces herself as Celia Zerdinger. She opens her eyes and thanks them for graciously opening their home to the Zerdinger clan for the week. Rihanna steps forward and smiles, saying it is a pleasure to meet her. As she looks at Rihanna more closely, she thinks the girl resembles her father and uncle, then suddenly freezes, shocked by the sight of black hair and red eyes, wondering if she could be of that lineage. Zai then reveals that Rihanna is, in fact, Celia's aunt. Meanwhile, the household maids stay busy organizing and storing the luggage brought in by the visiting guests. On the other side of the estate, Zai mentions that their first stop was the Royal School of Delan, which had been overwhelmed by the rush of students as he speaks with Rihanna while sitting at a table sipping tea. He adds that Leo had apparently gone home early, claiming he had no interest in the visitors. Rihanna replies that it must have been quite a blow to the mighty pride of the Zerdinger clan and apologizes if her son's behavior came across as disrespectful. She smiles softly and explains that Leo never seems interested in anything except training. Zoe leans back and curiously asks what kind of child Leo really is. At that moment, Leo is shown locked in a fierce sword match with Celia, both wielding weapons with precision. Rihanna gently stirs sugar into her tea and says that Leo possesses an extraordinary, almost unbelievable talent. Zai raises an eyebrow in surprise and questions whether she truly believes Leo is worthy of inheriting the flames of the Zerdinger legacy. She responds with calm conviction, stating that she is not saying it out of maternal pride. He genuinely is worthy. Zai chuckles and admits that if Rihanna is willing to say so, it definitely sparks his curiosity. Still, he adds that he will need to test Leo himself to be sure. By that time, Leo swiftly outmaneuvers Celia in combat and delivers the final strike, disarming her and winning the duel. The scene shifts to Leo sitting in a training room, meditating with his eyes closed. Energy surges through his fist, radiating within him like a living current. His eyes reflect both focus and relief as they open. He is surprised to see his hand glowing and mutters to himself that a vessel capable of holding everything is finally complete. He reflects on why he had not yet mastered aura. He believes that once the aura is accepted into the body, it naturally becomes specialized to match the aura. He considers that, as a result, the opportunity to accumulate both mana and soul energy fades. He thinks that if he had fully controlled the power and essence of those individuals in his past life, he would not have left behind the seed of a potential disaster. He vows that, in this life, he will master it completely, starting with his aura. Lost in thought, he senses someone entering the room and turns to see Celia approaching. She asks if he is Leo Plove, confirming that he appears to have a solid grasp of the basics. She offers to personally guide him in swordsmanship, asking what he thinks of the idea. She privately believes this will help him earn favor with her aunt. Leo inquires who she is, and Celia introduces herself as Celia Zerdinger, known to the world as the Sword Princess. Leo stands up and, intrigued, asks if that is truly the case. Leo expresses his gratitude for her concern, but firmly states that he has no intention of receiving guidance from someone less skilled than himself. Celia's expression twists with irritation as she demands to know if he is claiming to be stronger than her. He admits that in a battle to the death, she likely holds the advantage, especially since he cannot yet use aura. However, he clarifies that in pure swordsmanship, the outcome may be entirely different. Celia scans the training room and spots a set of practice swords lined against the wall. She picks up a wooden sword and, with a sharp gaze, challenges him to a spar if he is truly that confident in his skills. She thinks to herself that if he believes learning aura will make him stronger than her, then he must be taught the harshness of reality. She declares that if she wins, he will serve as her attendant for the duration of his week-long stay. He calmly asks what happens if he wins instead. With a smirk, she points her sword at him and announces that she will then become his servant. Leo picks up a wooden sword from the floor, his eyes steady, and proposes that they begin immediately. He rushes forward to strike, wasting no time. Celia blocks his attack, bracing herself, and silently notes that his speed is respectable. She launches her counterattack, thinking that speed alone will not be enough to overcome her. Leo delivers a powerful strike, his blade crashing down against hers with surprising force. Celia stumbles backward, momentarily stunned by the strength hidden in his blow. Leo grips his sword tightly and charges again. Celia is shocked as she sees Leo's movements and thinks to herself that she cannot block this. He swings his sword toward her, but just before the impact, he notices a magical barrier and halts his attack. He questions whether she is using aura armor, realizing that this is no longer a spar limited to swordsmanship. Celia quickly responds, stating that the barrier was simply a reflex. Leo, undeterred, confidently asserts that it does not matter, as he will win regardless. Celia's eyes widen in disbelief as she asks what he means by that. He opens a bracelet on his wrist, explaining that controlling aura is as different as heaven and earth. With a swift motion, he throws the bracelet onto the ground and asks if they should test his claim. Celia is taken aback, recognizing the magical weight of the bracelet, her mind racing with shock. Leo charges forward, striking with his wooden sword, shattering her aura armor barrier in one decisive blow. Celia screams in surprise, thinking in horror about how someone could be so brutishly strong. Later, Rihanna and Zeiss stroll through the garden. Rihanna spots Leo and calls out to him, motioning for him to come over and introduce himself. She explains that he is a guest visiting their household and gestures to Zaya. Leo bows respectfully, introducing himself as Leo Plove. Zeiss extends a hand toward Leo, introducing himself as Zeiss Zerdinger. With a slight smile, he adds that Leo may already know, but he is his uncle. Leo shakes hands with Zeiss and politely says that it is a pleasure to meet him. Rihanna casually asks if he has already met Celia. Leo glances to the side, his eyes narrowing as two soldiers approach, carrying Celia unconscious on a stretcher. She murmurs Leo's name in a delirious whisper, her face pale and bruised. Zeiss rushes to her side, alarmed, and demands to know what has happened to the young miss. One of the soldiers begins to explain the events while Zeiss eyes Leo intently and silently wonders if Leo has truly defeated Celia with a body that has not yet learned to wield an aura. He admits to himself that for someone to overcome Celia in such a state is nothing short of extraordinary. Leo calmly states that she has underestimated him. Zeiss asks about the terms of the bet between the two of them. Leo answers that the loser was to serve as the winner's attendant. He then declares, with quiet finality, that Celia Zerdinger will be his maid for the next week. Zeiss responds with measured concern, saying that while honoring one's word is important, Celia is a member of the Zerdinger house. He insists that she cannot be commanded to perform the duties of a maid. Extending a hand, he offers an alternative, and he hopes Leo will rescind the promise, and in return, he will receive another reward. Leo firmly refuses, stating that this was a wager between him and Celia, and as long as she bears the Zerdinger name, she must take responsibility. Zeiss offers to personally teach Leo the Zerdinger family's aura-breathing method, expecting his proposal to be enough to settle the matter. Leo replies that an aura-breathing method offered solely to prevent a niece from facing humiliation holds no value worth learning. Zeiss's expression turns icy, his gaze sharp, as he repeats Leo's words back. He has just declared the direct lineage of the Zerdingers to be servants and deemed their aura technique worthless. Leo meets his gaze and calmly confirms that his statement is correct. He asks if Leo does not consider such a declaration to be impudent. Leo responds that he has no intention of insulting the Zerdinger family. Placing a hand over his chest, he addresses Zeiss with sincerity, stating that had the aura-breathing method been offered as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have accepted it without hesitation. However, he continues, Zeiss had presented it instead as compensation for Celia's loss, as though her defeat had been a fluke. Leo asserts that by framing it that way, he implies Celia would not have lost had she not lowered her guard. He finishes by declaring that even if Celia had fought him with full seriousness, the result would have been the same, his victory. Nearby, Rihanna remains silent, her expression softening as quiet pride swells within her. Zeiss silently reflects that Leo rejected the offer not out of arrogance, but because he disapproved of his approach. What an exceptional child. He thinks to himself that if only a boy like this had been born a Zerdinger. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summons two nearby soldiers. He orders them to escort Celia to the maid's quarters, leaving the soldiers momentarily stunned by the unexpected command. Turning back to Leo, Zeiss calls out to him with a softened tone. Leo responds respectfully, "Yes, sir." Zeiss places a hand on Leo's shoulder and tells him that in informal settings, he is welcome to call him uncle. Leo nods and replies with quiet acknowledgement, addressing him as uncle. Sometime later, Leo turns and begins to walk away from the garden. Zeiss glances at Rihanna and mentions that their elder sister once requested that he personally ensure Leo is taught the Zerdinger aura-breathing method. Rihanna's eyes widen in surprise at the revelation. Zeiss continues, saying that he will speak with their elder brother to gain permission so Leo may be allowed to learn Phoenix Breath. The following morning, the soft rays of the sun filter into Leo's cozy room, casting warm light across its walls. Celia steps inside, feeling deeply humiliated. Clad in a maid's uniform, she forces the words through clenched teeth, formally introducing herself as Celia, the maid assigned to serve young Master Leo for the next week. He is engrossed in his book, glancing up occasionally, smiling, and stating that the clothes suit her. He asks who could have imagined that her typically fancy style would suit plain maid clothes. She grows irritated and responds that she knows she is beautiful, but if he continues to speak in that manner, it bothers her. He clarifies that he did not intend to anger her and apologizes. He explains that he has a particular friend who praises beauty excessively, suggesting that his habits must have rubbed off on him. He recalls the words of Duno, the dwarf from his past life, who had said that the beauty of the eternal is unparalleled. He adds that if peace returns to this world, he will dedicate his life to spreading beauty to everyone. A memory surfaces of Duno, sitting under a beautiful tree, meditating. She comments on how he has a cool friend who truly knows how to appreciate and praise beauty. The scene shifts to a flashback, where he reflects on his own honesty as a problem. Duno had once praised Lysanas, saying that although she was aggressive, she was more beautiful than anyone, just as he had done with Luna. Without any sense of shame, Duno had frequently asked the two of them to pose nude for the sake of art, only to face furious retaliation when they both beat him. Returning to the present, Celia stares at Leo's book and wonders if it is some sort of training manual. She asks what he is reading, her eyes curious and focused. He points to the book in his hand, explaining that he used to read it often as a child, the great hero of the beginning. A memory resurfaces in her mind, her 5-year-old self, lost in the pages of a storybook. She walks toward the bookshelf, eyes scanning the titles, and notes that he seems to admire the great hero of the beginning. She adds that the average researcher of the great hero likely cannot compare to his dedication. He replies that he was simply collecting books, and things ended up this way. She picks a book from the shelf, observing that many of them are about Kyle. Leo comments that among all the deeds done by the great heroes, many cannot be attributed to any single one. He smiles faintly, saying he believes those uncertain achievements most likely belong to Kyle. She is taken aback and teases that Kyle was probably a fraud, trying to claim the credit of true heroes. He looks stunned and quietly repeats the name Kyle. She tucks the book back onto the shelf and remarks that most people believe that version of the story, and she does, too. He murmurs to himself, asking if that is truly what people think of him. He stands up and changes the subject, suggesting they eat breakfast and begin training. Excited, she asks if, with his permission, she might train alongside him, eager to uncover the secret behind his strength. Turning his back on her, he says it might be difficult for her to keep up and asks if she will be all right. She responds with pride, declaring that she is Celia Zerdinger. Later, as the training begins, Celia is shown on her knees, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath after taking multiple blows. Leo watches calmly and points out that when her stamina reaches its limit, her reaction speed slows, and more openings appear in her movements, just like now, when her back is left exposed. Panting, she questions whether abusing the body like this can truly be considered helpful for training. Resting his sword casually on his shoulder, he answers that yes, he believes the younger generation has become too soft. He reflects that compared to the past, aura techniques have advanced significantly. Perhaps that is why physical training has been neglected since aura now strengthens the body directly. Celia forces herself to stand, wincing, and challenges his claim, repeating his word, weak. He shakes his head and thinks that if the body is properly trained, the aura will be enhanced as well. She raises her sword and points it at him, warning him not to underestimate her. Charging at full speed, she yells at him, calling him a damn white-haired idiot. Leo casually parries her strike, disarms her, and sends her sprawling across the training ground with a single, crushing blow. She struggles to rise, her body trembling, and asks why she cannot manage to win. He remarks calmly that it is difficult if it is not. He offers her a bracelet, telling her to take it. She reaches out, but the moment her hand touches it, the sheer weight slams it, and she falls to the ground. He explains that it is a bracelet enchanted with weight magic and instructs her to wear it during training starting tomorrow. Time passes swiftly, and they move to an open-air training arena where Celia, exhausted and panting, begs for a short break. Zayas watches from a distance, curious, one hand resting on his chin, thinking that this will be a valuable experience for her. Before she departs for Lumine, it may do her good for her pride to shatter once. He calls out to Leo just as he begins to walk away. Leo approaches and addresses him respectfully as an uncle. Zayas reveals that he is considering asking the Patriarch for permission to inherit Phoenix Breath. He reflects silently, Phoenix Breath, the original aura technique of the Zerdinger family, known to be passed down only to those truly acknowledged by the bloodline. Celia rises to her feet, defiant, and declares that their father will not grant approval so easily. Zayas states that this is exactly why he has a condition. She asks what kind of condition he means. He replies that Leo must pass the Lumine entrance examination. She protests, pointing out that the Lumine exam involves real combat, and insists that someone who cannot even use aura, a mere brat, will be in too much danger. Leo smiles faintly and admits that, yes, he lacks real combat experience, at least in this life. A fleeting memory surfaces from his past life as Kyle. reminding him of battles long since fought. Zayas turns to him and asks what he thinks. Leo answers with two quiet words, father and mother. Zayas nods and says, hypothetically, let them assume they agree to support his choice. Leo then declares that he will take the exam. He reflects to himself that this aligns with his plan all along. He had already intended to enter this year's exam. Wasting no time, he suddenly sprints forward, inviting Celia to resume training now that the break is over. She rushes after him, calling out and asking if he really thinks she won't be able to keep up. The scene shifts to 1 week later, on the day of the Lumine entrance examination, where students from across the land gather, nerves high, excitement thick in the air. Just then, Celia arrives at the examination site with Leo, and all eyes immediately turn to her. Whispers ripple through the crowd as few have never imagined witnessing the arrival of the famed sword princess, and even fewer try to recognize the mysterious boy standing beside her. Celia smirks and teases Leo, asking if he feels nervous, and calling him young master. Leo replies coolly that he is not nervous at all and asks if she should reconsider her way of addressing him. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Gullivan steps forward, addressing Celia. She turns around to face him as his gaze lands on Leo, his expression shifting to shock. He blurts out Leo's name, questioning why someone who cannot even use aura is present at the exam. Placing a hand over his chest, he turns back to Celia and remarks that it has been a while, asking how she has been. Both Leo and Celia ignore him completely, leaving him standing in awkward silence. Trying to salvage the moment, he introduces himself as Gullivan Tratton, boasting that the last time she visited the school, he had greeted her and that he is known as Dilan's greatest magic genius. She apologizes politely, but says she does not remember him at all. Without waiting, she grabs Leo's hand and begins dragging him away, announcing that they are off. Just then, another voice calls her name. She turns back and sees Abad Llewellyn, aged 16, and Chelsea Llewellyn, aged 14, heirs of the prestigious Llewellyn family. They greet her warmly, saying it has been a long time since they last met. They walk toward her. Leo inquires who they are. She clenches her fist and responds that they are the Llewellyn siblings, descended from the same heroic lineage as the Lordran Empire, the children of the Llewellyn family. She states that the two of them will be joining their path, and they absolutely cannot afford to lose to them. Leo, they cannot allow the Zerdinger clan to be outmatched by the Llewellyn family. Leo counters that he is from the Plow family. Abad greets Celia, saying it has been a long time. Celia acknowledges the greeting, replying that it indeed has been a long time, Abad Llewellyn. Abad then asks who is standing next to her. She crosses her arms, her annoyance flickering, and introduces Leo from the House of Plove, a noble family within the kingdom of Dalad. Abad narrows his eyes, sizing him up, and calls him a small fry. Leo meets his gaze without flinching. Abad turns to leave, urging his sister to follow and declaring that the top spot will surely be his. Celia bristles at his arrogance, vowing that she will ensure they are crushed thoroughly. After a while, everyone's attention shifts to the podium on the upper floor as Albai Ziron, a professor at Lumine Academy, steps forward and announces that it seems everyone has gathered. Leo and Celia turn their gazes upward toward him. He introduces himself as Albai, prompting Celia's surprised reaction as she realizes he is Albai, the sorcerer of Mon. Leo, confused, asks who that man is. She questions him seriously, surprised he doesn't know, and explains that Albai is a hero recorded in the Hero Archive. Leo thinks to himself that Albai must be one of the people hailed as heroes in this era, and stares at him intently. He senses that the mana in his left eye is definitely reacting. Albai holds a sheet of paper and announces that the trials consist of one-on-one combat and monster subjugation, with each participant taking turns. He burns the paper in his hand and remarks that he finds such methods tedious. From inside his shirt, he draws a book, Open Hero Record, Albai's World. With a snap, the book opens, radiating golden light as the prologue chapter appears brilliantly. The title is revealed, The Wild Forest. Golden light spills from the book, activating a massive magic circle on the floor that engulfs all the candidates. Albai moves his hand across the book, causing the words and spells to scatter in the air. Celia stands in shock. Albai states that he hates inefficiency, so everything will be combined and executed at once. Leo stands stunned as a memory from the classroom resurfaces in his mind, while the teacher explains that the hero record is not merely a historical archive, but a phenomenon capable of manifesting a hero's world, a dimension shaped by the experiences of legendary heroes. He further adds that by entering a hero's world, one can inherit the power of a past hero. Leo reflects silently, thinking it resembles a kind of heroic training system if it doesn't. Moments later, all the candidates find themselves transported into a vast and wild forest. Leo realizes that this must be a hero's world. Suddenly, Albai's voice echoes throughout the trees as he declares the name of the place, the Wild Forest. He announces that the objective is simple: survive. Whether the candidates choose to form alliances or turn against one another, they must do whatever it takes to stay alive. He adds that anyone wishing to forfeit may shatter the orb in their hand and return to the academy. Nothing more, nothing less. Panic begins to spread among the candidates as fear takes hold. Gullivan, confused, asks where the voice is coming from. Leo scans the surroundings and thinks that everything here looks eerily familiar. He recognizes the landscape and recalls that this forest was once an elven sanctuary before it was corrupted by the witch queen, Salatna. Just then, they become alert upon hearing a strange sound as one of the candidates nervously asks what it is, and it feels terrifying. Gullivan mutters that he wants to go back, dismissing it all as an illusion and calling it pathetic. Leo quietly observes his surroundings and thinks he's wrong. While this world may originate from the examiner's memories, everything that occurs here is undeniably real. He concludes that the dangers in this world are lethal and could genuinely kill someone. Suddenly, he senses something unusual and swiftly dodges as a projectile shoots out from the shadow. Focusing his gaze, he spots a figure darting through the trees. Chelsea Llewellyn steps forward and remarks that they've met before unless he has forgotten. She smirks and says she's pleased to have the chance to eliminate someone from the Zerdinger clan. Leo corrects her, stating he is from the Plove family. Annoyed, she releases her aura and snaps that he was with Celia earlier. She draws her weapon, cloaked in a wind-infused aura, and announces her spell, Wind Sickle. Leo thinks to himself that this is a technique that did not exist in past records. He unsheathes his sword to engage and notes that, still, the fundamentals of battle don't seem to have changed. Chelsea scoffs, remarking that he looks far too relaxed even with her standing right in front of him. She spins her sickle overhead, building momentum, and hurls it toward him in a sudden burst of wind-charged force. He effortlessly deflects her sickle with a single slash of his sword, sending it crashing to the ground. She stared in surprise, thinking he blocked it, but she sensed no aura. If it could be an elemental aura that is too subtle to detect. Leo smiles calmly and remarks that her attack was too simple, then suggests they join forces instead. He explains that in this trial, the one who survives the longest earns the most points. Surely, as a sorceress, she needs to pass at least one test. She lets out a bitter laugh and responds that, unfortunately, she is a battle mage. Gripping her magical staff tightly, she unleashes her aura and mocks his earlier comment, repeating that he called her attack too simple. Leo shrugs, asking if she really caught that, and clarifies that for wind magic, the attack was too straightforward, especially considering its potential. She snaps, asking if he is seriously trying to lecture her about magic, as she is a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family. She declares that she'll crush him with these so-called simple attacks, then launches a wind sickle and a wind arrow at him in rapid succession. But Leo vanishes from his spot without a sound. She is left stunned, thinking he has completely disappeared. There isn't even a trace of mana to sense. Why? In the next instant, Leo appears right in front of her, fist clenched and ready to strike. Fear flashes across her face. His punch lands with a thunderous impact that echoes through the forest, sending her sickle flying into the air. She collapses to her knees, gasping for breath, unable to stand. Leo stands calmly before her, smiling, and says, "Well then, shall he ask once more, politely, if she will join forces with him?" Meanwhile, a magical screen materializes to broadcast the exam events to professors, nobles, and honored guests. One spectator murmurs that it's finally beginning. Sometime later, Chelsea is shown unconscious, tied securely to a wooden pillar, her head slumped forward. Leo sits in front of a small fire, smirking darkly as he watches her, a flicker of mischief in his eyes. The scene transitions to night. Chelsea opens her eyes, gasps, and screams upon realizing she is tied to a pillar. She asks what is happening. Leo sits before her, calmly asking if she is willing to cooperate. She grits her teeth and firmly refuses. She declares that she needs no one except her brother and calls out for wind. She notices a magical circle on her hand, and Leo explains that it is a skill designed to restrict magic. He considers that he doesn't have much mana, so it won't hold for long. Chelsea asserts that she can escape without magic. Smiling, Leo grabs a rope and questions if she truly believes he will allow her to focus on that as flames begin to burn around her. Terrified, she screams, pleading for him to stop as the heat becomes unbearable. Her skirt starts to catch fire, and she agrees to cooperate. Leo demands she swear on her family's name. Desperate, she screams her oath, swearing on the Llewellyn family name that she will cooperate. He lowers the rope, thinking to himself that children are so easy to manipulate. As Chelsea frees herself, she almost falls. Leo quickly catches her in his arms, greeting her with a smirk. He says, "Nice to meet you, Mage of Llewellyn." Meanwhile, at Lumine Academy, the professors observe the students through display screens, watching as many candidates clash recklessly, wasting energy. Albai watches them, thinking none of them meet the required standards, foolishly choosing to compete with each other rather than focus on the objective. He notes that only 2 students go straight to the point, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn, as they are shown slashing down a monster with precision. He silently concludes that the future of the Republic appears promising in their hands. Another student appears on screen, delivering a strike of magical energy to a monster, catching Albai's attention. He recalls the name Leo Plove and reflects that although the fire stunt was immature, managing to gain Chelsea Llewellyn's cooperation is enough to earn a passing grade. Leo, in his view, lacks the power and elegance of Celia and Abad, but he emerges as an unexpected dark horse. In the field, Chelsea unleashes a wind arrow that tears through the monster's stomach, leaving a gaping wound. Leo follows up with a swift sword strike, slashing the creature's neck with practiced force. Chelsea remarks that working alongside a knight certainly makes things more convenient. She folds her arms with a smirk, tilts her head, and questions him about the aura he is using, stating that she has detected no mana from it. He says he does not know how to use aura. She looks at him in shock and asks how he managed that without an aura. He replies that, as with anything, a strong foundation is essential. From a distance, an unknown shadow silently watches them from behind a tree. She continues, comparing it to wind magic, and asks what he believes the foundation of wind magic to be. Suddenly alerted, she casts Windbreaker, releasing a surge of powerful energy from her hands that strikes and kills the hidden shadow monster. She lets out a laugh and remarks on how insolent it is for anyone to speak of wind magic in front of a Llewellyn. Leo begins walking forward and acknowledges her strength, conceding that she has power, but insists she uses it incorrectly. She huffs, calling him truly insolent in return. Suddenly, Leo raises a hand, signaling her to stop, and he tells her to wait. She follows him silently as she observes the dead bodies and says they resemble mummies. Leo kneels beside one of the bodies, his gaze intense, and explains that he has seen cases where victims were left like this before. He thinks to himself that he finally understands the condition required to pass this test. Just then, he senses something approaching and swiftly grabs Chelsea, leaping aside to the ground as a powerful explosion erupts, cracking the earth where they stand. Gullivan arrives with a group of candidates and remarks that they were close. Chelsea Llewellyn must be eliminated first. The candidates freeze in surprise upon seeing them still alive. Gullivan sneers, dismissing Leo as a nobody, and commands everyone to attack at once. All the candidates rush forward in unison. Chelsea remains on the ground as Leo's eyes gleam with a crimson radiance. He steps forward with lethal precision, delivering a punch that knocks one candidate unconscious. Gullivan and the others freeze, stunned by the unexpected strength. Leo warns Chelsea to watch her back as he prepares for the next wave. She snaps back to focus and responds with a quick affirmation. Gullivan shouts at his group, demanding they move with no more hesitation. Chelsea rises to her feet and positions herself back to back with Leo, summoning her sickle into her hand. Leo fixes his gaze on the opponents, unleashing a burst of lightning energy from his eye. Later, Gullivan runs through the forest, panic written across his face. He breathes heavily, thinking he cannot go down like this. He convinces himself he only needs to find another path. Just then, Celia notices someone running and signals to head in that direction. After a short while, they arrive near Leo and Chelsea, stunned to find monsters and defeated candidates lying across the ground. Chelsea's eyes brighten as she sees her brother and runs to embrace him tightly. Abad gently pats her head and remarks that she is safe. Celia turns to Leo and asks why the two of them are together. Leo rubs the back of his head and explains that he suggested they cooperate. Celia comments that there's no way a stubborn girl like Chelsea would agree to that. Leo smirks darkly and replies that he has convinced her. She narrows her eyes in suspicion and demands to know what he did. Before answering, Leo moves to help the injured candidates back onto their feet, encouraging them to keep going. Chelsea watches in confusion and asks why he is helping them. He replies that they no longer need to fight. Together, they will overcome this world. She questions what he means by overcoming the world. Leo explains that there is an anomaly in the wild forest and asks if they have noticed the corpses. He points out that it appears as though their moisture has been completely drained. He says that is not all and asks where all the monsters have gone. Celia gasps in surprise and admits he is right, and the monsters are nowhere to be seen. He explains that it feels as if they are afraid of something. He suggests that a high-tier monster must have emerged, driving the others away in fear. Abad nods thoughtfully and remarks that Hero Albai's first feat was defeating a monster of such caliber. As they speak, a heavy, oppressive aura descends, cloaking the area in darkness. They all turn in shock toward one direction as Leo declares that it has finally revealed itself. Meanwhile, Gullivan walks deeper into the forest, using a magical staff to light his path. He mutters to himself that no matter what, he is going to make sure Leo fails. Suddenly, he comes across several lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground and asks in horror what has happened here. Fear overtakes him as he stumbles backward, falling helplessly to the ground. A thick string of saliva drips slowly onto his staff, sending a chill through him. Trembling, he tilts his gaze upward to see a monstrous spider looming above him, fangs poised to strike. The scene transitions to the Academy's Grand Hall, where the candidates engage in lively conversation while Albai observes them on the screen. One candidate mentions having dealt with about 15 or 16 of them, while another claims to have faced a similar number. Albai, however, notes that he has encountered around 500 candidates so far, and all of them have failed. Just then, a professor approaches him, stating that, despite this, he must select approximately 100 candidates, as is customary in other regions. There are only 50 students remaining in the test. Adjusting his glasses, Albai responds that if they do not meet his standards, he is prepared to fail them all. Headmaster Kalyan assigned him to oversee the test, fully aware of his stance. Albai watches as Leo assists an injured candidate on screen and reflects that a true hero is revealed only in times of hardship. He thinks to himself that Leo Plove must have recognized the anomaly in the forest, but wonders whether Leo can overcome this world. Meanwhile, within the hero's record, the candidates begin to gather and run together. One candidate exclaims in frustration, remarking on the total darkness. Celia draws her sword and warns that something is ahead, instructing everyone to prepare. She raises her sword, channeling red energy into the blade. As she thrusts the blade forward, the red light illuminates a ghastly scene. A massive spider clutching Gullivan, who struggles desperately for his life. Shock grips her as she questions what kind of monster it is. Abad, equally stunned, identifies that the true enemy hides behind the beast. He raises his magical staff and channels a wind spell to strike the spider, but Leo swiftly intervenes, urging Gullivan to break the escape crystal. Trapped in the spider's jaws, Gullivan struggles and finally shatters the crystal, vanishing in a burst of golden light. Abad charges his staff, spreads his aura, and unleashes the Wind Fang spell, striking the giant spider and tearing through it, yet not completely. Leo observes closely and remarks that the attack is not enough. A moment later, all are stunned as the spider begins to regenerate and lets out a piercing roar. Leo's thoughts confirm his suspicion that it is the spider princess, Tarantulia. Suddenly, a candidate lunges forward with a spear, yelling defiantly, but Tarantulia counters and hurls him away with ease. Celia steps ahead, gripping her sword tightly, and declares that she will finish it in a single blow. She gathers immense energy at the tip of her sword and activates her ability, Prominence. A bolt of lightning is released from her blade, striking the spider's skull, but the spider regenerates once again. Celia is left in disbelief and whispers that it is not possible. Abad rises into the air, his aura spreading from his magical staff, and states that the destructive power of a mage and a knight are worlds apart. He casts the spell Raphael and begins forming a miniature tornado of aura. With a swift motion, he hurls it at the spider, dealing deep, searing cuts, but is stunned to see the beast still standing, even more enraged, as it charges toward him. Chelsea, terrified for her brother, quickly casts Windbreaker to shield him from the incoming attack. The spider slashes his arm, and he grits his teeth in pain. Chelsea rushes to his side, asking if he is all right. He nods, thanking her softly. A trembling candidate gasps in fear, questioning what kind of monster it is and how it can regenerate so monstrously. Panic spreads as the spider slowly advances toward them. Leo steps forward and explains that it is the daughter of Salatna, the queen of Tartaros, one of the monsters from Erebos' army that once razed the elven forest. They all turn toward Leo in shock, the name Tartaros echoing in their minds. Leo reflects silently that the mana in Albai's left eye is indeed the Fairy King's, a trace left behind by the one who once ruled the cursed wild forest. He recalls that Tarantulia destroyed the elven forest and devoured the right hand of the Fairy King, who tried to stop her. Memories of a past life surface, and he remembers believing that Luna had killed Tarantulia. Yet now, he suspects the Fairy King's right hand inside her may have preserved her life, or more accurately, the Ring of Life, a relic that grants infinite vitality. Abad steps forward, declaring that if this monster is the key to the test, then he will defeat it as he channels energy through his magical staff. Celia asks who will strike first. They launch their assault against Tarantulia. Leo warns that the spider will continue regenerating until they are completely drained of mana. Once more, Tarantulia restores herself before their eyes. Celia turns to Leo, demanding to know his plan. He replies that the task requires two people working in unison. Abad rejects the idea, declaring that he intends to become the top scorer. Celia snaps back, claiming that title for herself. Leo states that if they cannot overcome the hero's world, then everyone is destined to fail. Abad responds that even with cooperation, it will take time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill instantly, and adds that only the two of them are capable of stalling the monster for that long. Celia turns to him, her expression filled with disbelief. Leo smiles calmly and says that he will handle it. Celia protests, calling it suicide, and reminds him that he cannot even use aura. Leo acknowledges this and says he only needs to buy 5 minutes. Abad questions what happens if the final strike fails. Leo turns his head slightly, kneels to pick up a spear, and smiles, saying he doesn't believe that will be the case. He adds that fire and wind have always been close allies, and they synchronize well. Abad and Celia exchange a brief glance of silent agreement. Leo steps forward, facing the spider directly, and remarks that it reminds him of the old days. He charges into battle, slashing its leg with a powerful surge of energy. Shock fills their eyes as Leo unleashes a devastating spear assault on the spider. He grins and mutters that it has been a long time since the monster of Tartaros. The scene transitions into a flashback as an elf boy runs through the forest, only to become ensnared in a spider's web. He struggles to free himself, desperately calling for help. In an instant, a spider appears before him, and he is startled by its presence. He pleads for assistance, crying out for his mother. Suddenly, a golden light fills the air, and Luna's voice echoes, commanding the spider to step back, for it is an evil being. Tears stream down the boy's face as he gazes at the light, a shadow moving toward him, and the spider. Her presence radiates power as she declares that the spider dared to disturb her homeland and consume the right hand of the contractor. She begins gathering her lightning energy, forming a shining ball of aura, and unleashing it on the spider in a fierce attack. The explosion reverberates through the forest. As the dust settles, Luna remarks that she did not expect Erebos' influence to reach this far. Kyle, noticing the trapped elf boy, smiles and extends his hand, carefully breaking the web threads to free him. The scene shifts back to the present, where Leo gazes at his spear, contemplating its limits without the use of aura. He calls out to Chelsea. She is startled and quickly responds. He instructs her to use wind magic to hurl the nearby weapons toward him. Suddenly, the spider launches an attack, but he swiftly leaps backward to evade it. Chelsea warns that if he moves too recklessly, he might get injured in the process. He assures her that he will catch the weapons, urging her to hurry. She begins charging her wind magic and asks which weapon to send. While fending off the spider's strikes, he replies that any weapon will do. She casts wind magic, and the weapons are propelled in his direction. He listens carefully, thinking that one weapon sounds like a scimitar and the other, perhaps, a massive sword. Leaping into the air, he catches the weapons mid-flight and shouts to include the rest as well. With blinding speed, he strikes the spider and severs its legs, but then, his blade suddenly shatters in his hand. Without hesitation, he signals for Chelsea to send the next round. She uses wind magic again, and the remaining weapons are sent flying toward him. He grabs them on the move, hurling a spear at the spider while spinning to strike with another. He reflects that by age, he should be just like them. But this moment looks like the manifestation of a martial god. Celia and Abad are stunned by the sight, and Abad murmurs that he is no mere insect. Suddenly, Leo receives a cut across his face, and blood begins to flow. He thinks to himself that his senses are still intact. If he cannot stop a mere bug like this, those who fell before him will be laughing from the afterlife. He tightens his grip on the sword, leaps into the air once more, and charges at the creature, shouting for the next weapon. Chelsea responds that there are no more, he has used the last one. Leo is shocked and demands clarification. At that moment, Celia begins channeling her aura into her sword and calls out to Leo, announcing that her preparations are complete. She steps forward and asks the insect monster what it thinks of this power. She unleashes a full-powered fire tornado directly at the spider. The spider screeches in agony as its body is engulfed in flames. From the burning remains, a single object gleams, a ring. The status window appears, confirming that Albai's World Chapter, Prologue, Wild Forest has been cleared. Celia exhales deeply and sits on the ground, saying that it is finally over. She watches Leo from behind, thinking that he truly held off the monster for 5 full minutes. She congratulated him, saying he did well. Chelsea burst out in excitement, shouting that it was incredible. He looked like a hero straight out of a storybook. Overwhelmed but calm, Leo simply asks if that is so. She nods and explains that she wants to become a battle mage, so she hopes to improve her close-range combat skills, which she currently lacks, and then she earnestly asks him to train her. Celia smirks with a sarcastic smile and says she truly hopes Chelsea gets to experience Leo's training at least once. Leo extends his hand toward the ring and picks it up, wondering if this is the item dropped by the enemy. Suddenly, a burst of brilliant light erupts, and a tiny fairy appears before them. Leo immediately recognizes him and thinks to himself, it is Prince Silit. He asks if he remembers him and responds by identifying himself as Kyle. Silit smiles warmly at the sight of him. Leo reflects that Silit seems to have ascended to the throne of the Fairy King, likely thanks to the treasure Albi discovered. He now possesses the Eye of Mana. Suddenly, the world around them begins to crack and fracture as Albi announces that the countdown for returning from the test ground has begun. He declares that the reward for clearing the trial is the Fairy King's pledge. Leo is stunned as a radiant figure made of pure light materializes before him, but in the next moment, he is pulled out of the Hero Records world. The scene shifts to a sprawling city, where inside a tall, windowed tower, Kalyan Badian, the principal of Swordmaster Lumine Academy, sits reviewing several documents. He remarks calmly that the Western Territory's examination appears to be complete. A professor stands beside him, holding his head in disbelief, and asks if it is already over while the other territories still have much left to complete. He groans and asks how many students teacher Albi has passed. Kalyan replies that considering it is Albi they are speaking of, the number is quite high, 40 have passed. He looks disheartened and asks if that is truly a large number. Kalyan reassures him not to worry too much, explaining that he had only expected about 10 to pass. He then speculates that either Celia or Abad must be at the top and asks which one it is. Kalyan flips through the papers and says he heard it was difficult to decide, but that someone has been recommended as the freshman representative. He is shocked to hear this and asks if teacher Albi really made a recommendation. He says it is surprising and wonders aloud whether it is Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn. Kalyan responds that the name is one he has never heard before. The professor questions him again, asking if he is certain. The scene shifts to a flashback in the main hall, where students gather around a large screen, chanting loudly the names of Celia and Abad. Yet Albi's sharp gaze remains fixed entirely on Leo, as he announces his recommendation, Leo Plove, as the freshman representative of the Night Division. The reason he gives is simple, the talent to become a hero. Meanwhile, Kalyan holds his chin in thought, reflecting that for Albi to speak so highly of someone, he must wonder what kind of student Leo truly is. The scene shifts to the steam from the grand bathhouse, which gradually thickens the air, surrounding the room in a soft mist. Leo sits quietly in a vast tub filled with steaming water, his body submerged as he reflects, noting that pain like this must be treated with care and time. He expresses how pleasant it feels to be completely immersed in the warmth of the water. In his thoughts, he recalls the Fairy King's pledge, remembering how, after clearing the worlds of a living hero, no reward was meant to follow, yet he, alone, had received one. Leo rises from the water, bewildered, and asks aloud what just happened. He is surprised to see his mother standing before him. She then asks Leo if he knows the reason for her expulsion from the house of Zerdinger. Shocked by her words, Leo listens intently. She reflects on the past, recalling how, while rescuing a comrade, she had lost the flames of Zerdinger, but adds that she has never once regretted her decision. She tells Leo that she wants him to use his power and talent for the right cause. With a laugh, she congratulates him on being accepted to Lumine Academy. The scene shifts to a shimmering portal glowing at the heart of Lumeria City, open and awaiting new arrivals. Leo steps out of the portal, and a voice announces that he has arrived in Lumeria City and that all belongings have been collected before leaving the gate. His eyes widen with awe as he takes in the breathtaking view of the city known as the center of the world. His gaze settles on a magnificent structure, and he realizes that it must be Lumine Academy. At that moment, Zayas appears and greets Leo, asking how he has been over the past month. Leo smiles, calls him uncle, and shakes his hand warmly. Zayas congratulates him on passing the entrance exam. Leo expresses his gratitude, then curiously asks what brings him here. Zayas replies that the house has been locked in relentless debate for the past month, and asks if Leo knows the reason. Startled, Leo inquires whether a consensus has been reached regarding the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath. Zayas reaches into his inner pocket and confirms it, stating that although his elder sister is no longer part of the house, Leo is still her son, and that matters. He hands Leo a key, adding that the elders are impressed that he has passed the notorious Western exam. He explains that it is a subspace key and tells him to open it. Leo inserts the key into an invisible lock and turns it. Suddenly, flames erupt in a brilliant blaze around them. Suddenly, a glowing book materializes in the air before Leo, its cover radiating with intense light. He is surprised to find that the pages remain completely blank. Zayas instructs him to stain the pages with a drop of his own blood. Without hesitation, Leo bites his thumb and lets a drop fall onto the parchment. In a burst of light, words begin to form across the once empty pages. Zoyas explains that from now on, Leo can read the contents of the book alone. He warns that mastering the secret technique of the Zerdingers will not be easy, but expresses his belief that Leo will grasp it in no time, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a proud smile, he congratulates Leo on officially becoming a member of the House of Zerdinger. Moments later, Leo stands outside a small restaurant on the street, glancing around and wondering if this is the place where Celia has asked to meet. Suddenly, Chloe Mueller crashes into him, knocking him to the ground as her books are scattered across the pavement. She hurriedly gathered her books, apologizing for not watching where she was going. Before Leo can say anything, she turns to leave in a rush. As she hurries away, Leo notices a card left behind on the ground and reaches out to pick it up. On the card, he sees her picture and reads the name Chloe Mueller, a freshman at Lumine Academy. After some time, Leo enters a shop, and Celia immediately asks what has taken him so long. She holds several bags in her arms and explains that they still have uniforms, textbooks, and much more left to buy. Leo apologizes, saying he had to meet with Uncle Zeiss. Surprised, she asks if the house has finally come to a decision and how the meeting went. With a snap of his fingers, flames swirl around him as a pair of blazing wings appear on his back, and he asks if this is how the technique is supposed to be used. Stunned, she drops her shopping bags to the floor, her legs trembling as she whispers in disbelief that it cannot be. She watches his calm smile before collapsing to the ground, thinking it took her 3 weeks just to grasp the feel of the secret technique, and wonders what kind of person he truly is. Soon after, students gather at a colossal dock where an enormous ship waits to set sail. One student exclaims that a ship is docking and marvels at its immense size. At that moment, Aina Landiu, the Glacier Knight and a professor at Lumine Academy, arrives and introduces himself, stating that he is the instructor responsible for the freshman night class. He gestures toward the vessel and announces that their departure for Lumine is about to begin, instructing all students to board the ship. Sometime later, the ship floats steadily across the sea as Professor Ain rests one arm on the railing, holding a glass of wine in the other, enjoying the tranquil view. Meanwhile, Leo, now dressed in the Academy's uniform, scans the horizon with quiet curiosity. Suddenly, Carr Thomas, a 15-year-old alchemist, cheerfully addresses Leo and Celia, referring to them as the couple standing over there. He asks if they have a moment to chat. Celia spins toward him, visibly annoyed, demanding what he means by the couple. Laughing, Carr extends a card toward them, introducing himself as Carr Thomas from the Kingdom of Moira. He explains that he deals in everything from potions to weapons and adds that nothing is beyond his trade. He hands the card to Leo and encourages him to visit if he ever needs anything during his time at school. As Leo reaches out to take it, he thinks to himself that Carr is certainly an interesting kid. He introduces himself in return, saying his name is Leo Plove and that he hails from the Kingdom of Dalad. Carr's eyes widen as he asks if that means Leo has passed the Western Region exam, calling it impressive. Leo, still observant, then asks if he is the only one who finds their current situation strangely unusual. Carr asks what Leo means, his curiosity piqued. Leo glances around and notes how peaceful everything feels, remarking that the calm itself is unsettling. Celia responds that it is simply a warm welcome for the freshmen who have passed the exam and asks if that is not to be expected. Leo eyes Professor Ain suspiciously, noticing how relaxed he remains. Meanwhile, Carr takes a bite of cake and casually agrees, saying there's no way the Academy would challenge students before orientation. Suddenly, the ship begins to shake violently, sending students stumbling as they struggle to stay on their feet. A massive blue tentacle erupts from the ocean's surface, crashing down with tremendous force. Leo watches the chaos unfold and remarks that this is exactly the kind of thing they would do. Carr falls to the deck in panic, shouting in disbelief and fear. A nearby student cries out, begging Professor Ain for help. Calmly swirling the wine in his glass, Ain repeats the plea mockingly and says that they are all students of Lumine Academy, candidates to become heroes, and that when danger arises, it must be overcome by their own hands. At that moment, a colossal kraken emerges from the depths, its size nearly matching that of the ship itself. A massive tentacle suddenly lashes toward Leo, but he swiftly slices through it with his sword and tells Celia to stay level-headed. Celia draws her own blade, now engulfed in a red aura of flame, and retorts that he should worry about himself instead. The kraken notices their defiance and slams a leg into the water, sending a powerful splash toward them. Leo calmly explains that it is a natural response. Krakens instinctively reacts to heat with a burst of water, a basic fact taught in combat theory. Celia, now drenched, sits on the deck with her clothes soaked. In the next instant, A tentacle grabs a student by the leg and dangles him upside down above the ship. Another student shouts in panic, calling the beast a damned octopus, and tries to flee the scene. Celia launches into action, leaping forward and slicing through the tentacle with a blazing strike. Leo joins them as they rescue the captured student together. Carr drops to his knees in disbelief, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle, and mutters that Celia's strength makes sense. After all, she is the top scorer of the Western region. But then he stares at Leo and asks aloud what the story is with this guy. Carr flinches as a frozen tentacle crashes down near him. Frustrated, he yells at Chloe, demanding she watch where she's aiming while unleashing her ice magic against the kraken. From a distance, Leo catches sight of her and immediately recalls their earlier encounter when she bumped into him on the street. Now, she floats effortlessly in the air, commanding waves of freezing power that lash out at the beast. Without turning her head fully, she casts a sharp glance in Leo's direction and asks why he does not stay in the back if he cannot even protect himself. Carr, still kneeling amid the chaos, watches her in stunned silence and mutters that the strong never seem to care who gets caught in the wake of their battles. Carr startles once more as another massive tentacle crashes down near him, this one freshly severed by Abad and Chelsea as they charge forward into battle. Abad glances at Celia and declares that their competition is far from over. Celia exhales sharply, replying that the feeling is mutual. Chelsea, meanwhile, offers Leo a quiet, shy smile before turning back to the fight. Elsewhere, Professor Ain calmly pours himself another glass of wine and remarks that the lake leading to Lumine Academy is teeming with monsters. He adds that the kraken makes a fitting choice for a welcoming party and shifts his gaze to the battlefield. Watching intently, he mentally notes how the top captains are already making their presence known. Chen Zia of the east, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn of the west, Chloe Mueller of the north, Walden Tyden of the south, and Durin Moira of the central kingdom, all unleashing their powers against the monstrous foe. He thinks this year's freshmen have shown exceptional promise and takes a slow sip of wine. His eyes fix on Leo, and he reflects that, above all, it is this unknown freshman who impresses him most. He watches as Leo charges the kraken, his blade cutting with precision, each strike executed without a single wasted movement. He notes how Leo moves with uncanny foresight, as if predicting the kraken's every attack. A faint smile touches his lips as he thinks to himself that he will soon be meeting this remarkable student in night studies. After a grueling journey, the ship finally reaches Luane Academy, and many students, overwhelmed with exhaustion, collapse to their knees the moment they disembark, some even beginning to vomit. Carr, equally drained, sighs and remarks that he has used up every potion he brought with him. Suddenly, Professor Ain leaps down from the ship onto the dock, hands casually in his pockets, and reminds them that they will need to cross that lake frequently, so they must get used to it without delay. He then instructs them all to proceed to the entrance hall. The scene shifts to the Electra training grounds at Lumine Academy, where senior students gather with keen curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of the new arrivals. One whispers that he knew none of the freshmen would be ordinary this year. Another mutters his hopes that some of them will be interesting enough to stand out. A moment later, a voice crackles through a microphone, announcing the beginning of the entrance ceremony. Meanwhile, Professor Ain faces the assembled freshmen and instructs them to line up by region, with each region's top scorer positioned at the front of their respective row. The announcer declares that the headmaster will now deliver a few opening words. Killian steps onto the podium and addresses the crowd, stating that new blood has once again made its way here this year, carrying the hope of becoming true heroes. He adds that he has only a few words to offer them all. He declares that if one dreams of becoming a hero, one must always put oneself on the line and push past one's limits. All the freshmen listen to him attentively, their expressions filled with awe and tension. He slams his fist into the podium with full force and warns that those who cannot meet this standard do not belong here. The podium is seen shattering as he hits it, and he casually asks if that is too much. The students erupt into loud cheers. He says he cannot hear them. Leo thinks to himself that the longer this man teaches at Lumine, the more the legendary image of the Swordmaster begins to crack. Another professor stands on the platform and announces that a speech from the freshman representative, Leo Plove, will now be given. The freshmen are visibly shocked as they hear the announcement. The professor calls out, politely asking Leo Plove to come up to the stage. Leo glances toward Albi, who offers him a warm, encouraging smile and wonders if the proctor recommended him. Leo steps forward, walks onto the stage, and holds a book in his hands, ready to speak to the professors and upperclassmen. The students begin to murmur among themselves, confused by the unfamiliar name. Whispers spread that Leo Plove is not even among the top scorers of the freshman class. Leo states that the freshmen are now welcomed into Lumine as proud members of its ranks. Professor Ain watches him closely, thinking about the resolve reflected in his eyes and demeanor. After concluding his speech, Leo closes the book and calmly expresses his gratitude, introducing himself once more as freshman representative Leo Plove. The professor steps forward, thanks Leo, and requests that he now share his goals as the representative. Leo offers a faint smile, wondering if they truly expect him to provoke those who narrowly missed this position. He steps forward and introduces himself formally as freshman representative Leo Plove. A professor, standing beside his colleague, remarks that this freshman representative appears well-mannered and says that having a model student is not a bad thing. The other professor responds, noting that it seems this year's entrance ceremony will proceed peacefully. Leo suddenly declares that if anyone wants this position, they are free to come and take it. The freshman candidates are stunned as they hear his bold and provocative challenge. He adds with unwavering confidence that it does not matter who they are. As the sun dips below the horizon, the scene shifts to Lumine Academy dormitory. A professor praises the students for their hard work today and announces that exploratory classes will begin tomorrow for about a week. He explains that during this period, students may choose any class regardless of their desired major. Through this process, the students are expected to select the 3 subjects they wish to specialize in. He advises everyone to go to bed early to avoid being late for their first class. The students begin moving through the dormitory hallways, carrying their luggage as they search for their rooms. Outside room 302, Leo Plove stands quietly. Carr approaches and tells Leo that their rooms are next to each other. Carr opens his door and expresses his excitement for the next day, wishing Leo a good night's rest. Leo replies that he will see Carr tomorrow. Later, Leo lies on his bed, closing his eyes and drifting into a dream. In his dream, a grand library appears, with a magical book resting atop a stone pedestal. Leo thinks to himself that what he hopes to find at Lumine is his hero record, hidden somewhere within. The scene shifts to the next morning, where a student sits quietly in the cafeteria, having breakfast. Leo also sits silently, enjoying his meal. Carr approaches him, holding his breakfast tray, and invites Leo to eat together. Leo agrees without hesitation. Suddenly, Duran steps forward, addressing Leo as the freshman representative, and slams his food tray on the table in front of him. Leo takes a bite of his food and asks, "Who?" Duran replies, referring to what he said in his speech yesterday, and questions whether Leo meant it. Leo admits that his words were quite provocative and assumes that anyone would react if a stranger came to pick a fight like that. Duran glares at him and demands that Leo not know who he is, the captain of the Central Region. Leo and Carr completely ignore him and continue eating calmly. Duran's anger intensifies, his teeth grit as sparks begin to crackle around him. Carr is startled by the sudden display of power. Duran kicks the table hard, sending food flying through the air. Reacting instantly, Leo leaps from his chair, spinning his fork like a weapon. He spears every scattered piece of his sandwich midair, reassembling it neatly on his tray. Carr manages to catch some sweet cakes as they fall. Leo looks at his burger thoughtfully, imagining making the perfect burger, a king-size, double cheeseburger with the finest ingredients. He smiles, stating that carelessly throwing away such precious food is something that cannot be forgiven. Duran grits his teeth and declares that Leo will be pulled down from his high horse immediately. He admits he cannot bear to see someone weaker than him act with such arrogance. Suddenly, Professor Ain places a hand on his shoulder and pulls both him and Leo into his arms. He points out that one is the Central Region captain and the other is the freshman representative. Leo wonders when Professor Ain even arrived. Narrowing his eyes, the professor says that if they are already fighting on their first day at Lumine, they must be prepared for what comes next. Leo gives a faint smile in response to his words. Later, during the exploratory class of the night department, Professor Ain stands before the students with arms folded. A student raises his hand and politely reminds the professor that it is nearly time for class to begin. Standing beside him, Celia wonders why Leo still has not arrived. At that moment, the door swings open, and Leo and Duran enter the classroom, visibly drained and frustrated. Celia immediately rushes toward Leo, asking what happened and whether he got into a fight. Leo casts a brief glance at Duran, then shrugs and casually replies, "Well." Later, Professor Ain addresses the class, stating that now everyone is present, the session may begin. He introduces himself as Ain Alandiu, the instructor responsible for first-year night studies. Meanwhile, Leo and Duran stand side by side as Carr wonders whether a full-blown nerve war has already begun between them. Professor Ain begins to walk as he explains that the 3 powers are derived from mana. He lists them as magic energy, soul energy, and aura and points out that among these, aura is the most difficult to manage. He asks if anyone knows the reason why aura presents such a challenge. Celia responds confidently, stating that aura loses its mana fluidity during the conversion process. He confirms her answer, explaining that while magic and soul energy use mana in its natural state, aura absorbs and processes it to align with the body. He releases a dense layer of aura onto his hand, demonstrating its form. He then asks if anyone can explain how the aura accumulated within the body is used. Celia clenches her fist, now engulfed in a flame-like aura, and thinks whether it should not simply be released with force. Leo steps forward and answers that the aura's power is utilized by burning mana. Professor Ain laughs in amusement and agrees, then asks if Leo also knows what the most critical factor is when burning mana. Leo replies calmly that it is stamina. He says Leo Plove is impressive and asks if he has ever studied aura before. Leo replies that he has not. He smiles thoughtfully, considering that someone who has not properly studied aura has managed to grasp its essence. He then suggests putting theory aside for the moment and proposes moving their bodies, leaping high into the air. The students are shocked as he performs aura steps, walking across the air upwards. Professor Ain smiles and explains that this is the aura step, whose basic principle is concentrating the power of their aura into their legs. He lands back on the ground and expands a glowing platform of aura beneath his feet, smiling as he says its potential applications are endless. After some time, Carr trembles but, determined, manages to lift a few centimeters off the ground. Other students are busy practicing attacks on one another. Celia performs a flame aura step and tells Leo that she will explain how to do it if he calls her sister. Leo declines, stating that the principles of operating aura are not so different. Meanwhile, Duran toys dangerously with a ball of lightning in his hand, staring at Professor Ain from behind while biting his thumbnail in anger. Professor Ain smiles, claps to gather everyone's attention, and states that, as they all know, a minor commotion has occurred this morning. Chelsea looks confused and asks what he is referring to. Carr leans toward her and quietly says it was no joke, assuring her that he knows what happened. Shocked, she asks him what exactly took place. Professor Ain then calls Duran and Leo to step forward, and both of them move to stand before him. He calmly asks Duran what exactly made him so angry. Duran responds that he has not been angry. Professor Ain says to settle it on the track. Then, he announces that Central Region Captain Duran Moira and freshman representative Leo Plove will compete in a one-on-one running match for the position of class representative. He declares that in this match, the use of aura is permitted without restriction. Duran appears startled upon hearing this condition. Later, outside the classroom, Carr stands among a crowd of students, holding a board in his hands, and invites everyone to place their bets. He proclaims the matchup, the genius of the House of Moira versus the heir of a heroic lineage. He announces Duran Moira, master of lightning aura, versus the dark horse from the outskirts, the mysterious man who has suppressed every regional captain and become the freshman representative, Leo Plove. He remarks that since Leo is the freshman representative, he ought to demonstrate something worthy of the title. He adds that from what he observed earlier during Leo's conversation with Celia, it appears he cannot even use the aura step and asks if others have heard what he did yesterday. He admits he cannot stand Leo, claiming that being the captain of the Central Region is not a title earned easily, while the freshman representative has yet to prove himself at all. Professor Ain declares that the first to cross the finish line shall be the winner, and regardless of the outcome, the result must be accepted with grace, which, he says, is true chivalry. He gives the cue, on their mark, get set. Standing to the side, Celia thinks that, realistically speaking, it is impossible for Leo to win, but somehow, that man always manages to exceed everyone's expectations. He shouts go, and both Leo and Duran burst forward at incredible speed. Duran glances back mid-run and declares that he is going first, calling Leo a rookie. Leo runs beside him at full speed, his expression focused and unwavering. A student shouts in admiration, saying that Duran, as expected, looks incredibly cool, and on the other side, there's the freshman representative. Another student notices the red aura forming around Leo's feet and exclaims in disbelief, commenting that he seems quite unskilled. Standing next to him, another student sneers and says that Leo becoming the representative must have been a mistake. He still can't believe it. From the sidelines, Chelsea screams, cheering for Leo to do his best. Duran sprints at full speed, lightning sparks flashing beneath his feet as Carr watches in shock, noting that Duran has already reached the halfway point. Suddenly, Leo turns his head slightly mid-run, then slides across the ground and changes direction toward a nearby wall. Celia, taken aback, yells in confusion, asking where that idiot is going. Leo channels aura into his feet, uses aura steps, and launches himself high into the air. From above, he spots Duran charging forward along the track below. Concentrating energy into his legs, he generates immense pressure that shatters the ground beneath him as he leaps again with explosive force. Duran turns his head and sees a distant explosion of energy erupting in the air. Leo bursts forward like a blazing comet, streaking through the sky with trails of flame-wrapped aura. As he soars over Duran's head, he smiles and declares that he is going first, calling him a slowpoke. Duran is stunned and shouts in disbelief, asking what just happened. Leo lands smoothly, sliding across the ground as he crosses the finish line ahead of him. Duran stands frozen in shock as Leo turns back toward him with a calm, confident smile. The students watch in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with amazement. One student gasps and asks if anyone else saw that. Another replies that it was unbelievable. Duran is supposed to be the fastest among the first-year students, yet Leo has just beaten him. He adds that he's certain Leo hasn't even learned the aura step. On the other side, Celia stares in shock, thinking that what she just witnessed was no aura step, it was a phoenix step, and that guy is seriously something else. Carr jumps up, thrilled, and announces that Leo has won, calling him incredibly cool. Chelsea cheers excitedly, shouting that Leo is amazing. Meanwhile, Professor Ain observes silently from the side, recalling how Duran used his specialty, lightning aura, to boost his speed. He admits to himself that although he expected Duran's move, that level of speed was truly astonishing. He then reflects on Leo's performance, noting that while Leo was slower, he demonstrated greater control. He thinks that Leo concentrated his fire aura into his feet and formed a single, powerful phoenix step. He concludes with the thought that it is a brilliant and advanced application of aura. On the other side, Leo approaches Duran and offers a handshake, saying that it is a good match. Duran responds by bumping into Leo, then moves forward, telling him to get lost. Professor Ain smiles and remarks that among the current generation's disciples, a hero might finally be born. Chelsea, frustrated, clenches her fists and praises Leo, saying his performance was amazing. She also expresses a desire to train alongside him. Carr stands beside Celia, points to himself, and asks why she is so taken with him and not with Leo. He insists that she should pay attention to him as well. Celia, irritated, replies that it is obvious why. Carr shrugs and suggests that, since class is over, everyone should go to the cafe, adding that he will pay today. Leo apologizes and says he will go by himself. Carr asks where he is going as Leo begins to leave. Leo replies that he intends to listen in on the summoning classes. Carr questions why a night student would be interested in summoning classes. Celia also leaves, wondering aloud what he is thinking. After a while, Leo stands alone in the garden, contemplating to himself that there is something he still does not understand, which is why the Fairy King has given him the pledge as a reward. He recalls the memory of a figure who appears before him in the hero world. He reflects that the rewards given in the hero world are tied to the strength of its owner. He remembers Albai's summoning book glowing with golden light and concludes that the reward he received is related to summoning. Yet, he wonders why, since Teacher Albai is a pure magician with no connection to summoning. He thinks that under normal circumstances, a magic-related ability would have been granted to him. Furthermore, he believes that forming a contract with a fairy requires travel to the fairy realm, something currently impossible, making it useless for now. At that moment, Chen Xia, a 17-year-old and the East Test's top scorer, approaches from behind. She remarks that he is also attending summoning classes. Leo turns his head and immediately recognizes her as the captain of the East. She greets him formally, addressing him as Mr. Leo. Leo steps closer and returns the greeting, calling her Chen Xia. She tells him to simply call her Xia, mentioning she was certain he belonged to the Night Division. She admits she didn't expect him to show interest in summoning as well. Leo responds that he holds a genuine interest in spiritualism. She smiles and says that means they will likely encounter each other more often. He politely asks if she could tell him with what spirit she has formed a contract with. In response, she summons shimmering water bubbles, and a small water fairy appears before him. She asks if he would be willing to show her his spirit as well. Leo states that he has not yet formed a contract. She responds with mild surprise and says that if he ever needs assistance in the future, he is welcome to call on her. She offers to share her advice on spirit summoning. He looks surprised and replies that he will rely on her, then curiously asks about her age. She laughs softly, adjusts her tie, and reveals that she is 17 years old. She adds that he is 15, right? She saw him earlier speaking with Miss Celia. Leo recalls his conversation with Celia and Chelsea, thinking to himself that she looks incredibly young, perhaps even younger than Chelsea. She stares at him as he drifts into thought. She narrows her eyes in suspicion, leans forward slightly, and accuses him of thinking something rude. He quickly denies it. She dismisses the moment with a smile and says she was genuinely impressed by his match against Duran. He asks if she actually watched it. She confirms with a nod, and with a spark of determination in her eyes. She earnestly asks him to accept her challenge one day. He laughs and agrees without hesitation. Later, in the Summoning Division's exploratory class, two students turn around with annoyance. They glance back to see Zia and Leo entering the classroom together. Leo asks if this is everyone. Zia explains that summoning isn't a popular discipline, and this is only an exploratory class. Leo nods in understanding but admits it's surprising that the class is being held in such a place. Suddenly, a black wyvern soars overhead. The students stare upward, shocked by its sudden appearance. The wyvern descends and lands heavily on the ground as one student nervously asks where it came from. The wyvern lowers its head and snarls at the student, who's telling it to get lost. The first-year summoning instructor, Yura Marin, smiles and says the wyvern is acting that way because it has taken a liking to him, calling him a brat. She steps gracefully down from the creature's back and introduces herself as Yura Marin. She announces that she is the summoning instructor who will be teaching them for the next year. The students look on in stunned silence, captivated by her presence. One student thinks to himself that he wants to become her summoned beast. Leo is pulled into memory while Dueno gives a thumbs up, saying she possesses a beauty that's entirely different from Luna and Lysena's, something uniquely inspiring. Leo thinks that if Dueno were actually here, he would have completely lost his mind. After a while, the wyvern sits beside a tree as Yura stands before the students. She announces that the little greenhorns present must possess some talent as summoners. The students respond with a clear and confident yes. Yura praises their loud and clear answer and instructs them to proceed immediately to the practice area to begin their exercises. Soon, Yura calls over Carlo, the first-year summoning class associate professor, who stands near Griffin and signals him to come closer. She informs the students that they will be riding in pairs and encourages them to mount the griffins. The students approach the griffins cautiously. One student points at a griffin and admits that it is his first time handling such a creature, addressing the professor. Yura's eyes ignite with the intensity of a fireball as she retorts that his words sound like an excuse to avoid the lesson. She warns that if anyone doubts their ability, they should step back. Without hesitation, she grabs the reins of her wyvern and mounts it, taking flight. The students stand stunned on the ground, watching her depart. Carlo then urges everyone to hurry and follow the professor. The students quickly gather near the griffins. One student gently pats a griffin, commenting on how much gentler it is than expected, while another is held awkwardly in the griffin's beak, pleading to be set down. On the other side, Zia approaches Leo and politely asks if she may hold the griffin's rein as he stands beside it. Leo responds that she may hold it as much as she wants. Moments later, over the open sea, the sun blazes overhead while the griffins soar high, following the wyvern. Zia expresses her amazement that they are allowed to ride a griffin, saying it is just as expected of Lumine. Leo suggests they switch places, eager to fly the griffin himself. Zia asks for just a bit more time as she grips the reins tightly. She admits she had been a little worried, but finds the griffin far gentler than expected. Leo rides behind her and cautions that, despite appearances, griffins remain difficult to control for first-time riders. She gently pats the griffin and wonders aloud how it can be so kind. Before Leo can respond, Yura blows a sharp whistle that cuts through the sky. At once, the griffin's demeanor is transformed, and they roar fiercely, baring their claws. The students are filled with fear as one shouts that the griffins are no longer listening. Another student panics and asks why the griffin has suddenly changed, desperately calling for the professor's help. Leo calmly finishes his interrupted sentence, explaining that the griffins were only obedient because they had been listening to the professor. Yura crosses her arms and laughs, questioning whether they truly believe they can call themselves students of Lumine Academy if they cannot even handle a griffin properly. She challenges them to try to control the creatures on their own. Meanwhile, Zia struggles to control the griffin, gripping its reins tightly in both hands. Leo swiftly reaches out, takes her hand, places his other hand on her waist, and explains that griffins possess immense pride. Using force only provokes them further. Startled and blushing, she turns to him and asks what he is doing. He gently takes the reins from her hands and leans in to whisper that they should let go. With a powerful flap of its wings, the griffin surges forward under Leo's control, taking flight. From a distance, Yura notices Leo and thinks to herself that his control is impressive. She turns to Carlo and asks if the first-year representative is applying for the Knight Major. Carlo checks the documents in his hand and confirms that he believes so. Yura then asks if Leo owns a personal griffin, wondering how he rides so well. Carlo scans Leo's file again and responds that he does not come from a noble household that would own a griffin. With a smile, Yura rests her chin on her hand and remarks that it must be pure talent. She concludes that they may have discovered a hidden little gem. The scene shifts to the island of summons, where the summoning major's practice grounds are filled with students collapsed on the ground, some tied up, others vomiting from exhaustion. On the other side, Leo strolls calmly with one hand in his pocket, completely at ease. His eyes fall on a nearby bush bearing large yellow fruits, and he reaches out to pluck one. As he does, a small feather floats down and lands softly on the fruit. Zia descends from her griffin and asks if something is wrong, addressing him as young Master Leo. He brushes the feather off the fruit and replies that it is of concern. He offers the fruit to his griffin, who begins to eat as Yura calls out, telling the students to stop dawdling and gather immediately. The students assemble before her, still panting and weary. Yura announces that from this point forward, they will begin a practical exam. One student, wide-eyed, exclaims disbelief that a practical exam is being held on the very first day. Another student, barely standing, protests that it is still the exploratory period, questioning the timing. Yura responds that, unlike the other two majors, the path of summoning stretches far beyond and asks if anyone truly does not understand that. She explains that in summoning, mere control over mana is never sufficient. She explains that forming a contract with a spirit requires spirit affinity and commanding summons demands a strong taming ability. She states that this is why the number of summoner heroes remains significantly lower than that of the other two hero classes. However, she adds that the summoners who do succeed often achieve far more than others. She asks if they have not all come here with the desire to become that kind of hero. The students respond in unison, affirming that they have. Eliza Hergen, heir to the renowned summoner hero family from the Northern Hergen bloodline, steps forward with confidence. She asks what kind of exam they will be taking. Yura turns to her and explains that this island is called the Island of Summons. She continues, saying the name reflects its nature. It is filled with summons of all kinds. Since a summon serves as a weapon to a summoner, she says their taming ability will now be tested. She describes the exam as simple. Tame a summon from within the forest and return with it. She adds that once the summon is successfully tamed and contracted, it will belong to the student from that moment forward. The students grow visibly excited as the challenge sets in. They break into a run, heading straight into the forest with enthusiasm. Yura smiles and remarks that such eagerness is exactly what one expects from Lumine Academy. Meanwhile, Eliza addresses Leo as the freshman representative. Leo turns his head in response to the voice, acknowledging her presence. She mentions that rumors of his victory over Durin have already spread and asks if she should look forward to seeing him in the summoner class as well, adjusting her curly hair with a smile. Zia, standing beside Walden Titan, looks surprised upon hearing this revelation. Leo begins to walk away and replies modestly that he is simply doing the best he can. Yura, overhearing the exchange, silently reflects that these individuals may become the core members of the first-year class. Later, deeper within the forest, several students are seen taming small creatures such as deer and squirrels. Leo walks past them, continuing further into the dense, unexplored parts of the forest. A student notices him and points out that the freshman representative is heading deeper into the woods. Another student questions whether he is going too far and is clearly concerned. One student shrugs and says to leave him be. If he fails to tame a summon and earns a score of 0, he will likely return to the Night Major. He adds with skepticism that perhaps Leo thinks summoning is something that comes easily. After a while, in a quiet clearing, Leo stops, reaches into his inner pocket, and pulls out the feather he had earlier found on the fruit. He summons Phoenix Flames, which swirl around the feather as it ignites and slowly turns to ash. He laughs softly and remarks that it is exactly as he suspected. Suddenly, a powerful burst of radiant energy erupts behind him, causing him to spin around in shock. Meanwhile, near a tranquil lake, eggs and meat sizzle in a pan as a cozy camp is set up. Riane, seated nearby, wonders aloud if Leo is doing fine. Dade sets down a plate and remarks that it is only Leo's first day at the academy. He slides a coffee mug toward her and teases her gently, asking if she is already worried. She offers a faint smile and replies that nothing serious could possibly happen, right? Elsewhere, Leo stands frozen as towering flames roar before him, forcing him to shield his face from the heat. Stunned, he exclaims that this overwhelming fire can only belong to one of the 3 great summons, a phoenix. Just then, Farina, the phoenix, one of the 3 great mystical summons, emerges from the flames before Leo, her body cloaked in radiant fire. She gazes at him and remarks that he must be a child of Zerdinger, saying she sensed Riane's flame. Leo looks stunned and asks if she knows his mother. Farina replies that she was not entirely wrong back then. She observes that if Rihanna had a child, he would be around Leo's age and confirms that, yes, she knows her well. She reveals that she owes Rihanna a great debt and introduces herself as Farina of Riane. Leo respectfully greets her, stating his name is Leo Plove, and asks about her connection to his mother, referencing the debt she mentioned. Farina explains that Rihanna once saved the life of her summoner, Ellen Lunda. Leo's eyes widen in shock as he thinks to himself, Ellen Lunda, the hero. He recalls that Ellen was clearing a dungeon in Saren, where she lost all her comrades and nearly lost her own life. Farina's voice carries into a memory where Ellen collapses in despair, and Rihanna appears before her. She says that during the rescue, Rihanna sacrificed her own blazing aura to save Ellen's life. Farina adds that if not for that moment, Rihanna surely would have ascended to the seat of the heroes. Leo responds that his mother once told him she never regretted her decision that day. Farina laughs warmly and says yes, Rihanna was always that kind of knight. Leo gazes at her intently and asks why she is in Lumine. She replies that she cannot reveal the reason, then asks him if he is not a knight and why he is on this island. He answers that he, too, is attending summoning classes. She is taken aback and exclaims in surprise. Peering deeper into his eyes, she laughs, declaring it fate. This is fun, Leo Plove. She says that, at last, a debt owed to his mother can be repaid. She tells him to extend his hand and receive what is offered. A flame forms in his palm, shifting and coalescing into a golden egg. She explains that this is her child. She says that one day when he becomes a great summoner, she hopes he will form a contract with it. She adds that the summoner originally chose to receive it and will have to face disappointment. Leo asks whether the contract can be made now. She reacts with alarm and demands what he means. Her expression shifts to horror as she sees what he intends, urging him to stop. It is too early, Leo, he could lose his life. She sees flames surging across his back and gasps, and it may already be too late. His fearless resolve to challenge the impossible reminds her of Rihanna. As golden light radiates from the egg, she watches silently. With a solemn voice, she wishes him luck. After some time, Leo opens his eyes within the realm of his mind and finds himself suspended in the air. He notices a flame hovering before him and slowly reaches out his hand toward it. Before his fingers can make contact, the flame transforms into a massive whirlwind that engulfs everything around. He is struck with shock as the fire rushes toward him, realizing the searing heat makes it nearly impossible to breathe. This is the Phoenix Flame. As he sees his hands begin to burn, he understands that by igniting their bodies to produce immense power, Phoenixes endure this pain endlessly. He recognizes them as beings who regenerate their burning flesh for eternity. He thinks he can now comprehend her suffering and chooses to share in that pain. Closing his eyes, he concentrates in silence. He remains motionless, clutching the golden egg in his hands, as cracks begin to form across its surface. Opening his eyes, he sees the egg rising into the air, with flames bursting from its fractures. He returns to consciousness, gasping and drained, as Phoenix Farina appears and asks whether he has succeeded. Wiping sweat from his chin, he quietly responds that he has. She lets out a laugh and calls him a genius, Leo, destined to become the world's greatest summoner. Leo watches the egg, now glowing with golden light, just as its shell shatters in a radiant flash. With warmth in her voice, she congratulates Leo on completing his contract. She transforms into human form, holding the baby phoenix, Flora, one of the 3 mystical summons, and says the child's name is Fiora. She smiles gently and says she entrusts her child to him. Leo wonders silently if this truly is a phoenix. It looks more like a chick. Fiora tilts her head and lets out a soft chirp. He thinks again, it really is just a chick. Meanwhile, Yura notices a student tamer nearby and exclaims that the Bana wombat is adorable. She casually asks Carlo what time remains. He replies that there are 5 minutes left. She comments that only 4 candidates are left, then suddenly freezes as the ground begins to tremble. She looks ahead and sees a bear charging in their direction. Zia rides atop the bear and calls out, asking the professor if she is still within time. The professor laughs and says taming an aqua bear cub as a prospective knight is indeed impressive. Just then, Zia stops and looks up, stunned, as a massive shadow passes overhead. Walden lands nearby, gripping the leg of a large crow as he touches down. Yura identifies it as a shadow crow, a summon even renowned summoner families struggle to tame. He states he has not yet made a contract with it. She replies that what he has accomplished is already more than enough. At that moment, Eliza arrives, calmly seated atop the head of a giant serpent, shocking the other students. She remarks that she decided to go ahead and form a contract since their family lacks one. Yura observes the serpent and remarks that the Gorgon snake is excellent. At that moment, Carlo informs the professor that the time is up and notes that the last student is arriving. Leo emerges from the forest, walking calmly, while Fiora perches gracefully atop his head. The students burst into laughter, pointing at him with mocking amusement. One of them asks what the creature is and whether he has tamed a chicken. Another student suggests that Leo must have abandoned his summoning attempt after realizing his own incompetence. Yura, startled, catches sight of Fiora and is struck with disbelief, recognizing that the creature on Leo's head is a phoenix. The scene transitions to the academy as Leo straightens his tie and knocks on the door. From inside, Yura tells him to come in. Leo enters, saying he heard she had been looking for him. She leans against a table, holding a sheet of paper, and invites him to take a seat. As Leo steps forward toward the chair, Yura mentions it was the first time she had ever seen a baby phoenix. She admits that, in fact, she had no idea a phoenix existed on the Summoner's Island. Leo is visibly taken aback by this revelation. Placing her hands firmly on the table, she remarks that a freshman contracting with a phoenix is unheard of in the Academy's history. Leo shifts uncomfortably. Her tone hardens, her gaze sharpens, and she grips the arms of his chair as she declares that she knows what he truly is, Mr. Plove. Leo holds his breath, startled. She swiftly embraces him, calling him a summoning prodigy, an unmatched genius. She expresses her admiration for his achievement, but insists the Phoenix contract must remain a secret for now. She warns that if the truth is revealed, it will stir unwanted attention. Leo looks at her in astonishment. She places a reassuring hand on his shoulder and tells him to choose summoning as his primary major once the exploratory classes conclude. With a warm smile, she declares that he possesses the potential to become a legendary summoning hero. Moments later, Chloe walks down the hallway, clutching a book and letting out a tired yawn. Car passes by and notices her with amusement, teasing that her mouth might tear from yawning so wide. She laughs and explains she stayed up late reading magic texts. Leo slides his hand into his pocket and confirms her name, Chloe Mueller. He returns her student ID, holding it out to her politely. Chloe recalls bumping into him on the street and dropping her belongings. Surprised, she realizes it is him and thanks the freshman representative. Chloe walks beside Leo as they enter the classroom, remarking that it seems he is also attending magic classes. Leo responds that since they are still in the exploratory phase, he intends to experience as many classes as possible. Chloe finds his enthusiasm impressive, admitting that her sole interest lies in magic, so she only attends magic-related classes. Carr leans toward Leo and introduces Chloe as the ice woman aiming for the top of the magic division, Chloe Mueller. Carr stands up and questions whether the room has become too cold. He announces that he might move to the back, but a towering wall of ice abruptly rises before him. Chloe slams her hand on the table and orders Carr to follow her to the front seats. Grabbing him by the collar, she begins dragging him forward, stating that if he's curious about the class, she will make sure he participates. Leo watches with a slight smile as Carr is pulled away. At that moment, Chelsea calls out to Leo, and he turns around, startled by her voice. The Llewellyn siblings sit nearby, waving in his direction with cheerful expressions. Suddenly, the classroom door opens as Professor Len Hors enters, greeting all the students attending the magic course. The students react with excitement at his presence. He introduces himself as Len Hors, the first-year professor of the magic division, and states that he will be teaching them for the year. He slaps his hand on a bundle of papers and announces that, before beginning today's exploratory class, there will be a test. With a snap of his fingers, the sheets are scattered throughout the classroom by magic, landing perfectly on each student's desk. The students are visibly shocked as the papers appear before them. Len declares that they will take an exam on magic theory. Leo picks up the test sheet, stunned, and questions whether a test is really being given on the first day of the exploratory period. Len confirms it, explaining that any student who fails to meet the required standard will not be allowed to attend his classes. With another spell, an hourglass is conjured into the air as Len gestures toward it, asserting that for Lumine students, this level should be the baseline. He instructs that after completing the test, each student must submit it to his assistant, Anna. Sitting to the side, Anna raises her hand and politely reminds the class to hand their completed exams to her. On the other side of the room, Leo trembles while staring at the paper, questioning why the formula appears so unnecessarily complex, if this reflects current magic standards. The rest of the students begin their exams, and time passes quickly as the sand drains through the hourglass. Later, one student commented that the test was easier than expected. Another asks what the answer to the last question was, admitting that they managed everything except that one. Meanwhile, Leo stares at his paper in confusion, realizing he has solved only one question. He walks over to Anna to submit his exam. Silently regretting not studying modern magic more thoroughly before arriving, she smiles, extends her hand to take the paper, and gently says well done. He opens the classroom door quietly, stepping out as he reflects that he must begin studying magic on his own. Meanwhile, the exam time ends, and Len addresses the class, explaining that over the past 100 years, magic has evolved significantly. What once required deep understanding can now be activated through mere memorization. Tapping a stack of exam papers, he adds that this progress has, unfortunately, lowered the overall standard of modern magicians. The students are stunned as they receive and review their results. Raising his hand, Len conjures a soft glow that forms into a magical circle resembling a constellation. The students gasped in amazement, their eyes fixed on the intricate spell suspended in the air. He explains that this formation represents the essence of magic, which he developed entirely on his own, from conclusion to origin. With a snap of his fingers, glowing spell words of a lightning incantation scatter around the room. He expresses his hope that each of them will one day become a magician capable of researching and crafting original spells. Closing his fist, he emphasizes that this is the reason behind giving them this particular test. He reveals that the exam consists of 49 questions, each worth 1 point and based on simple memorization. The final question, however, is worth 51 points and challenges the students to analyze the true nature of magic itself. He ends by saying that he hopes everyone present will grow into a magician who can one day answer that question. Chelsea holds her test paper and quietly remarks that it makes sense. That was the only question she couldn't solve. She shifts her gaze toward Leo's empty seat, wondering if he gave up, and regrets not being able to attend magic classes alongside him. Anna approaches Professor Len and whispers something into his ear. He reacts with surprise as she informs him that a student has solved the 50th question. With a burst of laughter, he eagerly asks where this student is. He turns to the class and announces that among them is someone who, for the first time in history, has achieved a perfect score. With a proud smile, he invites the student to stand, asking who it is. Anna calmly corrects him, stating that it was not a perfect score. Perplexed, he asks again and assumes a few questions were missed due to the time spent on the final one, calling it unfortunate yet admirable. But Anna clarifies that it is not that he only solved the last question. Len is visibly stunned by the revelation and begins scanning the classroom, urgently asking for the student's name. Anna answers that the student is Leo Plove. Len calls out to him, asking student Leo Plove to please stand up. Chloe looks around and asks Carr where Leo is. Carr replies that Leo doesn't seem to be present in the room. The students begin whispering among themselves, curious and confused. Chelsea raises her hand and informs the professor that student Leo left after submitting his test. Len, visibly stunned, notices Leo's answer sheet still resting on the desk where he had been seated. He examines it closely and realizes that Leo has earned a perfect score of 51 by solving only one question. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Celia leans back, laughing, holding her head in disbelief. She comments that Leo walked out after solving just one question. She adds that, first, he was a clueless chick in summoning class, and now, after solving only one question in magic class, surely he must know something's not right. She remarks that if he's majoring in knighthood, he should be focusing on swordsmanship instead. Leo, enjoying his ice cream, casually asks if she would like to join him for some stamina training. Celia awkwardly replies that it might be a bit much. At that moment, Professor Len suddenly appears behind Leo's chair and comments that now he understands, so Leo is a knight major. Leo quickly turns around as Professor Len asks if he is Leo Plove, the one who appears to have mocked his class. With a fierce look in his eyes, Len demands to know why Leo left after answering only one question, asking if the others were so easy that they didn't deserve his attention. Leo immediately stands before him and respectfully explains that there seems to be a misunderstanding. He believes he has failed the test. Len reacts with surprise and asks what he means. Leo replies that every question except the last one was too difficult for him, so he couldn't solve any of them. Stunned by the answer, Len asks what kind of material Leo has been studying. Leo admits that he has been studying magic on his own, using old magic books, which left him unfamiliar with modern theories. Without warning, Professor Len grabs Leo and lifts him into the air like a prized puppy, while Leo dangles awkwardly in his arms. He sets him down, eyes gleaming with excitement, and instructs him to follow for a moment. Professor Len begins dragging Leo away without offering any explanation. Celia, still seated and puzzled, holds her ice cream glass and wonders if that eccentric man was truly Lumine Academy's professor of magical theory. At that moment, Anna arrives breathless, asking Celia if she has seen Professor Len or noticed anything strange. Celia responds that he was just there moments ago, but suddenly grabbed Leo and left without warning. Anna clenches her teeth and dashes off, thinking to herself that the madman is up to something again. Meanwhile, Professor Len leads Leo into a private study room, where a chalkboard is filled with complex, unsolved magical equations. With eyes gleaming, Len points excitedly at the board and instructs student Leo to solve the problems. Leo walks up to the board, chalk in hand, ready to begin solving. Professor Len silently watches, wondering if Leo's success on the final exam question was pure luck or if he truly possesses a developed magical system of his own. A subtle smile forms on Len's face as he thinks that it's time to find out the truth. Moments later, Leo turns around and calmly announces that he has solved all of the problems. As Professor Len checks the board, sweat begins to bead on his forehead, and he asks if Leo truly solved all the questions mentally. Leo responds with quiet confidence, saying yes. Len's eyes shine with disbelief and joy, and a few trails of drool escape from his mouth as he whispers the word finally. Meanwhile, Albai walks through the hallway with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm and unbothered. Suddenly, Professor Len comes sprinting toward him, his coat flapping wildly with each frantic step. His excitement intensifies the moment he spots Albai, and without hesitation, he throws himself forward and clings to Albai's leg. Clutching tightly, he exclaims his gratitude, thanking Professor Albai profusely. Albai, unfazed, uses a burst of lightning magic to lift Len into the air, holding him upside down. He remarks that while it isn't the first time he's seen Len act like this, today, he's truly gone too far. Dangling in midair, Len cries out that Leo Plove, the student Albai recommended as the freshman representative, is a magical genius. Albai frowns in confusion, asking if Len is talking about magic since Leo is supposed to be a knight. Len screams with passion that Leo must become a sorcerer, and his talent must not be wasted swinging around metal sticks. At that moment, Anna arrives, rushing to the scene just in time to catch Len before he hits the ground. Len continues, shouting that assigning Leo to the Knight Division is an insult to the entire field of sorcery. Albai simply tells her to take him away, clearly done with the conversation. Len thanks her with dramatic flair, while Anna laughs and says they really must return to class, secretly thinking that she is going to kill this lunatic one day. Just then, Albai catches sight of Leo casually strolling down the hallway in their direction. He turns back with a small smile, watching as Leo approaches without a care. As he starts walking away, he thinks that sorcerers haven't changed at all over the years. They're all still complete lunatics. The scene shifts to 1 week later, marking the end of the temporary classes, as Leo lies on the rooftop holding a book titled Kyle, the hero of the beginning, really a fraud. With a quiet snap, he closes the book and strolls toward the edge of the roof. He gazes down at the growing commotion below, where professors rush across the training grounds in a frenzy. The scene transitions into a flashback, where all the professors gather solemnly in front of Principal Kalyan. Professor Ain holds up a document, and his voice is strained as he says the contents are unbelievable. He displays the application form with Leo Plove's name, listing him as a first-year, undecided class in Semester 1, majoring in knights, sorcery, and summoning, all departments. Professors Yura and Len immediately argue that Leo must be placed in their respective departments. Ain points again at the application and insists that Leo must be assigned to the knights, then corrects himself, saying that's not his point. He emphasizes that this situation is unprecedented in the Hero Military Academy, and that Leo must commit to a single major. Principal Kalyan chuckles thoughtfully, resting his hand against his chin, and says Leo will choose, but the situation reminds him of a legendary hero. The professors stare at him in surprise, asking what he means. Placing both hands on the desk, Kalyan rises slowly and speaks the name of the fifth great hero. He declares it is none other than Kyle, the hero of the beginning. As he gazes out the window, he adds that Kyle remains the only person in history to master all classes. The scene shifts to the academy track, where Celia and Chelsea run side by side, their expressions weary and drenched in sweat. Nearby, Carr stands next to Leo, puzzled, and asks why they are training even on the weekend. Leaning casually against a tree, Leo explains that Chelsea asked him to help with her training. Carr's eyes widen in disbelief, and he asks why they are only running. Where are their weapons? Leo calmly replies that there is something more important than weapons in combat. Celia, panting heavily, struggles to keep pace and says that what they are building is stamina. Chelsea, equally breathless, adds that stamina is the most crucial attribute for a battle mage, and that is why they are jogging. She tells Carr to move aside. Later, she plops onto the ground with exhaustion and shoves Carr out of her way with a tired grin. Leo offers a bottle of water to Celia, who stands in front of him, trying to catch her breath. Chelsea lets out a carefree laugh, saying how much she has missed weekend jogs, and it really feels nice. She smiles warmly and says she wants to run with Leo, too. Leo looks at her and asks with curiosity if she truly means it. Hearing this, Celia spits out her water in shock, unable to contain her reaction. Chelsea cringes and snaps that it's disgusting, asking what is wrong with her. Leo smirked and said he was already planning to run with Chelsea. After all, training must be done properly. Celia crosses her arms and declares again that she has no intention of running with him. Carr narrows his eyes and asks what is really going on between Leo and Celia, saying they seem unusually close. He admits that, at first, he thought the two of them were dating. Celia quickly corrects him, saying Leo is her cousin, her paternal aunt's son. Carr and Chelsea freeze in shock as they process the revelation. Chelsea slowly asks if he is a member of the Zerdinger family. Celia looks away and says it is not exactly like that. There are some complicated family circumstances, but she brushes it off. Leo straightens up and asks if they should now start the training for real. Chelsea leaps with excitement and exclaims that she is ready to go. Carr waves them off and says he will take the chance to explore Lemuria City. Celia quickly calls out to Carr, asking him to take her with him. But Leo grabs the back of her shirt and begins dragging her along behind him. Carr watches the chaotic scene with a smile and wonders aloud why there are no dignified nobles in his life. The scene shifts to class assignment day, where students gather outside the classroom building in anticipation. Leo steps into class 5, scanning the room. Inside, Carr waves eagerly and shouts for Leo to come over. Leo approaches and asks if Carr already knew he was placed in class 5. Carr laughs confidently and says there is nothing that escapes his knowledge. Leo glances at Chelsea, who appears completely drained, her head resting on the desk in exhaustion. He comments that Chelsea is here as well. Even in her sleep, Chelsea softly murmurs Leo's name under her breath. Carr jolts and asks what kind of training Leo put her through over the weekend. Leo calmly replies that it was just the basics. Suddenly, a mocking voice cuts through the air as a student sneers that this must be class 5, the class of anguish. Another student joins in, wondering how many will actually survive the first semester. They both laugh cruelly and offer their condolences to the supposed unfortunate. Without warning, a stern voice interrupts, and Professor Herod Edmund appears behind them. He asks with icy calm if they just called the class pitiful. Professor Edmund, the homeroom instructor for classes 1 through 5, stares down at them coldly. He declares that, in his eyes, they too are far more pitiful than anyone here. The mocking students freeze as they slowly turn to face his piercing gaze. With an intimidating glare, he asks if they would agree with him. He commands the chair. The students bow down, place their hands on the ground, and reply affirmatively. He walks forward, sits upon them, and greets them as worthless dregs. He declares this to be the class for failures who ranked lowest among the incoming students. He mentions that he is certain they have already heard the rumors about him. He refers to himself as the Wailing Wall and asks if anyone knows why he chose to be the homeroom teacher for this class. The students exchange confused glances. Carr raises his hand and suggests it might be to help them improve their grades. He responds, addressing Carr Thomas, calling it a typical answer from someone who ranked dead last. He asks if no one in this inferior class understands the duty of a Lumine Academy student. Chelsea raises her hand and answers that it is to capture the hero's world through practice missions. He confirms Chelsea's answer, but laments that all he sees are faces destined to die immediately upon entering the hero's world. The students react with shock to this declaration. He states that it would be better to expel these pathetic beings who would only drag their comrades down by dying prematurely. He explains this is why he has taken charge of Class 5 and why he is known as the Wailing Wall. He is startled upon seeing Leo seated in the classroom and thinks to himself that this one might actually survive. He instructs everyone to change into their exercise clothes and proceed to the drilling grounds. He announces the beginning of the combat studies class. After a short while, all students are assembled on the training field as Professor Herod sets up an umbrella and chair. He relaxes into the chair with juice in hand and declares the start of a class designed to reform the rotten mindsets they have developed since entering Lumine Academy. He asks what they believe will save them in real life, where lives are lost in an instant. Nella Carvin, a Knight Major, raises her voice and suggests it would be her comrade who stands by her side. He responds that the answer is no, it is her own ability. He explains that only when one's skill is honed to shine through every kind of danger can one truly begin to protect others, and he questions whether she is confident in her ability to do so. Ileana Layden, a magical knight, raises her hand and affirms her confidence, addressing him as Professor Herod. He challenges her by suggesting they evaluate her capabilities as a magical knight and commands her to create a fireball. She begins channeling her power, forming a fireball in her hand. He questions if that is all she can manage and remarks that with such a fireball, he doubts she could even kill an ant. She increases the power of the fireball and asks if more mana can be injected into it. She creates 2 large fireballs that spread intense flames across the area and asks for his opinion. He observes that not only has she created 2 fireballs, but she has also doubled their size, and he remarks on how impressive it is. He gestures to the side and suggests that she try hitting a small target with her extraordinary fireball. A magical orb is summoned, and from it, a fairy emerges. The fairy leaps toward Eliana and gently pats her nose. Frustrated, Eliana hurls the fireballs in retaliation, aiming to strike. The fairy swiftly dodges, counters her attack mid-air, and returns to Herod's side. Herod questions the value of doubling the fireballs if none can land a hit and asks if she now understands what they all lack, the ability to use their skills effectively. He declares that their abilities must be sharpened and their limits broken, and reminds them of what they have already been told. He smiles and announces that the class will not end until each student captures their sylph, urging them to unleash everything they possess as descendants of Lumine. Leo reflects that although the words may sound harsh, they carry undeniable truth, and he decides to give it a try himself. Leo steps forward while Herod turns to observe him and says, "Let's see, Leo Plove." He wonders aloud whether Leo is another empty promise like the fictional hero Kyle, or the first genuine all-class to ever be born. Meanwhile, the other students attempt to battle Herod's fairy, but every attack is swiftly countered. On the other side, Leo gathers his power and leaps into action. Chelsea watches in shock and wonders aloud how the fairy can move so fast. Carr, visibly exhausted, questions how anyone is supposed to catch her. Leo dashes forward, using mana steps to propel himself through the air. He spots the fairy and reaches out to grab her, but she notices and swiftly dodges to the side. Leo activates his dark red flames on the other hand and launches them toward her feet in an attempt to trap her. At that moment, Durin appears at lightning speed and captures the fairy with a clean grip. He lands on the ground with precision, and Leo descends shortly after. Durin locks eyes with Leo in a silent challenge. Just then, Sejin, the homeroom professor of Lumine Academy's Class 1-1 and runner-up in the graduating class vote, arrives, clapping. Sejin remarks that it appears Class 1 should teach him a lesson or two. Resting comfortably in his chair with a drink in hand, Professor Herod, who holds first place in the graduating class vote, responds with amusement and asks if Sejin intends to teach the class in his place. Sejin reacts with visible irritation. On the other side, Carr watches and asks if this is the clash between the two pillars of Lumine Academy. Leo turns to him and questions the term pillars. Carr explains that the two professors have served at Lumine Academy for over 20 years, and from what he has heard, Professors Ain, Yura, and Len were once their apprentices. Neller reacts with surprise and asks how he knows such details. Carr grins and replies that he is always quick with information, then laughs confidently. Chelsea stands beside him, clearly irritated by his smug attitude. Meanwhile, Professor Sejin laughs and comments that although he does not yet know what Herod was scheming when he chose to lead the failing class, he intends to find out soon. Sejin pulls out a glowing ball with a smile and announces his request for a competition between Class 1 and Class 5. He proposes Lumine's historic ball sport, Bastara, as the event for the match. Professor Herod rises from his chair and remarks that, as expected, Sejin is a genius. He shakes Sejin's hand firmly and states that true learning comes only through direct experience. Professor Sejin responds that Class 1 will most likely win the match. Herod sits back down and says the outcome is irrelevant, granting Sejin permission to continue teaching the class. Sejin silently wonders how he keeps losing the graduating class vote to this man. The students standing behind him are taken aback, and one of them thinks that, for some reason, Professor Sejin appears pitiful. Without another word, Sejin turns and begins to leave the area with Durin by his side. Herod calls out to Class 5 and announces that he is giving them all a chance to practice their skills in a real setting, a Bastara match against Class 1. With a serious expression, he declares that if they lose the match, every one of them will be expelled. The students hear this news with shock. Nella questions if he truly means it and points out that it is only their first class today. Ileana reminds them that Class 1 has 3 captains, of which he is well aware. Herod urges them to try even harder and to surpass their limits. He reassures them, asking what they should worry about when the freshman representative is already in their class. He instructs Leo to select 6 representatives who will accompany him to Bastara. Leo stares intently, suspecting this is a deliberate test. He reflects that Professor Herod's gaze is not one of dislike. He observes that some students have already lost their spirit after merely a week at Lumine Academy, and it is easy to understand why. Leo concludes that Professor Herod likely expects him to lead the students of Class 5, who are already acting defeated. As Professor Sejin grips his magical staff and begins casting a spell to prepare the battlefield for the match, Leo thinks to himself that there must be a breakthrough in this Bastara match, some way to lift Class 5's morale. After a short while, students from Class 1 and Class 5 of Lumine Academy stand face to face. As Leo notices fear on Carr and Chelsea's faces, he asks why they all seem so frightened. Chelsea explains that he might not have heard of Bastara before since he is from the outskirts. She adds that Bastra is not just a sport. It is a combat tradition deeply rooted in Lumine's history. Leo wonders if it is simply a ball game. Carr clarifies that it is far more than that. It is a ball game, yes, but a highly dangerous one. Celia calls out to Chelsea and asks why she appears so afraid. With a mocking laugh, she asks if Chelsea has already accepted her inevitable defeat. Chelsea snaps back, demanding who is calling her scared. She definitely asks if Celia truly believes she would lose to a Zerdinger. With a calm smile, Leo places his hands on Carr and Chelsea's shoulders and reassures them that their class will not lose. Celia points toward him, declaring that he, too, will face her. She vows to reveal the results of her special training and promises that this time, she will not lose to Leo Plove. Moments later, Professor Sejin announces that the participants from each class must now proceed to the arena. Leo turns and asks who will join him. Without hesitation, Chelsea steps forward, declaring that she absolutely must put those others in their place. Eliana steps forward beside Chelsea and declares that if losing means expulsion, then she will win even out of sheer spite. She is determined to show Professor Herod what she is truly capable of. Tide and Nella also step forward. Leo turns to Carr and reminds him that the last spot belongs to him. He asks why he hesitates. Leo addresses Professor Sejin and states that Class 5 is ready. He nods in approval and begins to toss the ball. Students from both classes take their positions, their eyes fixed on the ball, bodies tense with anticipation. With a commanding voice, Sejin throws the ball and announces that the game begins now. Leo and Duran leap simultaneously to seize the ball, but Duran catches it mid-air and lands firmly on the ground. He declares that Class 1 takes the first move. Leo lands near Tide Markoa and asks him to briefly explain the rules. Tide responds that the rules of Bastra are simpler than expected, infusing the ball with aura and launching it into the goal without using hands or feet. The first team to score 2 points wins. Suddenly, a student alerts them to incoming danger. Duran charges aura into his hand. Carr steps forward to block, bracing for impact. With full force, Duran punches the ball. Leo sees it racing toward him at high speed and narrowly leaps aside. The ball hurtles into the goal. Carr stares in shock at the sheer speed of the strike. Class 1 erupts in cheers, calling out Duran Moira's name in celebration. Class 5 hangs their heads, a wave of embarrassment washing over them. Tide stares in shock and mutters that it seems Professor Herod is planning to have them all expelled. Leo quickly asks how possession of the ball can be gained. Tide replies that there are 3 ways. He explains the first, when the ball goes out of bounds during the opponent's turn. The second is when the ball is caught. Before he can explain the third, Nella screams, warning them to dodge. Leo and Tide turn and, startled, see the ball slam into Eliana, who is thrown with force by Celia. Celia laughs and mocks them, asking what they are whispering about over there. She taunts them, saying they should be focusing on the match instead. Tide sits to the ground, holding Eliana gently in his lap. He states that direct attacks or blocks against opposing players are not allowed. He adds that what just happened was the third way to gain possession when a team member is incapacitated after being struck by the ball. He clarifies that the only legal way to attack is with the ball itself. Leo picks up the ball and thanks him for the explanation. He declares that now, it is their turn. The scoreboard updates to display the status, Ileana Layden, incapacitated. Meanwhile, Professor Sejin stands silently beside Professor Herod, watching the match unfold. He reflects that teams with players who wield the highly destructive fire attribute hold an overwhelming advantage in Bastra. He watches Celia and remarks that among the human noble houses, the flames of House Zerdinger remain the most powerful of all. His gaze shifts to Professor Herod, who yawns. He reflects that Herod still accepted the challenge, even knowing Celia Zerdinger was in their class. He cannot understand what Herod is planning, but he knows it will be incredibly difficult for Class 5 to win. Turning toward him with an irritated expression, he asks why and insists on talking like a normal person. Herod calmly calls out to Sejin and asks if he remembers his first pupil, the one from House Zerdinger. Sejin responds that, of course, he remembers. How could he ever forget that she was the Empress of Bastra? Herod then reveals that the child of that very Empress is currently in Class 5. Sejin is shocked at the revelation. On the other side of the arena, one student mutters that it's all over now. Another student questions how they even managed to get into Lumine Academy. Celia, observing the scene, smirks and remarks that if it ends this easily, then it seems they have finally made up their mind. Leo charges his body with a flame aura, gripping the ball tightly. A student nearby shouts a warning, and it's coming, be careful. With full force, Leo hurls the ball toward the goal ring. It crashes into the wall with a bang impact. Chloe knees down, eyes locked on Leo as she declares that as long as she is present, scoring will remain impossible. Leo leans toward her and replies possible. That's what she means. He declares that he can score and notices the hole left in the wall. Without hesitation, he punches the wall to dislodge the ball. Chloe watches in disbelief. Professor Sejin is equally stunned, thinking to himself that Leo's combat instincts are nothing short of extraordinary. Cheers erupt from Class 5 as the students rally behind Leo Plove, their voices full of renewed hope. A faint smile forms on Professor Sejin's lips as he remarks inwardly that now, the real game begins. Celia responds by striking the ball with her full strength. Carr drops to the knees in defense, and the shot makes it through, another goal. The scoreboard updates, 5-4. Chelsea throws the ball into play. Time passes. The score shifts again, 6-7, as Tide is struck by the ball. Moments later, another student is hit. The score tightens, 10-9. Duran grips the ball, channeling a lightning aura into his hand. He launches it with raw power. Carr reacts just in time. He leaps high, catches the ball mid-air, and lands hard. He gasps that his mana is nearly depleted, but he entrusts the rest to Leo. He tosses the ball down as Ileana and Chelsea rush to help him walk, supporting him between them. Ileana praises him softly, saying he did well. A student glances at the scoreboard and whispers that the score is tied, 10-10, match point. But the tension rises. He notes that the opposing team still has their 3 top players, while Class 5 has only Leo remaining. The odds could not be more against them. Leo stands holding the ball as Chloe admits she might have failed the magic theory exam, but this time she refuses to lose and prepares to counter. Leo kneels on the floor, aiming carefully while Duran, Chloe, and Celia position themselves in front to block him. Celia urges him to come. Leo channels his power and charges forward. They are shocked by his speed, unable to believe how fast he moves. Leo creates illusions of multiple copies of himself, darting swiftly past them. Celia gasps, realizing he isn't planning to attack. His sole focus is on scoring. Chloe narrows her eyes, recognizing how superficial an illusion spell is. Where is the real Leo? She sharpens her concentration to locate him. Suddenly, she drops to her knees, startled by the magic of the stars, as Leo launches the ball into the goal ring. She wonders how a human can wield elven magic. A student announces Class 5 as the winner. The crowd erupts in cheers for Leo. Class 5 students embrace each other tightly, relieved. One says they're glad they won't be expelled. Another confesses he feared being sent straight home. Professor Sejin overhears and questions what expulsion means. Professor Herod suggests it might be better called motivation. Duran, Celia, and Chloe are left feeling gloomy. Professor Sejin holds his head and walks toward them. He extends a hand toward Chloe, asking if she feels frustrated by the loss. Chloe is taken aback to see him. He reminds her that once the match ends, regardless of the outcome, respect must be shown to the opponent. He gently takes her hand to help her stand, acknowledging that everyone worked together to secure Class 1's performance. He commends both those who cheered from the sidelines and those who gave everything in the arena. He declares that for this reason, they must hold their ground and take pride in what they've accomplished. The students are uplifted by his words. Just then, Professor Herod bursts into laughter, calling him a sore loser and telling him to come and wrap things up. Professor Sejin responds calmly, stating that both classes have performed admirably. Class 1 has demonstrated talent and capability, while Class 5 has refused to give up, giving their all despite the obstacles. He adds that they have come to understand their limits and have succeeded in overcoming the challenge. He expresses hope that all of them will continue to work together in harmony and compete with mutual respect. He instructs everyone to shake hands. The students of Class 1 and Class 5 respond, and handshakes are exchanged. Celia turns to Chelsea and remarks that she lasted longer than expected. She had assumed she would lose early on. Chelsea laughs, saying that's exactly what she was about to say. Celia was so resilient that she almost mistook her for a squid. Carr joins in with a laugh, shaking hands with Duran and acknowledging that they've claimed victory this time. Chloe stands silently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Leo extends his hand toward her, offering a simple compliment, and it is incredible. He adds that with a bit more experience, she is surely going to become someone extraordinary. Chloe asks if he is mocking her. She stares at him intently, thinking to herself that one day, she will absolutely surpass him. She accepts his hand and shakes it firmly. The scene transitions to 1 month later. Leo, Chelsea, and Carr sit together in the cafeteria. Carr casually asks what clubs they are planning to join. Leo responds that he is considering starting a club of his own. In disbelief, Carr chokes and spits out his food, exclaiming over the idea of forming a club. Chelsea scolds him to eat with better manners. She turns to Leo and says that if he is going to create a club, she wants to be a part of it. He asks what kind of club it is supposed to be. Leo responds that it is called the Hero Research Society. Both Chelsea and Carr are taken aback, repeating the name in disbelief, the Hero Research Society. Leo explains that he wants to investigate more about the forgotten hero, especially the hero of the beginning, Kyle. He adds that Kyle is not truly forgotten, though he is considered fictional. Carr comments with a sigh that it sounds like no one is going to join Leo's club. Chelsea pauses, thinking to herself, does this mean she might end up alone with Leo? She raises her hand, saying she wants to join. Meanwhile, a student points outside and shouts with excitement that they are back. Carr immediately stands up and rushes to the window, exclaiming that it's today. Chelsea turns to ask what he means. They all move together to look outside. As Carr explains, it is the day the fifth-year students return after clearing a hero dungeon. The narrator explains that fragments of the hero record, scattered across the world, occasionally spiral out of control and manifest as dungeons. These are known as hero dungeons. Meanwhile, Leo watches them and reflects the senior students of Lumine. In order to clear these hero dungeons and retrieve fragments of the hero record, are required to depart for no less than 2 weeks, sometimes even over a month. He thinks his mother must have gone through similar trials. Chelsea is surprised and remarks that these must be the top students of Lumine. Carr nods and points, saying the muscular Easterner at the front is introduced as Senior Lai Jamua. The woman from the southern region beside him is Senior Torio Yan. He continues, saying the pale figure in the hoodie is likely Senior Ulta. But then, he frowns, and one person is missing. Leo asks which person. Suddenly, a hand taps Leo's shoulder from behind. Carr says that the man who stands at the pinnacle of Lumine is the Student Council President, Reese. He turns to speak, confirming his identity, but pauses mid-sentence, startled to find that Leo is no longer there. He looks around and asks where Leo has gone. Meanwhile, Celia is seen pulling Leo by the hand and dragging him away. Leo, confused, asks what is going on and says this feels a bit strange. She releases his hand and replies firmly that there is somewhere he must go with her. Leo hesitates, then asks where exactly she is taking him. She explains that they are heading to Lumeria City, and the Student Council President has requested to meet him. Leo asks why the Student Council President would be looking for him. Celia sighs, remarking that he truly has no interest in school affairs. She tells him he will understand once they arrive. After some time, Celia sits with her arms crossed, glancing around. She wonders aloud why he chose such a location for the meeting. Leo asks what she means, then comments that the place smells amazing. Her eyes brighten as she spots Reese Zerdinger, the Student Council President of Lumine's Night Division, approaching. Without hesitation, she leaps from her seat and hugs him, exclaiming, "Big brother." Reese smiles and turns to Leo, greeting him by name, Leo Plove. He says it is a pleasure to meet him and mentions that he has heard quite a bit about him. He adds that Leo is aiming for all classes, isn't he? Moments later, they are seated around a table, enjoying plates of dumplings. Reese asks if the food suits everyone's taste. Leo nods and answers that it does. Reese then turns to Celia and notices her hesitation, asking if something is wrong. She admits it is her first time trying something like this. After taking a bite, her expression lights up, and she says it's delicious. Reese laughs and says this is the restaurant he always planned to bring her to once she arrived at Lumine. Then, his tone shifts slightly. He says that, regardless, it is surprising to learn that Leo is that aunt's son. Leo asks if he has met his mother before. Reese replies that he saw her a few times when he was younger. He adds that she was quite well known during her days at school. Leo asks his mother. Reese nods and says yes, she is someone whose actions have become legendary. He drifts into a brief recollection, explaining that, for instance, she once declared the desserts in the dormitory restaurant to be awful, rallied all the students, and stormed the principal's office in protest. Celia asks if Aunt was really the protagonist of that infamous incident. Reese confirms it with a laugh. After finishing their meal, Reese and Celia sit chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, Leo watches them quietly, thinking that, as expected, Reese truly deserves to be called the strongest in Lumine. He reflects further, believing it is only a matter of time before Reese becomes a hero. Reese rises from his seat and suggests they go have some dessert. He adds that he will handle the bill and tells them to head out ahead of him. Celia nods in agreement. Reese reaches into the pocket of his coat and pulls out a small box containing a piece of the hero's page. He pauses, surprised, as it begins to glow faintly. He murmurs to himself, questioning why it is shining. After a while, inside a classroom, Professor Herod reclines casually, the feet resting on the desk. Ileana says she has a question. Without interest, he tells her to go ahead, and he's curious about what pathetic question she has this time. She raises her hand and asks why their class still has not chosen a class representative. She points out that, from what she's heard, all the other classes have already made their decisions. Tide nods and says that is correct. Professor Herod lazily scratches his ear with a finger and mutters, "Class representative, right?" He had completely forgotten about that. Without hesitation, he points to Leo and says he will do it. Ileana stares in disbelief, asking what she just heard. Tide suggests that the class representative should be chosen democratically through a vote. Professor Herod ignores the protest, drops a thick bundle of papers onto the desk, and declares that the class representative must sort and organize them. Ileana stands frozen, visibly shocked by the scene. Just then, a school-wide announcement is made that in a few moments, the Hero Studies joint class will begin. All first-year students are instructed to prepare and proceed to the auditorium. The students begin murmuring among themselves. Leo turns to Professor Herod and asks if they should get ready to leave. Professor Herod snaps his fingers with a grin, saying just what he'd expect from the class representative. Moments later, Leo and Carr stand in surprise as they see Chloe approaching in a noticeably worn-out state. Carr comments that she seems exhausted. Chloe asks if he has any fatigue recovery potions left and if he would be willing to sell them to her. Carr opens his bag and hands her 2 bottles, replying that those are the 2 he currently has. Leo remarks that the year has just begun and asks if Chloe is not pushing herself too hard already. Without hesitation, Chloe gulps down the potion and immediately begins to move again, insisting that she is fine. Carr watches in disbelief and exclaims how incredible she is. After all, she ranks at the top in magic theory. Chelsea, equally stunned, comments that Chloe must be feeling the pressure. She explains that once Leo becomes familiar with the latest trends in magic, he might even catch up in the magic theory exams. He reacts in shock, asking what exactly is wrong with being second. Chelsea questions if he is actually brainless. She calls him an idiot, reminding him that Chloe is a tower sorcerer. Carr replies that he is a battle mage, so he does not mind falling a little behind in theory. However, he snaps back that magic investigation and research are the foundations of the sorcerer's tower, and her pride is at stake. She, annoyed, crosses her arms and demands to know if he is even a real sorcerer. Leo casually shrugs and says of course he is, and he uses magic to survive. With a light grin, he adds that perhaps subsistence magic is his pride. Chelsea mutters that he should just die. Meanwhile, Principal Kalyan gently sweeps leaves in his office. He pauses, gazing at an ancient, and softly asks if the damaged hero's page has reacted once again. The scene shifts to a flashback. Kalyan observes the hero's page and inquires whether it has truly reacted. Reese stands before him and confirms that it is a page so severely damaged that it should not respond. Yet it undeniably has, despite the absence of any relic nearby. Kalyan asks if it reacted again afterward. Reese replies that it did not. Kalyan picks up the hero's page box, examines it closely, and declares that further investigation is necessary. He remarks that Reese has just returned and must be tired, commending him for his efforts. Reese bows deeply, placing a hand on his chest. At that moment, Elena enters the room upon being called. She acknowledges the principal respectfully. Kalyan hands her the box and instructs her to deliver it to the auditorium, the Hall of Beginnings, as the first-year joint class is about to commence. Elena responds with understanding. The scene returns to the present. Kalyan stands by the window, contemplating how even fragments as small as these sometimes react. He considers that if one recorded in the hero records were to come into contact, it would surely respond. The scene shifts to Lumine Academy's auditorium, where the first-year joint hero studies class is held. Arshian Nier, the professor overseeing classes 1 through 8, stands on the dais and calls for silence among the students. The students continue gossiping, their voices echoing through the hall. Her expression darkens as an oppressive aura spreads through the air. She commands everyone to be silent if they wish to avoid a beating. A monstrous figure takes shape behind her, its presence overwhelming. She scolds them, calling them fools and asking if they have a death wish and if she should kill them first. Her voice rises in fury as she screams that these idiots never listen. The students freeze in shock, paralyzed by fear. A soft smile returns to her face as she comments that it has finally gone quiet, offering a casual thanks. One student trembles, thoughts racing that it never matters how many times she is seen. Professor Arshian remains terrifying. Leo sits at ease, observing the situation calmly. He reflects that she is a spiritualist, an extremely rare existence, even in his past life. Arshian draws a dagger, her gaze sharp. She announces the commencement of the first-year joint hero studies class. She explains that after the emergence of the hero record, the appearance of hero clans has been directly tied to it. She states that to open a hero's world, an object deeply connected or related to that hero is required. Because of this, she continues, descendants of heroes find it easier to unlock those worlds. She adds that this is the reason Lumine Academy, keeper of the hero records, and these families maintain a close relationship, though she notes that this part is political. She asks if it may be compared to the relationship between a key and a treasure chest. Leo, intrigued, thinks how fascinating it is. She then asks if everyone now understands why hero studies hold such significance. At that moment, Elena enters the auditorium, carrying the hero's page box. The students respond in unison, confirming their understanding. Arshian explains that hero studies is essential because it helps students discover clues to clear a hero's world or learn more about them. She continues, stating that as students approach their senior year, they are expected to choose a hero from whom they wish to inherit strength and then attempt to clear that hero's pages. Her gaze shifts to Elena as she receives the box from her hands. She addresses the class, announcing that the item in her possession is a fragment of a hero record retrieved by Lumine Academy's 5th-year students. She holds up the box, displays it to the class, and prepares to open it. The students are stunned at the sight of it. She then closes the box calmly and says that before experiencing the fragment of the hero record, everyone should first state what they aspire to become as a hero. Celia raises her hand and declares that she wishes to become a knight who surpasses all those of her family's previous generations. Arshian responds with admiration, calling it a noble ambition. Chloe raises her hand next and says that she wants to write a spellbook filled only with her own original spells. Another student rises and shares his aspirations with the class. Carr also stands, points to himself, and declares that he wants to be of help to heroes. Arshian responds that it seems student Carr wishes to become someone who can support heroes, which is a noble intention. Leo then stands with composure and states that his goal is to completely annihilate Erobos. Arshian is taken aback by the declaration, and Carr's expression mirrors her shock. Professors Sejin and Herod, standing to the side, are visibly surprised as well. Arshian acknowledges the ambition, calling it an extraordinary goal, and smoothly moves on, asking for the next student. Carr, visibly irritated, gestures toward Leo. A student seated behind Leo asks if he is dreaming too big, then laughs. Another student comments that the dream of the freshman representative seems to exist on an entirely different scale. Professor Sejin turns to Herod and asks for his thoughts. Herod replies that it's unsettling. Leo does not appear to be the kind who speaks recklessly. He reflects silently that it has been millennia since Erobos was shattered into fragments and sealed. Yet fragments have returned to life multiple times, each resurrection bringing catastrophe. He contemplates how Leo's goal is to eradicate Erobos completely. Arshian then addresses the class, announcing that today they will be reading the page of the hero record retrieved from the dungeon. She explains that after each class makes a guess about which hero the page belongs to, they will be taught how to clear a hero's world. She adds that, as a precaution, in case anything unexpected occurs, the professors of each class will be observing, so all students must refrain from fooling around. The students react with surprise and excitement, whispering among themselves that the moment has finally come. Nella lights up with joy, saying it is her first time touching a hero record. Tide admits he feels nervous. Arshian nods and instructs the representatives of each class to step forward. Celia, Leo, Abad Llewellyn, and Chen Zia walk toward the front, representing their classes. She announces that 2 hero records have been recovered this time, though only one will be used for this lesson. She presents 2 boxes containing heroes' pages and explains that one is a very small fragment, but it is brought along to show that even fragments like this exist. She calls on student Leo as he moves his hand toward the box. He picks it up, and suddenly, a radiant golden light begins to spread around him, catching Leo completely off guard. A system window appears, notifying that a hero record has been opened. The golden light engulfs both Leo and Arshian, while the floor becomes covered in glowing magical circles. The system window displays that the hero's world has been entered, though the chapter remains unknown. Professor Sejin reacts with shock, questioning whether the record is going rogue. In an instant, everyone standing in the magical circle is teleported into the hero records chapter, finding themselves in a devastated, disaster-stricken land. A student sees the monster corpses scattered across the ground and recoils in shock, whispering that it is a corpse. Professor Herod steps forward, his tone serious, and tells everyone to brace themselves, saying it is a hero dungeon. He gestures toward the distance and calls out to Harlan, asking if he sees the fortress wall over there. As memories stir, he recognizes instantly that in the age of catastrophe, it is known as the last line of defense, the final city, the wall of Gardaslan. His gaze falls upon the massive castle beyond, and he wonders if this is truly the moment he remembers. He answers himself silently, saying that yes, Kyle's unfulfilled wish truly is a foolish one. Suddenly, Lysanis steps forward, her voice calm and resolute. She echoes his thoughts, agreeing that her unfulfilled wish is also a foolish one. But then she adds with quiet determination that they will save the world. Leo turns in surprise, eyes widening as he sees her clearly and calls her name, Lysanez. She smiles softly and releases a wave of golden light that engulfs them all. In the next instant, they are transported back to the auditorium. Chen looks around in confusion and asks the professors what is happening. Professor Herod steps forward and announces that all classes are now suspended. He instructs the students to stay calm and exit the auditorium in an orderly manner. The students begin murmuring among themselves as they slowly file out of the room. Leo remains in place, eyes fixed on the hero's page still in his hands. He reflects silently on Kyle's page that this is his record. Professor Herod stands, arms crossed, silently watching Leo with a pensive gaze. After some time, Carr asks Leo in shock if he has seen the King of Wisdom. Chelsea remarks that this is incredible and truly a historic event and points out that it is Lysanez's hero record. Ileana clenches her fist in frustration, lamenting that she should have been the class president, a missed opportunity indeed. Carr chuckles in agreement. With anger boiling over, she lunges at him, saying that today might just become his funeral. Meanwhile, Professor Herod leans against the doorframe, explaining that he came to reprimand the noisiest class, and here it is. He gives them a choice, self-study or expulsion, then shuts the door behind him. Leo sits quietly, folding his arms, pondering why his hero record is the only one completely in disarray. He reflects that it has been corrupted to such an extent that he cannot even recognize whose world it was meant to represent. A system notification flashes in his mind, and Hero Records opens, the world of heroes. He remembers Lysanez saying that they will save the world. Yet, it feels as if someone deliberately sabotaged his hero record. After all, a hero record is an item that inherits the power of a hero. If someone opposes the birth of a new Erebus, Leo thinks, he must investigate why his hero record was fragmented in the first place. The scene shifts to 1 month later in the magic department classroom. Professor Len stands before the blackboard, pointing to a drawn figure, and explains that original refers to a unique form of magic. He states that this will serve as their midterm practical examination. The students react with surprise as his words sink in. He continues by explaining that original magic is a form that distinctly reveals a magician's individuality. In the current age, where activation techniques are commonly used, the pursuit of creating original magic is rarely undertaken. However, he notes that original magic can serve as a personal technique, one that may protect a magician in moments of dire need. The narrator speaks, the star magic taught to every elf is, in reality, only a minor replication of an original spell. In all of recorded history, only one individual has ever mastered the true star magic, the one who created it, Luna, the founder of Nebula. Elsewhere in the classroom, Leo remains seated, lost in thought. Beside him, Chloe glances his way and recalls the illusion spell he cast during their match. Suddenly, Leo is startled as he notices a book resting on her desk, emanating a dark, shadowy aura. She quickly picks it up and sets it aside. He thinks to himself, it's a grimoire. Professor Len addresses the class once more, concluding that now everyone must look forward to discovering their own unique magic. With that, the lesson ends. The students begin to file out of the classroom. At that moment, Leo gently grabs Chloe's hand and asks her to wait. She is momentarily startled by the sudden gesture. With a small smile, he asks if she would like to have lunch together. In his thoughts, he recalls how she had hidden that grimoire earlier. She pulls her hand free and replies that she doesn't have time for that. With determination in her voice, she declares that she fully intends to defeat him in the upcoming practical exam. Just then, Carr arrives and questions what's going on between the two of them. Throwing an arm over Leo's shoulder, he grins and teases him, calling him a rascal for daring to challenge the top rank in the Ice Queen's magic studies. Chloe responds coolly, acknowledging that she has already lost to Leo in terms of raw technique. However, when it comes to magical application, she refuses to let anyone surpass her. No matter what she says, this time, she will claim victory. Leo replies that if he backs down now, it would be an insult to her resolve. He agrees to give it his all and extends his hand toward her. She accepts it with a firm handshake. Carr, observing the moment, is left stunned and silently wonders how something as simple as holding hands could look so natural between them. Later, at the Tower of Heroes, Leo walks alone, observing the vast structure as he ascends the staircase. He thinks to himself that somewhere within this place lies Lumern's forbidden library. If he can reach it, he might uncover clues about his lost hero record. Just then, two girls spot him. One tilts her head and comments that he doesn't look like an upper-year student. The other smiles, amused, and asks what brings someone like him here. How adorable. Just then, Toro Ayan, a fifth-year student from the Department of Magic at Lumern, calls out to Leo Plove as she descends the stairs. She makes a bubble by chewing bubble gum and says she has heard much about him from Professor Ren. It is a pleasure to meet him. Leo bows politely and offers a quiet greeting. She steps forward, subtly blocking his path, and asks what business a first-year student has at the Tower of Heroes. Leo, slightly taken aback, responds that he is here to meet the student council president. She remarks that if he were to officially join the Department of Magic, greater opportunities would become available to him. Leo replies that he is already attending classes within the department. With a faint smile, she steps aside as he thanks her and begins ascending the stairs. She calls after him once more, asking him to declare his major in the Department of Magic before the semester ends. Turning to face him with a composed smile, she adds that her intentions have been made clear. Leo meets her gaze with a subtle smile of his own and resumes climbing the stairs. Moments later, he notices a few students exiting an elevator. He walks toward it and presses the button, only to pause in confusion. He wonders silently why it isn't working. At that moment, Manhwa, a fifth-year student from the Department of Knights at Lumern, approaches. Charging his hand with mana, he presses the button and explains that the elevator only activates when mana is channeled into it. Leo looks up at him as Manhwa says, "It is a pleasure to meet him, Leo Plove." With a warm grin, he adds that so this is the first-year class representative everyone has been talking about. Leo bows respectfully and greets him. He then asks what brings him to the Tower of Heroes. Leo replies that he has some business with the student council president. Manhwa strokes his chin thoughtfully and remarks that it is rare to see a freshman who shows no fear and is bold enough to march straight into the president's office alone. Leo responds calmly, saying he wouldn't exactly call it barging in. Manhwa chuckles and suggests that Leo should seriously consider joining the Department of Knights. He asks if Leo doesn't agree. Leo lets out a quiet laugh in response. Sometime later, outside the student council president's office, Leo stands still, feeling the weight of anticipation. He wonders if he is already feeling exhausted before the real conversation has even begun. He knocks gently on the door and announces to himself that this is Leo Plove. He asks may he come in? From within, Reese gives him permission. Leo opens the door and steps inside. Reese looks at him and asks what the matter is. Leo explains that he would like to gain access to the Forbidden Library. Reese acknowledges that Leo isn't the type to act carelessly, but reminds him that only two paths are available for an ordinary student to gain entry. He says the first method is to conquer the hero dungeon. By tradition, the one who retrieves the lost pages must personally return them to the hero record. Leo asks about the second method. Reese smirks slightly and replies that he will reveal it once Leo agrees to join the student council. The scene shifts to the day of the practical exam for the Department of Knights. Carr stands at the edge of the arena and announces with excitement that the day has finally arrived, the first practical exam for the Knight Department. A large crowd has gathered to watch. He laughs and says a match like this can't be properly enjoyed without popcorn. Chelsea glances at him and remarks that Carr seems to be treating this like serious business. Ileana chuckles and adds that it's so typical of him that Carr would still be making a fortune even if he weren't at Lumern. Leo scans the crowd and thinks to himself that Chloe doesn't seem to have shown up. A student nearby exclaims that it's about to begin. At that moment, Aina Landiu steps forward and stands in front of the assembled students, arms folded. He declares the start of the first sparring match. He calls out the participants, Hall Snafe from Class 1 and Leo Plove from Class 5. They are instructed to step forward. On the sidelines, Carr notices Professor Sejin and rushes over to him, calling his name. Professor Sejin turns and asks what he wants. Carr, holding a box of popcorn and a drink, asks if the professor would like to buy some. Sejin smiles slightly and asks whether Carr truly thinks he would pay for that. He tells him to ask Harlan to buy it instead. Carr glances toward Celia just as she chimes in, asking eagerly if the professor is really buying them popcorn. She says it looks absolutely delicious. The surrounding students erupt into cheers for Professor Sejin. With a sigh, Sejin tells Carr to hand them out, one per person. Carr lights up with excitement and enthusiastically agrees. On the other side of the arena, Leo and Hall stand face to face. Leo remarks that he's fortunate to be the first one to fight. Hall grins darkly and responds that he clearly doesn't take him seriously, but he will regret that soon enough. Carr speaks from the stands, reciting his own version of Lumern's informational basics, midterm practical exam for the Knight Department. Passed the test by winning 5 sparring matches. A student nearby wonders aloud how skilled the class representative really is. Another student adds that since Leo is majoring in 3 departments, there's bound to be a gap in his combat ability compared to those who dedicate themselves to only one. He reminds them that Hall is ranked 3rd in Class 1, right behind Celia and Duran. Meanwhile, Hall begins to gather his power. He grips his spear tightly as a sharp aura begins to radiate from him. He spins the spear with force and mutters that Leo is the arrogant guy who is always seen around Celia. Professor Ain Alandiu raises his voice and states the official rule. Whoever renders their opponent unable to fight will be declared the winner. He instructs them to treat this sparring match as if it were a real battle. Leo's eyes widen as he watches Hall's aura ripple through the air. He thinks to himself, this energy. Meanwhile, Chloe sits alone in the library, scribbling furiously across the pages of her notebook. Suddenly, she clenches the papers tightly and grits her teeth, sweat forming on her brow. She mutters in frustration, no, that's not it. She insists that there's no way she can create a unique magic spell with her abilities alone. In a fit of anger, she hurls the book aside. She refuses to lose to him, not in this practical exam. Just then, her eyes fall upon the grimoire lying on the floor nearby. She picks it up slowly and whispers that with this, she can win. In her mind, she vows that this time, she will absolutely claim victory. Elsewhere, the battle intensifies. Leo stands still, eyes sharp as he watches the swirling aura of black and purple rise around Hall. Hall lunges forward, gripping his spear, and calls out how careless Leo is. He thinks he has the upper hand now and strikes. But Leo swiftly steps to the side, avoiding the blow. Without pause, Hall activates the snake spear spell, a green aura coiling around the weapon as he thrusts again toward Leo. Leo braces himself and, with apparent ease, grabs the spear mid-attack. Hall's eyes widen in shock as he wonders what kind of power this is. Without hesitation, Leo yanks the spear forcefully, pulling Hall along with it. Leo delivers a powerful punch to Hall's face and hurls him away. With a calm smile, Leo asks whoever said he was being careless. Hall rises to his feet, releasing a thick mist of poison around him. He tells Leo to stop showing off, and the real duel begins. He thinks to himself that Leo may be strong, but without the ability to use aura, his fundamental weaknesses remain unresolved. In response, Leo ignites flames in his palm and observes the mist. He comments that the poison aura is unique. Then, without hesitation, he spreads the flames across his entire body. Hall laughs confidently and says that unless it's something on the level of Celia's flame aura, pushing him back will be impossible. Leo replies that it seems Hall is the one constantly underestimating his opponent. As he moves forward, the air around him surges with a blend of dark and crimson flame aura. The crowd of students erupts into cheers, munching on popcorn as the tension builds. Duran silently analyzes the flow of Leo's energy. Celia, too, looks on in surprise, thinking to herself when Leo manages to amplify the firepower of his flame aura to this extent. Hall is surprised as he senses the aura and wonders how flames could rival Celia's. He thinks of that reckless fool, the one stubborn about joining the all-rounder class. Could he really be that strong? A smile crosses Hall's face as he reveals that this technique was originally prepared to defeat Celia. He summons the snake prison technique, releasing a snake that lunges at Leo, remarking that he never imagined using this against him. The snake coils tightly around Leo, who thinks the trap isn't bad. Hall then telepathically asks Celia what she thinks. He explains that this technique was designed to counter her flames. Celia rises from her seat and points toward the side. The snake begins to melt as Leo's fiery aura intensifies. Leo breaks free from the snake's grip. Hall is stunned and utters no way. Gritting his teeth, he charges with his spear, but Leo swiftly draws his sword and strikes, forcing Hall to drop the spear. Leo presses his sword against Hall, warning him not to lower his guard until the flames subside. Professor Ain declares Leo Plove the winner. Chelsea lights up with excitement and expresses admiration, clearly impressed by Leo. Carr nods in agreement, confident as ever in Leo's abilities. Leo begins to leave the arena, reflecting silently, so this is the extent of his skill in real combat. No wonder he is constantly seen at Celia's house. Celia turns to Hall and remarks that it's not bad, he's truly impressive. Hall smiles, repeating her words with a hint of disbelief. She actually called him awesome. Professor Ain calls out the next match. Ileana from Class 5 is summoned to the arena. She steps forward and asks who her opponent is. Professor Ain replies that Chen Zia is also from Class 5. Both opponents walk to the center of the arena. Ileana is visibly shocked by the announcement. She realizes, of all people, it had to be one of the top 3 from their department. Chen and Ileana stand face to face. Chen offers a courteous greeting, asking for a fair match. Ileana responds with mutual respect. Professor Ain signals the start of the match. Chen immediately begins channeling her water magic. Ileana concentrates her energy, gripping her sword tightly. She launches forward with speed, aiming to strike. From the sidelines, Leo observes with a sharp gaze and notes she seems to hurt a lot. In the next moment, Chen's water shield activates. Ileana collides with it, gets thrown back, and hits the ground hard. Professor Ain declares the result, and the winner is Chen Zia. Ileana rises to her feet and reflects that she does not back down against Chen Zia. From the sidelines, Leo comments that compatibility was unfavorable from the start, which is unfortunate. If she had stayed calm, she might have performed better. Professor Ain announces the next match. Celia Zerdinger from Class 1 versus Duran Moria from Class 1. Both students step into the arena. Celia smiles with anticipation and remarks that this might be interesting. After all, her opponent is him. Duran stares at her in silence. Meanwhile, Carr munches on popcorn from a large bucket. He offers it to Leo, who watches the arena and remarks that this match does seem promising. Carr nods and replies that it's about to begin. Excitement spreads through the crowd to witness the clash between Celia and Duran. Celia grips her sword, and flames begin to surge around her as she charges her body with aura. She declares her challenge, which will decide who the top student in Class 1's night department truly is. Duran responds in kind. His body becomes enveloped in golden lightning, and he raises his sword, pointing it at her. They both launch forward in unison, their auras clashing. A nearby student gasps in disbelief, asking if this is truly the combat level of the top students. Carr is just as stunned, calling it incredible. He turns to Leo and asks who he thinks will win. Leo replies that judging by the current exchange, Celia is going to lose. Carr reacts in shock, saying no way. But Leo's eyes narrow as he focuses on Celia. He notices something. Her eyes. There is a quiet resolve hidden in them. He thinks to himself, she has a trump card. A comeback is still possible. Duran charges forward, lightning crackling around him as he aims to strike. Celia sidesteps swiftly and counters, moving in with her sword. She raises her blade high, unleashing a massive flame aura that bursts upward, engulfing the sky in fire. The students watch in awe. One exclaims that they are going all out. Leo observes closely and remarks that Celia has used her head well. Carr, stunned, sits beside him and asks what's happening. Leo explains, look, the first-year training ground is relatively small. Celia has created a wall of flames around them, forming a shield that encases the entire arena. He continues, realizing she cannot match Duran's speed. She transforms the battlefield into her own stage. From now on, Duran's movement is restricted within the flames. Within the fiery, Duran is surrounded on all sides. He comments that the heat is overwhelming and makes it difficult to see. He admits that Celia was already formidable, but now she has become even stronger. As the flames rage, Celia appears behind him in an instant. Duran senses her presence and turns just in time to block. He swings his sword, but she catches the blade barehanded. She smiles confidently and declares that she's got him. With fierce determination, she slams her forehead into his with a loud impact, then hurls him to the ground. Professor Ain announces that the winner is Celia Zerdinger. Celia turns to Duran and suggests that he should also focus on developing his strength. As Duran regains his senses, he rises slowly, holding his head. She extends her hand toward him. He accepts the gesture and stands with her help. The students erupt in applause, visibly moved by the moment. One student begins taking photos, thinking that their victory pose is far too adorable to miss. This moment must be captured. Leo comments that it seems all of Celia's training has finally paid off. Carr cheers loudly, calling her incredible. Suddenly, Professor Herod appears behind them and grabs a fistful of popcorn. He remarks that the winner really is Celia. Both Leo and Carr flinch in surprise at his sudden presence. As Herod turns to leave, he adds that he has heard everything loud and clear, especially the class president Leo's explanation. Leo, taken aback, asks how long he has been listening. A short time later, the narrator says that the night department's practical exam concludes. Celia Zerdinger finishes with 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran Moria finishes with 4 wins and 1 loss. Chen Zia finishes with 4 wins and 1 loss. And Leo Plove stands undefeated with 5 wins and 0 losses. The scene shifts to 1 week later, during the written linguistics exam. Professor Herod holds a stack of papers in his hands, acknowledging that everyone has worked hard. As he walks toward the exit, he waves and reminds them to work even harder so they aren't expelled because of a poor exam. The door is closed behind him as he leaves the room. Irritated, Ileana mutters under her breath, frustrated by the looming threat of expulsion. Nearby, 2 students stand close to Chelsea, requesting to see her answer sheet. She responds playfully, asking which of them she should show it to first. One insists she starts with him, while the other pleads to be first instead. Just then, Nella approaches and casually asks how the exam was, directing her question to Leo as Leo rests his head on the desk. He slowly lifts his head and says he thinks it isn't too bad. Nella laughs, amused, remarking that even their capable class president can wear that kind of expression. Leo asks if he really looks like that. Nella smiles and offers to heal him with her magic if he has any aches or pains. Suddenly, Carr chimes in, telling Nella that his shoulders and back are stiff as well, and asks for her help, too. Out of nowhere, Chelsea delivers a solid punch to the back of Carr's head, saying it shouldn't hurt anymore if she does that, right? She asks Leo how his practical summoning training is progressing, mentioning that, according to Tade, he is rarely seen at the summoning practice field. Leo replies that his training is being carried out diligently, just away from the public eye. She responds that it sounds exactly like something he would do, then asks what rank he expects to achieve in the summoning exam. Leo smiles with quiet confidence and states that, of course, first place is being taken by him. The scene shifts to the day of the summoning practical exam. On the main field, Runba's Tess, a third year from the summoning department at Lumern Academy, welcomes everyone, announcing that they have gathered once again for the biggest first-year event of the semester, the Summon Creature Race. He introduces himself as Runba's Tess, a third-year summoner. Celia, watching from the stands, questions whether this truly counts as a test. Reese, standing beside her, explains that the Summon Creature Race is a long-standing tradition within the summoning department. Its popularity is well established, especially since it was chosen as one of the featured events in the interdepartmental exchange. Meanwhile, Carr and another student sit ready to enjoy the spectacle, with snacks and drinks in hand, fully prepared for the show. Tide looks around, irritated by the noise and crowd, and asks why everyone is gathering and causing such a commotion. He complains that the distraction is affecting his concentration and becoming unbearable. Other students are also visibly annoyed by the constant sound of eating nearby. Leo scans the area and notices Chen Zia, Walden, and Eliza Hergen. Eliza remarks that he has demonstrated exceptional skill in the night studies practical exam. She then questions whether he has prepared just as thoroughly for the summoning practical. Leo stretches his arm with calm confidence and replies that he has. Eliza raises a brow and responds that, for someone supposedly so well prepared, he has yet to be seen even once at the practice field. Just then, a blonde-haired student steps forward and agrees, telling Tide to move aside if he isn't going to take this seriously. A red-haired student joins in, saying that Leo hasn't even been seen properly bonding with a summoned creature. Tide tries to calm the situation, asking what's going on with everyone, but he shouts that he shouldn't side with Leo just because they share a class. He accuses Leo of showing blatant disrespect toward their entire department. Watching the growing tension, Chen quietly remarks that the atmosphere is already this intense, and the test hasn't even begun. Sen Liu, a student from the Eastern continent, arrives and addresses Chen Zia. He mentions that since she has achieved strong grades in the night studies department, she probably doesn't need to worry too much about summoning studies. Before she can respond, Walden interjects, visibly annoyed by the noise. He steps forward and states that if everyone plans to argue about how often they've ridden their summoned creatures, they should do it elsewhere, not in front of him. Frustrated, Sen demands to know what Walden just said. Walden replies bluntly that it's irritating to hear Sen boast about riding summons more often, as if that alone is some kind of impressive achievement. Sen, sounding defensive, asks if Walden is feeling guilty and points out that he barely showed up for the taming sessions either. Walden responds coldly that the training isn't worth his time. He says he isn't a fool who can't even manage a griffin properly. Sen, enraged, hurls an insult and moves to punch him. But before the blow can land, Leo swiftly grabs his arm, stopping him. He warns that if a fight is started before the exam, the consequences won't end with just a punishment. Disqualification will be certain. With a sharp twitch of his arm, Sen pulls free. Later, Tide speaks to Leo, mentioning that the atmosphere within the summoning department is currently tense. Leo asks what the reason is. Tide explains that summoning studies is a department where a natural skill gap exists between majors and minors. He recalls past events, stating that because he and Chen Zia, neither of whom are even single majors in summoning, have been ranking so high, the second-year seniors from the summoning department have called them out. He adds that, on top of that, Leo has never been seen attending practice. Leo reflects silently, acknowledging that while his absence may appear careless to others, he has no intention of approaching this half-heartedly. At that moment, someone watching from a distance notices Sen standing on the ground and quietly remarks that it is finally beginning. A glowing portal forms behind Sen. On the other hand, Sen's body is charged with a furious aura as he thinks to himself that he will see them at the exam, those arrogant fools. In his rage, he swears inwardly that he will destroy them all. Shortly after, Runba speaks into the microphone, announcing that before the race begins, he will briefly explain the rules. He announces that first-year students in the summoning department are permitted to use only their summoning abilities during the test. Even dual-class students are strictly prohibited from using aura or magic. He explains that once the exam begins, each student must tame the griffin in front of them, make their way through the island of summons, and use the silent lake as their turning point before returning. He poses the question of who will seize the spotlight in the Summoning Studies practical midterm exam of the first semester. All students stand at the starting line. Professor Yura steps forward and addresses them as rookies. She tells them not to panic and reminds them to rely on what they have practiced. Anyone who loses composure during the race is left behind. The students tense up, trying to stay calm. With a confident smile, she gives the signal, prepares, and begins. The students dash forward toward the island. Suddenly, two students activate their powers and unleash a fireball and an ice blast, both aimed directly at Walden and Leo. From the sidelines, Runbaz reacts in disbelief, questioning what is happening. He notes that it appears to be a coordinated attack. The students from the summoning department seem to be ganging up on class representative Leo Plove and the top southern student, Walden. Leo quickly uses his summoning skill to block the incoming attack. On the other side, Tide rides his griffin, glances back at Leo, and calls out to the class representative. Leo tells him not to worry and to keep moving forward, and this is still an exam. Tide hesitates, then apologizes before pushing ahead. In the crowd, a student watching from the stands exclaims that the ambush is unfair, blaming the summoning department students. Another student agrees, shouting that they should compete fairly. Leo reflects inwardly. He always knew they disliked him, but he never expected them to go this far. Runbaz chuckles from the announcer's booth, noting that even as students from class 1 to 5 jeer in protest, this move still carries a certain strategic merit. He watches closely as Walden gathers his power and skillfully dispels the incoming elemental magic. Runbaz announces that at this very moment, player Walden neutralizes the attack with precision. Walden spots a griffin ahead and leaps onto its back. He looks toward Leo and remarks that the situation looks rough, asking if Leo needs assistance. Leo responds that he has it under control, and then Walden launches into the sky on his griffin, flying ahead. Meanwhile, Chelsea catches a glimpse of Leo, now surrounded by swirling flames, her eyes widening in shock as tension grips her expression. On the other side, Professor Yura stands with her arms crossed, observing the scene. She thinks to herself that the division among the first years runs deeper than she expected. They are openly targeting him. She watches Leo and notes that his true specialty lies not in spirit magic, but in summoning, and this kind of event will be difficult for him. Suddenly, she is taken aback as a fairy materializes beside Leo while he begins chanting. He speaks with calm focus. Spirits, may they shed his chains and open the path forward. May they grant him the great mercy of nature. With his eyes closed, he repeats the incantation. Spirits, may they shed his chains and open the path forward. Professor Yura stares in disbelief, recognizes the language of spirits, and realizes he is fluent. She silently wonders how that is even possible. Leo slowly opens his eyes and turns his gaze toward her, smiling with quiet assurance. Startled at first, she then bursts into laughter, exclaiming to herself that she absolutely must have him transferred into the summoning department. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired student flies overhead on his griffin, gripping the reins tightly. He laughs smugly and says it serves him right. All that talk about being the class representative and the pride of the South. Yet here he is, about to finish last without even getting a proper start. Sen Liu smirks beside him and asks Eliza if it doesn't feel satisfying to watch. Eliza responds calmly, stating that she doesn't enjoy what is happening. Even without the sabotage, she would have easily outperformed Leo Plove or Walden. Sen Liu is taken aback and asks what she means. She turns to him and asks what he thinks the public will assume about the summoning department if this continues. He laughs dismissively and says it doesn't matter as long as those two suffer public humiliation. Eliza tells him to think before he acts next time. With that, she urges her griffin forward, accelerating ahead. Sen grits his teeth in frustration, muttering bitterly under his breath, thinking that she's acting superior just because of her noble lineage. Still, he reassures himself that at this pace, placing second should be within reach. He smiles smugly and thinks that, aside from Eliza, no one in this exam can match his skill in handling a flying summon. Just then, a voice calls out to him, warning him to look behind. Sen turns and sees Chen Zia closing in at full speed, her posture fierce and unwavering. He stares and mutters, "What is that stance?" He wonders how she is flying that fast without even using soul energy to enhance her summon. He yells out to the others to eliminate her immediately. One of the students responds, channeling magic with the aid of her fairy. She shouts confidently that it's time to end this. With a sharp motion, she hurls a glowing magic sphere straight toward Chen Zia. Chen notices the incoming attack and swiftly maneuvers her griffin out of harm's way. In one fluid motion, she steps onto the head of her griffin, balancing with perfect control. The attacking student stares in disbelief and gasps. What is she doing? Just as Chen launches herself through the air, she lands a powerful kick, sending the student tumbling from her mount. The student screams that it's cheating. Chen smirks and replies that she hasn't even used aura yet. Without slowing down, she lands back on her griffin and accelerates forward. She spots Sen Liu ahead and calls out sweetly, "Hello, Mr. Sen." Sen is startled and growls that making him her enemy is a serious mistake. Chen replies that while she admits she is at a disadvantage in aerial combat, she isn't his only enemy. Sen scowls and demands to know what she means. She answers calmly, someone else didn't take kindly to his underhanded tricks. Just then, an explosion erupts behind him. Chen glances toward it and adds that it looks like Walden is the kind of man who settles scores completely. In the distance, multiple explosions ripple through the air. Walden summons a fireball into his hand, his expression cold. He mutters, "Thanks for the gift, trash." He hurls the fireball forward and adds, "Here's something in return." Sen turns around, eyes widening as the attack barrels toward him. He shouts for his team to scatter. The fireball detonates mid-air, triggering a wave of explosions around them. Several students lose control of their griffins, spiraling into free fall. Meanwhile, on the ground, Runber raises his voice over the crowd and announces Leo Plove, the first-year representative who once aspired to become an all-class student and quickly rose to fame within Lumine Academy. He remarks that, unfortunately, Leo has yet to make an appearance today. He questions aloud whether summoning might be Leo's Achilles heel. At that moment, Leo stands silently before a griffin. He notices a deep injury on the creature's wing and mutters that for those who dream of heroism, to stoop to cowardly tricks like this is disgraceful. He tightens his hand around the reins. He gives them a sharp tug, and the griffin lets out a piercing cry. Runba exclaims that Leo is attempting reckless taming. He warns that it is unwise to mount a griffin that remains guarded and hostile. In the stands, Celia gasps in disbelief and asks why Leo is pushing so hard. Reese stands beside her, his expression calm. He says that Leo must have a strategy in mind. Leo, still gripping the reins tightly, speaks softly to the griffin. He says he understands the pain, but now is the time to trust him. With firm resolve, he gives the command to kneel. The griffin obeys. Leo quickly removes a sharp needle lodged in the creature's wing. Without wasting a moment, he mounts the griffin and takes off into the sky. Runba's voice rings out again as he announces that although Leo's griffin has a wounded wing, he has finally managed to take flight. Still, he adds, luck seems not to favor Leo today, and he questions whether a last-place finish is now inevitable. Leo charges his flame aura, enduring the pain with unwavering resolve. He utters a spell in accordance with the contract, commanding him to appear before him. In an instant, Fiora materializes, spreading flames around Griffin and charging its body with fiery energy. Meanwhile, Celia points at the screen, questioning the nature of the flames. Reese contemplates, initially identifying them as flames of Zerdinger, but then dismisses the idea, realizing it is no ordinary aura flame. After a moment, a student remarks that their injuries are severe, preventing them from regaining their full strength at this pace. Another student suggests they should be grateful for having avoided last place. Suddenly, flames spread rapidly as Leo approaches them with the speed of fire. He thinks to himself that now he can see clearly and decides to accelerate further upon spotting other students. His attention is suddenly caught by a student riding a dragon. Shocked, he questions whether that is Fafnir. The scene shifts to a few minutes earlier as Eliza follows Walden on her griffin. She declares that this is as far as he goes. She insists that she cannot allow him to take first place. With a snap of his fingers, a burst of flame is conjured beside her. She accelerates instantly as a massive explosion erupts behind her. She analyzes the move, an explosive technique combining wind and fire spirits. She reflects that such precision cannot be achieved simply because he is skilled with spirits. No word has reached her that Walden is receiving formal magic training. She smirks, confident, saying that regardless of how powerful the attack is, evasion remains possible. With swift agility, she maneuvers through the sky, narrowly escaping the impact of Walden's explosive assault. He then summons sharp ice crystal needles into his hand, challenging whether she can dodge this one. He hurls them at her with lethal precision. Startled, she jerks the reins of her griffin. The griffin lets out a piercing cry and surges forward, channeling her magical command. The griffin breathes fire, melting the incoming ice projectiles mid-air. Walden observes her response and contemplates her strategy. Fortified summons have been activated. Just then, Runba's voice booms across the arena. With clear excitement, he announces that contestant Eliza has blocked Walden's attack by empowering 3 spirits through a fortified summon. At that moment, Chen Zia surges forward at full speed, overtaking both Walden and Eliza. Runba observes the shift in momentum. Chenzia has noticed her opponents are distracted and is now taking the lead. She smiles slightly and silently offers her thanks. Suddenly, a magical rope is thrown toward her neck, cast by Eliza in an attempt to restrain her. Eliza tries to pull her back, declaring that she cannot allow this to happen. Chenzia grabs the rope wrapped around her neck, her eyes widening as a flame ignites before her. The flame detonates in an instant. With sharp reflexes, she leaps high into the air as her griffin veers to the side. She tears the rope from around her neck mid-air and lands back smoothly atop her griffin. A smirk plays on her lips, saying facing the summoning class's top aces is no trivial matter. She then notices Eliza and Walden moving ahead of her once again. Just then, her gaze sharpens as a black wyvern emerges into view. She mutters a curse. It's a black wyvern. Riding atop the beast is Sen Liu, who bellows with fury, declaring that all of them will be slaughtered for their idiocy. Chenzia protests that the use of any summons other than a griffin is prohibited. But Sen Liu snarls in reply, demanding silence, and makes it clear he has no concern for rules. He curses the gathering of talented fools and tells them to get lost. The riders all converge in front of the wyvern as Walden questions whether that fool has truly contracted a black wyvern. Chenzia says it is no ordinary black wyvern. It appears to be an irregular one. At that moment, Leo arrives, charging forward on his griffin engulfed in flames. Everyone immediately notices his arrival. Sen questions how Leo managed to catch up, then dismisses it, declaring that Leo will be eliminated as well. Leo's expression darkens as he calls out to Sen with a sharp tone. All eyes turn toward him in surprise. Leo demands to know where Sen obtained that lizard. Sen laughs mockingly, asking if Leo is jealous, claiming the creature is a product of his own power. He boasts that he contracted it through his summoning skills, taunting Leo for envying his summon. Leo's thoughts darken. Sen truly believes that the creature is a summon, that is, Fafnir. He recalls Fafnir as a monstrous beast once wielded by the magicians of Tartaros. He remembers it as one of the monsters they eradicated during the Age of Despair, wondering how Sen could have acquired it. Sen commands the black wyvern to attack. The wyvern unleashes a torrent of fierce flames toward them. They all react swiftly, steering their griffins aside to avoid the assault. Chenzia, however, freezes in shock as the flames bear down on her. Leo shouts a warning to watch out. She thinks it is too late and attempts to summon her water aura to block the attack. But the flames strike her with a violent explosion. She screams as she begins to fall. Leo notices her falling and immediately dives down, catching her in midair. He realizes she has lost consciousness, and getting Chenzia to safety must come first. He announces that they are heading to the ground for now. From above, Walden and Eliza notice Leo descending with Chenzia in his arms. Meanwhile, Sen Liu soars higher into the sky atop the wyvern, marveling at the sensation of looking down on everyone below. He races forward with reckless pride as Runba struggles to keep up with the chaos. Runba reports that the contestants have gone off course and have disappeared from the field of view. Too much is happening all at once. He declares that contestant Sen Liu has summoned a black wyvern and launched an attack on the leaders. Suddenly, Professor Yura storms onto the stage and kicks him in frustration. She scolds him harshly, questioning if this is really the time for commentary. Snatching the mic, she commands all summoning class instructors and assistants to prepare their flying summons. The race is now on hold. At that moment, Professors Sejin and Len arrive on the scene. Sejin demands an explanation. Yura responds urgently that Sen Liu appears to have formed a contract not with a standard summon, but with a high-tier demonic beast. Sejin is stunned, asking for confirmation. She explains that the beast's influence will soon corrupt Sen Liu's mind entirely. Sejin asks if the student is truly managing to control such a dangerous creature alone. Professor Herod stands aside and clarifies that what he really needs to ask is whether someone or something else is controlling the beast through him. She replies that she is not certain, but it remains a strong possibility. He nods and gives the order that Yura is to lead the summoning class in pursuit of Sen Liu to either stop or capture him, and to eliminate the demonic beast if necessary. The rest of the professors are instructed to scatter and protect the remaining students. They respond in unison, "Yes, sir." He then commands Sejin to accompany him, and the two immediately move out, with Sejin following at his side. Sometime later, atop a high cliff, Leo gently lays Chenzia down on the ground. She remains unconscious. Soon after, Walden and Eliza arrive, having followed him there. Suddenly, a vast shadow stretches over them. Walden looks up and warns that he is coming. Sen Liu descends, sneers, and mocks them, accusing them of running away when they should have hidden better. He taunts them further, questioning if they all plan to simply gather together in one place. His wyvern lands on the cliff. Leo stands firm and answers, he does not run. Sen blinks in surprise, caught off guard. Leo continues, declaring that what Sen is riding is neither a proper summons nor a black wyvern. Sen laughs, amused, and reminds him that he is a summoning student. He knows what a summon is better than anyone else. Leo says that what Sen rides is the demonic beast, Fafnir. Sen's expression shifts into confusion. Leo draws his sword and steps forward, memories from a past life stirring within him. He declares he has come to destroy that wretched creature. Sen laughs thunderously as Eliza observes that he is not thinking clearly. He demands to know what nonsense he speaks, calling Leo a fool. He asks if they still believe he is nothing but worthless. He commands them to die as the demonic beast Fafnir unleashes a torrent of searing flames. Suddenly, a massive hand bursts from the ground, and a golem emerges, attempting to block the oncoming fire. Walden kneels, pressing his hand to the earth, channeling Golem's magic. He mutters that Sen has truly lost his mind, but eradicating these repulsive beasts is a mission he can support, Leo Plove. Sen is stunned, recognizing the technique and uttering its name, Golem magic. Eliza steps forward, accusing him of acting like a lone hero. She declares that she will fight beside him. Their first move, she says, must be knocking that fool off his demonic beast. Walden warns that the golem won't hold much longer and that it is going to collapse. He tells her to be ready. She criticizes him, claiming he never does anything properly. Leo watches silently from the side, a faint smile touching his lips. Sen mocks their efforts, claiming these golems are fragile and his summoned creature is truly extraordinary. As the flames clear, he scans the field where only crumbled stones remain. He snarls, demanding to know where those little rats have gone. At that moment, Eliza swings her rope from the side, hurling it toward him in an attempt to capture him. He ducks smoothly and taunts her, questioning whether she dares to attack him. Walden quickly summons a flame atop the beast's head, while the beast itself ignites a crimson fire within its mouth. Walden's flame detonates near the beast's face, signaling the moment to strike. Sen remains bewildered, muttering about where those brats have vanished. Suddenly, Leo materializes near him, reaching out to seize his head. With a swift kick to the face, Leo forces Sen back onto the beast's back. Sen begins to tremble as the voice of Tartaros, possessing his mind, commends the strategy, attempting to separate the boy from the demonic beast, but warns that this is as far as he will go. Eliza and Walden stand tensely on the ground. Eliza commands Leo to wait and not to charge alone. Sen mocks Leo, asking if he is afraid and addressing him as a young hero candidate. Leo identifies himself as a demonic beast handler and directly challenges Tartaros, demanding to know the location of his main body. He insists it cannot be far. He acknowledges that he has seen through his identity and comments on his calm demeanor, calling it fitting of a hero. He declares that Leo must die here. As he lunges to attack, Leo swiftly retreats, shielding his face. Suddenly, Leo loses his balance as the beast and star fall. Yet, Leo forms a fireball, declaring it is his time to shine. From the flames, Fiora emerges, and Leo smiles upon seeing him. Memories of his past life flood back that he had been good at everything but mastered nothing. Aaron and Duino surpass him in aura, Luna in magic, and Lycinas in summoning. Realizing this, he chose to blend powers, aura and magic and soul energy and aura. Channeling all his strength into Fiora, flames spread wildly as Fiora transforms into a majestic phoenix. Fiora grips his shoulder, and he remarks that he truly resembles a phoenix. A piercing scream from the beast catches Leo's attention, and he wonders how the demonic creature reacts to the phoenix's opposing energy. Tartaros watches them, noting the phoenix contractor, and demands to know Leo's identity. Leo replies that if he reveals the source of his Fafnir, he will share his own. Tartaros claims knowledge of a beast from the Age of Despair, one that must not be allowed to live, and begins forming a red flame ball within his mouth. Leo steps forward with his sword, warning Fiora that it is approaching. He recalls Zerdinger's secret sword technique and invokes the Phoenix Breath technique, igniting flames around his blade. As the beast hurls red flames toward him, Leo blocks the attack with his sword, fire scattering through the air as he clenches his teeth in frustration. From a distance, Sen laughs and declares the end is near. Suddenly, the beast begins to thrash uncontrollably. Attempts to restrain it fail as he wonders if the main body has been struck, and if its soul energy has been weakened. Seizing the moment, Leo shouts for the final blow and unleashes a devastating fire volcano toward the beast. The flames consume it, and molten fire bursts from its body. With a deafening explosion, the creature is shattered into fragments. Fiora swiftly pulls Leo to safety. Leo commends the effort, says it is time to return, and gently pats Fiora's leg. Fiora transforms into his smaller form. Taken aback by the sudden change, Leo begins to fall. Elsewhere, Tartaros' true body is revealed, seated at the base of a colossal tree, surrounded by a swirling aura and deep in spell casting. As the ritual nears completion, he utters that this is the end for the Hiko candidate. But then his expression changes, and he senses another presence. Suddenly, a brilliant light cast by Professor Sejin surrounds him. He demands to know who it is. Professor Herod responds, "This is the end for the demonic beast handler of Tartaros." He invokes the power of the two pillars of Lumine. He clenches his fist to trap him within a containment circle. A portal forms beneath Tartaros, swirling ominously. With a cold expression, Tartaros remarks that it is disappointing, but they will have to wait until next time. A grotesque demon covered in countless eyes and jagged teeth emerges from the portal and devours him. The professors watch as the portal vanishes. All that remains is drops of blood and scattered clots across the floor. Sejin mutters that they have lost him. Herod observes the remnants grimly and says it appears he has begun to move in earnest. He activates his power over the blood clots and quietly affirms it. As he walks forward, his voice grows heavy. Lumine is no longer safe. Meanwhile, Leo continues to fall through the sky. He quickly wraps his arms around Fiora, commanding him to return to the realm of summons. Just then, Professor Yura calls out Leo. Her wyvern swoops down, catching Leo gently in its beak. She asks if he is unharmed. Startled, Leo calls out her name. She laughs lightly, relieved, and says she is glad she wasn't too late as her wyvern lands gracefully on the ground. After some time, a mage casts a binding spell to capture the dead monsters. His eyes are narrow as he spots Tartaros. With a sneer, he remarks how humiliating it must be to be brought down by a mere hero candidate. Tartaros clutches his bleeding arm and says that he is no ordinary candidate. A phoenix had been contracted to him, and he possessed knowledge of Fafnir's true identity. Her wicked smile curves across her face as she slowly licks her finger and whispers that things are about to get very interesting. Elsewhere, Leo strolls through a quiet hallway, hands tucked in his pockets. His thoughts drift, and he reflects that the midterm summoning practical has been cancelled. Sen Liu is dead, and the new students have finally begun to understand the true weight of studying at Lumine. He recalls that everyone had been eager to learn more about Sen Liu's Fafnir contract. But following Professor Yura's orders, the four of them had agreed to say it was nothing more than a black wyvern. The scene shifts to the day of the magic class practical exam. Professor Len steps into the classroom, takes his place at the dais, and folds his arms. Car and Chelsea are caught off guard as Chloe enters, clutching a thick book in her arms. Car asks if she stayed up all night. He notes she doesn't look well. Chloe walks forward in silence, dragging a chair as she sits down. Professor Len glances and scans the room. He announces that it appears everyone is present. He tells the class to listen carefully. Today, each of them is expected to present original magic crafted to reflect their own identity. He says it seems like a waste for him to be the only one witnessing their magic, so 3 others will be joining them today. These individuals, he explains, are their seniors, graduates from the magic major 3 years ago. As he speaks, Rilda Pedney, Eidman Slack, and Sean Houge enter the classroom. He announces that they will serve as the judges for today's examination. The seniors greet the students with a composed hello. Juniors, the first years respond politely in unison, hello. Carr takes a seat beside Leo and leans in to whisper, saying it feels like they might receive generous scores this time. Something about the air tells him so. Leo glances at him and questions whether it will really be that easy. Professor Len calls the first name, Ileana, to the front. Ileana responds confidently, saying she has it covered. Moments later, Eliana stands on stage. The 3 senior judges sit before her, and Professor Len stands beside them, intently observing. With a radiant smile, she greets them warmly. She introduces herself as Eliana Layden from Class 5, saying it is an honor to meet them. Carr felt a bit put off by her enthusiasm. Ileana begins her demonstration. A cracking light of gold bursts around her. She states that her primary attribute is light. Rilda Pedney watches closely and comments on how rare that attribute is. Ileana then forms a fireball on her hand and explains that by combining flame with light, she can enhance the effect. As it grows in intensity, flames swirl around her, engulfing the space in radiant heat. She explains that she is capable of emitting powerful thermal ray magic. Sean watches in disbelief and remarks that it is no different from basic laser-type spells. Ileana stiffens at the comment, her confidence faltering. The judges begin jotting down her score on their sheets. Rilda passes the paper to Professor Len. He opens it and announces her result, Eliana Layden, C-. The classroom fills with murmurs. Some students exchange glances. Len raises his voice and calls for the next participant. Time passes. Professor Len evaluates the others. Smith Rudbeckia receives a C, and Nick Arbin is given a C-. Later, Carr steps forward and displays his magic skills. After observing, Len declares, Carr Thomas, B+. Following him, Chelsea takes the stage and conjures a sphere of lightning in her palm. Len watches closely before announcing Chelsea L1, A. Carr and Chelsea's faces lit with excitement over their scores. Sean thinks the performance isn't bad, but it still lacks something essential. Rilder reflects on Professor Len's earlier praise of this year's students. Yet, so far, she remains unconvinced. Eidman leans forward, observing the names of the remaining students laid out before him. He points to 3 of them and remarks, "These are the ones to watch." He speaks the next name, Abad Llewellyn. Abad steps onto the stage, a piece of chalk in hand. The girls in the room blush and squeal at the sight of him. Abad begins writing on the board. After completing his equations, he turns to the judges and announces the name of his spell, Tempest. He states that, upon completion, it is projected to be ranked as a top-class magic. The scene shifts to a flashback at the Grand Llewellyn family estate. In the garden, within a massive magical sphere, Abad stands at its center while 4 mages occupy each corner. They channel their magic toward him as he remains still, eyes closed, surrounded by a glowing aura of lightning. Suddenly, his body begins to levitate, lifted by the gathering energy. His expression twists in pain as he clenches his fists, power surging through him. A violent tornado of energy bursts upward, tearing through the roof of the containment sphere. Just then, a small deer wanders into the garden. A stray wave of the tornado's force wraps around its leg, lifting it high into the air. Abad's eyes widen in horror. Without hesitation, he propels himself upward, catches the deer mid-air, and lands safely on the ground. He checks the deer gently, asking if it is unharmed. The deer responds by licking his face, and Abad smiles faintly. The scene returns to the present as Abad stands on stage, forming a concentrated tornado in his palm. One of the seniors observes with interest and remarks that magic that amplifies wind's force may appear simple, but it belongs to a complex and demanding system of high sorcery. They hand the scorecard to Professor Len. He reads it aloud, Abad Llewellyn, a plus. Chelsea beams with pride and cheers, that's her brother. Len's eyes reflect the spark of excitement as he announces the next name, Leo Plove. Leo steps confidently onto the stage. He states that the high sorcery he will present belongs to the no-attribute system. As he speaks, his thoughts drift back to the past life, to the magic once wielded by Kyle. Sean asks what that is. She admits she has never heard of such a concept before. He questions her. Does she not know that every basic magic spell is built on a fundamental attribute? She replies that, of course, she does. He smiles and explains that his high sorcery system is designed to streamline the entire spellcasting process by removing the need for attributes altogether. Rilda's eyes widen in disbelief as she asks what he means. Eidman scoffs, calling it a delusion. Sean asks again, so he claims he is going to create an entirely new casting system for magic. Leo answers with confidence, yes. Professor Len stands silently, watching him with quiet pride, and thinks this boy is destined to be a mage. Eidman sighs and mutters that this is disappointing. He says they are not here to entertain fantasy, tapping his pen impatiently on the table. But Professor Len's voice cuts through the doubt and says he wants to see it, urging Leo to write the spell down. Rilda nods, fine, let's take a look. Leo begins writing on the board with a piece of chalk, his movements precise. Rilda watches and speaks. Junior, only one mage in history, has ever used an entirely different casting system for high sorcery. Leo nods and responds, yes, the poet of the stars, Luna. Rilda's expression tightens with irritation. Sean interjects sharply about whether he is truly planning to stand on the same level as her. He believes he could reach the rank of the great Luna. Leo responds with sincerity, of course not. He says he would never compare himself to Luna, the legendary Luna. Sean blinks, caught off guard, and murmurs, wondering aloud why young people today speak so brazenly. Leo continues, yes, Luna is a mage of myth, a once-in-an-era genius. However, one does not need to be Luna to attempt to build a new system. A spellcasting system is not locked behind genius, it is built through understanding. Sean stares at him, stunned, repeating under her breath, the great Luna. After some time, Leo completes his writing and turns toward them. Rilda asks if he really is not fabricating the whole thing. Eidman states that judging from the spell's construction, it allows the use of any magic without penalties. Carr sits back, relaxed in his seat, and remarks that he gave up trying to interpret the spell a while ago. Chloe silently stares at the board. Eidman questions Leo about his reason for creating this magic system. Leo replies that he wants to freely wield any magic that exists. He thinks to himself what a crazy junior he must be and understands why this year's students were said to be special. Eidman asks what he calls it. Leo smiles, spreads a light from his fingers, and conjures a shining magic orb in his hand. He names it the Bible. Sean is shocked and recalls that only one person in history ever used that term. She believes it is the magic system the legendary hero Kyle created. She writes down scores for Leo, wondering if he might prove that Kyle truly existed. They hand the results to Professor Len. Len smiles and awards Leo an A+. Leo walks back to his seat, reflecting that he could not finish the system during his time as Kyle. He notices Chloe rising from her seat, staring intently at him. Shocked by her expression, he asks if she is all right. She silently approaches him as Professor Len announces the final presenter, Chloe Mueller. Rilda mentions that she has heard Chloe is the top student in the magic class and asks what she has prepared for them today. Chloe announces that the high sorcery she has brought is an imperishable flame, and a flame is formed in her hand. A student repeats the term imperishable flame with surprise. Another student notes that Chloe typically uses the ice attribute. Chelsea, startled, thinks that Chloe has chosen the polar opposite of her usual attribute for high sorcery. She reflects that it seems ordinary so far, expecting something on par with the previous two presentations. Rilda comments that if this is all, then there's nothing left to evaluate and begins writing Chloe's score. Chloe calmly declares that from this moment on, she will demonstrate the true value of this magic. A water sphere is formed by her spell, and with a snap of her fingers, the water begins to pour down on her from above, but the flame in her hand remains unaffected. Abad is shocked, realizing the fire has not been extinguished. Leo, equally surprised, questions whether permanence has been embedded in the spell. Chloe intensifies the flame as she confirms that he is correct. The fire cannot be extinguished unless it is cancelled by her will. She clenches her fist, and the flame is extinguished. She then turns to the board, holding a piece of chalk. Leo reflects that all spells follow a common rule. Without continuous mana support, a spell vanishes. But Chloe has created a spell that defies that fundamental law. She turns around after completing the formula, and the students are left stunned as they witness her work. She places the chalk on the table and calmly announces that her high sorcery is the eternal flame. Leo silently thinks that it is impossible. Professor Len, equally astonished as he sees the result score, declares Chloe Mueller A+. Leo looks at her, deep in thought, and reflects that creating an undying flame was a feat that Luna could not have achieved. In his mind, he recalls that only one being has ever wielded such a flame, Erebos. Later, Leo steps into the classroom, still consumed by confusion. A memory surfaces. He stands outside a door with Celia and asks her to call Chloe. Celia replies that Chloe is probably asleep. She mentions that Chloe said she couldn't rest during test preparations and planned to go to bed early. Leo sighs, saying it's unfortunate and that he will leave. But just as he turns, Celia asks if something strange has been happening with Chloe recently. Leo pauses and asks her to explain. Celia says Chloe has become increasingly sensitive. She mentions that Chloe has had a few confrontations with classmates. Rumors are heard that she may have been spending time with delinquents from the Magic Studies program. But Celia insists that she is not like that. Leo sits quietly in the classroom and conjures a fireball beside him. From it, Fiora emerges. Leo gently pats him and asks how things have been. At that moment, another flame erupts, and from it, Farina steps out in human form. She asks if Leo Plove has summoned her. She asks why Leo has summoned her through Fiora. Leo sets Fiora down and replies that he is curious about Miss Farina's continued presence at Lumine. He thinks to himself that a phoenix stands as the complete opposite of a demonic beast. There must be a reason she remains here. Farina begins to explain. 5 years ago, an attack occurred at Lumine. 2 students and 3 staff members lost their lives, and the culprits were never identified. A memory surfaces as she recalls that, in the aftermath, Headmaster Kalyan Badian entrusted her with investigating the school. Since then, she has continued searching for any trace of those responsible. Leo asks if she has heard about a demonic beast handler appearing during the recent summoning exam. She confirms, saying she heard a student died during the incident. He then asks if she suspects Tartaros to be behind it. Farina admits she finds them suspicious, but that is all she can share with him. She extends her hand, allowing Fiora to rest on it. Leo nods and asks her to deliver a message to Headmaster Kalyan. He warns that Sen Liu may not be the only student Tartaros has approached. She is visibly shocked by the statement. The scene shifts to the joint practical exam for heroics and combat studies. Professor Herod sits relaxed in his chair and calls out for number 5 to gather. As the group assembles, he announces that the class representative will explain the structure of their exam. Leo stands beside his chair and announces that the Heroics and Combat Studies joint practical exam involves forming teams to raid a hero's world. The target of their mission is the Chedmore incident. Car and Chelsea react with shock upon hearing this. Ileana inquires about the nature of the Chedmore incident. Nella hesitates, admitting she does not remember since it appeared on the written exam. Professor Herod commands silence, his voice causing a stunned silence to fall over the room. He instructs everyone to pay attention and tells the class representative to continue. Leo holds a paper and explains that 30 years ago, a group of first-year Lumine students embarked on a mission to the central Chedmore forest but were ambushed by Tartaros. He states that Professor Albai, the sorcerer of Magic Eye and a second-year student at the time, was dispatched with a rescue team. Thanks to their intervention, the students were prevented from being completely massacred. Professor Herod then clarifies that the goal of this exam is to rescue the injured, exterminate demonic beasts, and assist the second-year Professor Albai. He emphasizes that this is no ordinary midterm exam. The students will learn to remain cautious and alert and warn that anyone deemed to lack potential by the end of the exam will be immediately expelled. The students lower their heads, tension weighing heavily in the air. He smiles calmly, reassuring them to trust in themselves. They have all grown strong enough. Ileana and Nella are taken aback by the unexpected praise. Ileana steps toward the professor, but he gestures dismissively with one hand, saying to get lost. Moments later, Arshian stands on the dais, announcing that they will now begin organizing the teams. Students are asked to come forward one at a time, beginning with Class 1. Chelsea, surprised, questions whether they will not be choosing their own teams. Carr replies that they won't. They may have to work with individuals they've never met before. Soon, a line of students begins to form, and each one steps forward, reaching into a bucket to draw a ball. Nella reveals the number on hers and declares that she is in Team 4. Leo pulls his and states he is in Team 11, the final team. Shortly after, Arshian announces that the teams have been finalized. Team 1 is called to step forward. As the students move toward a glowing, circle-shaped summoning portal on the floor, the atmosphere grows more intense. Chelsea finds herself standing beside Celia and says she's been placed with Princess Zerdinger, and she remarks that it's a relief. Celia smiles confidently, declaring that they will show the might of the Lordran Empire. After a moment, the system window displays an update. The hero record is being accessed. Professor Albai activates the portal, releasing a cascade of golden light and sparks across the ground. The system window confirms entry into Albai's world. Chapter Prologue, The Chedmore Incident. In an instant, the golden light of Albai's magic surrounds Celia and Chelsea, and they are teleported into the hero record. Soon after, the remaining students gather, eyes fixed on a floating screen suspended in mid-air. They watch as Celia and Chelsea begin channeling their powers within the hero record. Professor Sejin, seated beside Professor Herod, comments on their rapid progress. Though the pair has only just entered, their movements already stand out. He remarks that children from the hero lineages truly are a different breed. With quiet confidence, he adds that Celia's presence alone ensures a top-tier performance. Professor Herod responds with measured doubt, noting that, to him, Chelsea Llewellyn's actions appear even more remarkable. At that moment, Headmaster Kalyan arrives and observes that Team 1's achievement speed is extraordinary, unsurprising for the rising stars of the first year. They react surprisingly, seeing him. Professor Sej asks what brings the headmaster here personally. Kalyan sets his chair at the center of the group and replies that he simply wishes to witness how much the first years have grown. He addresses Professor Albai, expressing his regret for using Albai's painful memories as the basis for the exam each year. Albai turns toward him and responds that he has vowed never to forget the incident, so instead, he should be thanking him for the annual reminder. Soon after, Team 1's raid is completed. Celia drives her sword into a goblin as Chelsea channels her power with precision. Observing the scene, Kalyan reflects that the Zerdinger and Llewellyn girls are indeed impressive. As he anticipated, they are working in harmony despite their usual rivalry, perhaps because they share the same homeland. Moments later, Team 3's raid comes to a close. Abad and Durin coordinate their powers flawlessly to bring down a powerful monster. Kalyan notes their strategy, placing the two strongest members at the front while the others offer support, and acknowledges that this formation has secured their victory. Shortly after, Team 4 completes its raid. Nella and Chenzia exchange a high five in triumph. Kalyan studies them closely and observes Nella Carvin's healing aura, which is undoubtedly exceptional, and Chenzia's movement patterns are unorthodox, just as he suspected. Eventually, Team 7 concludes its mission. Walden, Eliza, and Eliana combine their abilities in a synchronized offensive. Professors Herod, Sejin, and Headmaster Kalyan all watch intently, each analyzing the performance with unwavering focus. Kalyan rests his chin in thought, observing the students with a discerning eye. Many of them are exceptional, but in his view, the most promising among them is Leo. Professor Albai calls out for Team 11 to step forward. Leo and Chloe respond, moving ahead with steady steps. Kalyan watches them closely, a quiet nostalgia welling within him. Something about Leo's presence feels familiar, as though he is glimpsing a reflection of his own youth. He asks if they are prepared. As Leo and Chloe lock eyes, the system window announces the initiation of the hero record. Professor Albi stands within a golden circle, casting a spell as a book floats before him, glowing with magic. Enchanted portals begin to manifest beneath their feet. The system window flashes again. Albi's World, Chapter Prologue, The Chedmore Incident. But suddenly, a shadowy aura twists over the golden portal. Leo senses it immediately and stiffens, thinking that something is wrong. Without warning, intense flames erupt from the portal, roaring out in all directions. Gasps rise from the watching crowd as the fire spreads wildly. When the smoke clears, all students remain standing on the portal, all except Leo and Chloe. A student murmurs in confusion, noting that nothing seemed to happen. Then, panic ripples through the crowd as another student points to the scorched area where Leo and Chloe once stood, asking where they have gone. Professor Sejin stares in shock, demanding an explanation. Kalyan turns sharply to Albi and asks what just occurred. Albi replies that the exams must be halted immediately. Memories resurface of the Chedmore incident. Kalyan's expression hardens as realization dawns. He confirms it aloud: a hero dungeon has manifested. Meanwhile, Leo and Chloe are transported into the chapter. When a system window suddenly appears, notify the target. Leo says normally, a quest alarm is displayed, but this time, he simply asks whether this is a hero dungeon manifestation. Chloe questions how that could be possible, and this isn't a lost page. She has never heard of a page from a hero record going out of control. Leo attempts to contact the professor. He doesn't see any of their team members and asks what they are supposed to do. He tries to connect with them, but no response is received. He mutters that no one is answering. She replies that it cannot be. She insists they will likely pause the exam and extract them soon, nervously biting her nails. Leo states that the exam would have already been paused if it were possible. The only logical explanation is that this area has transformed into a hero dungeon. The two of them will have to raid it on their own. Chloe asks if he is being serious. Leo reminds her that this world would have been difficult to clear even with all 10 team members. Doesn't she remember how many people died here 30 years ago? If they want to escape the dungeon, then nothing else can be done. Suddenly, Chloe notices some monsters approaching. Fear takes over, and she says Tartaros was the one who caused the Chedmore incident in the first place, just to eliminate hero cadets like them. She falls to the ground, covers her face with both hands, and claims the entire forest is a trap. Leo kneels beside her and asks if she isn't supposed to be the strongest first-year student. He says they can clear this easily if they work together and offer his hand to help her up. She wonders how he can remain so calm. She had believed she had finally caught up to him. Rising to her feet, she asks if he has a plan. He responds that there are 2 conditions required to clear the Chedmore incident and begins drawing on the ground with his finger. The first is rescuing the first-year students. The second is ensuring their safety. To fulfill these conditions, reinforcements must be found first. She examines the map he traces on the ground and asks how they are supposed to do that when people outside cannot access the dungeon. He points toward a circle and reminds her that they are not the only Lumine students in this forest. She realizes he is referring to those who were believed to be dead. He is right, and they must still be alive. She then asks what he is doing. He tells her to get on his back. She hesitates and asks why she should. He explained that they could not allow the students to encounter Tartaros before them. As a mage, she is too slow. She must get on. Meanwhile, Chubarn, a demon of Tartaros, observes several system windows tracking student activity within the dungeon and their engagements with monsters. He says it is beginning. He spots Leo, who is carrying Chloe on his back and running at full speed. Chubarn wonders if it is a rescue team. He shifts his attention to another team preparing to confront the monsters. He says it doesn't matter. Only the hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future are being targeted. Everyone else is irrelevant. He launches an attack on Leo and Chloe. They respond with an ice-based counterattack. He questions whether Leo is an all-class type. Chubarn calls out to him by the name of Kyle. Leo glances toward the dark forest and thinks the surroundings become progressively darker as they approach the central area. He considers whether he should borrow Aaron's skill. He decides to fine-tune and manipulate his aura to push his senses to their limits. Activating his fire-based skill, Super Sensitivity, he warns her to prepare. There is a group of orcs ahead. She tightens her grip on him and agrees. They spot the orcs in their path. Leo instructs Chloe to take out her magical spear and launch crystal projectiles at the orcs. The attack pierces through several of them. She notices one of the orcs raising a horn. She panics, thinking that if the horn is blown, all the other orcs will be summoned. Before the horn can sound, Leo stabs the orc, cleaves him in two, and destroys the horn. She wonders how the gap between them can be so vast. Is it even possible for her to surpass Leo? They come across a group of students who have been captured by monsters. Leo announces that they've been found. She asks whether those are demons. He tells Chloe to cover him and charges toward the monsters at full speed. He leaps onto a magical circle to assist. Meanwhile, Aliyah prepares a magical attack and calls out to her teammates, telling them to get ready as the enemy approaches. A monster leaps toward them, shouting for them to die. Leo arrives just in time, stepping between and slashing the monster down. Aliyah asks if he has come to help them. Leo confirms. Chubarn unleashes a swarm of Goro leeches toward Leo, urging him to hide. Chloe warns him to watch out. He immediately activates his fire aura around his sword and incinerates all the leeches in one sweep. Everyone is left stunned and remarks that his power is incredible. Aliyah begins chanting a spell while gripping her magic staff and conjures an arc ray, which strikes the incoming monsters with force. Chloe observes the spell and wonders if it is a sorcery of the stars. Could this girl truly be that powerful? Aliyah turns to Leo and thanks him sincerely for his help. She explains that they panicked when a group of demons appeared without warning, but she feels relieved now that a rescue team has arrived. Chloe steps forward and apologizes, stating that she would like to speak with her associate privately. Aliyah agrees without hesitation. Chloe leans close and whispers to Leo that the girl is Aliyah Ziran. Leo asks if she means the Aliyah Ziran. Chloe nods and confirms she is Professor Albai's younger sister. She was killed in this forest by Chubarn 30 years ago. Chloe is certain Leo has realized it, too. But Aliyah's party cannot be rescued from the Chedmore incident. Chloe says of all the parties they could have encountered, it had to be Aliyah's. Chubarn is a knight-ranked demon from Tartaros, and her party is known as the first one he attacked. Tartaros initiated the Chedmore incident specifically to eliminate Aliyah, a genius magician and a promising hero candidate. She recalls the way Aliyah uses her magic and states that this is how their names ended up being recorded in the hero records. She feels as if Aliyah is nothing more than a puppet in someone else's hands. Chloe says it is impossible to save them with their current abilities. In order to meet the necessary conditions, they must quickly locate another party. Leo asks if she is suggesting they abandon Aliyah's group to their fate. Chloe replies that it isn't what she wants to do, but this is the world of heroes. The truth is, they already died 30 years ago. Leo agrees that they did die, but insists that abandoning them cannot be their only choice. Chloe becomes irritated and tells him to get a grip. At that moment, Aliyah and her teammates turn to look at her. Chloe says Leo is amazing and truly remarkable, and she admits it, but now is not the time to be irrational. He must stop acting like a hero and getting emotional. Leo steps forward, gently pats her on the head, and asks what she means by acting like a hero. He says she shouldn't speak carelessly like that. Chloe asks why not. He responds that she is a hero candidate. They are not simply pretending to be heroes, this is the path to becoming one. She blushes and walks alongside him. Leo says that history has already been altered anyway. She asks what he means. He tells her to look around. He explains that the forest was already dark when they encountered Aliyah's party under normal circumstances, and Chubarn would have slain them by now. Chloe still thinks the situation is unreasonable, but she decides to leave the choice to him. Leo agrees and says they will escape with Aliyah's party, then begins walking forward. She watches him and thinks he has gone ahead without her again, just like always. On the other side, Tayad, a first-year magic major, whispers that something strange is happening, and only 2 people have arrived from the rescue team. Dina agrees, noting that they appear to be around their age as well. Belak grows anxious and asks if it could be a trap set by Tartaros. Aliyah responds sharply, asking what he is even implying. If they were enemies, they wouldn't be fighting demons alongside them. She smiles and asks if that guy Leo isn't kind of cool. The others are taken aback by her comment. Dina exclaims that she must be joking of all people. Aliyah, is she truly saying such a thing? Aliyah asks what is wrong with her. Dina responds that she has always assumed Senior Albai would be Aliyah's standard. Leo arrives again and instructs everyone firmly to listen carefully, saying that they are to escape from the forest as quickly as possible. Tayad asks whether that is necessary, given they now have reinforcements. Perhaps these should eliminate the monsters gradually as they proceed. Leo replies that such a strategy cannot be afforded. A knight-ranked demon is currently pursuing them. Dina, shocked, asks who is knight-ranked. Belek states that a knight-ranked demon possesses the power equivalent to an entire platoon. Leo explains that this is why a direct confrontation must be avoided. The objective is to return alive. Aliyah thinks that, somehow, he reminds her of her brother. Leo then asks whether everyone is ready. He gives the signal and begins running, and the rest of the students follow. Aliyah notices Chloe at the end of the group and sees an odd expression on her face. Aliyah wonders what that expression is meant to convey. The scene shifts to the library, where students are frantically gathering books. Kalyan shouts at them to find all records of hero transformations into hero dungeons, emphasizing that time is of the essence. Albai and Herod assist the students in searching. Kalyan asks whether the current inability to enter should be regarded as a good sign. Albai confirms, stating that it is impossible to enter a hero dungeon while the original entrants are still inside. This implies that those two students are still alive. It has already been 3 hours since their entry night, and they should have already fallen into that hero world. Everyone continues searching through the documents with urgency. Kalyan asks Albai when he defeated Chubarn 30 years ago. Albai explains that it happened around midnight, and at this point, they can only rely on his past self. Suddenly, Elena rushes into the room and reports that the headmaster has been informed that they have identified the person who sold the demonic beast summoning catalyst to the student Liu. Albai responds by questioning the connection to Tartaros and, in doing so, activates his aura. Elena stands stunned as Albai's aura begins to pour from his eyes and spreads throughout the room. Kalyan places a hand on his shoulder and tells him to calm down. Albai glances back at her and says he is stepping out for a moment to clear his head, then walks away. She watches him and mutters that she understands. As expected from someone who rose to greatness as a hero, driven by hatred for demons. It is understandable during the incident 30 years ago, not even a memento of his sister was recovered, let alone her corpse. Kalyan nods and asks who sold the demonic beast summoning catalyst to Sen Liu. Elena explains that it was a black market dealer who had settled in the back alleys of Lumeria City earlier this year. He had become surprisingly popular among first-year students. She hands him a book. He takes the book, flips through it, and asks if she is implying that a spy from Tartaros has infiltrated Lumeria City. She clarifies that they weren't directly working with Tartaros, but it is evident that Tartaros has leaked a few items into their hands. Kalyan begins reading the book, his thoughts racing. What could their true goal be? As he turns a page and sees Chloe Mueller's name linked to a black spellbook, his expression changes. He immediately shuts the book and instructs Elena to call Professor Len. She nods and responds that she understands, then walks away. He reflects that his instincts sharpened through countless brushes with death are now screaming at him. Meanwhile, Leo, Aliyah, and the rest of the students arrive in front of a looming castle. Leo feels a deep warning rising in his chest, and the danger is directly beneath their feet. He activates his aura in response. Leo moves ahead, slashing through the monsters in his path. He thinks he has been maintaining super sensitivity for too long. Everyone around him is beginning to reach their limits. The group looks at him in shock when he suddenly stops. He announces that they will take a short break. Tayad glances at Leo and wonders how he is showing no signs of exhaustion. Belak silently observes that Leo is clearly highly skilled. While everyone rests, Chloe quietly reads a book. Aliyah approaches and calls her name. Chloe looks up and asks what the matter is. Aliyah replies that she has a question. She asks about Chloe's relationship with Leo and whether they are, by any chance, lovers. Chloe responds with irritation, denying it immediately. Aliyah chuckles and says her reaction suggests otherwise. Chloe pauses, visibly confused. She reflects silently that even though Aliyah is technically a senior who enrolled 30 years ago, she is still considered a first-year student. She likely appears no different from the rest of their class. Chloe asks why she is even bringing this up if she is interested in Leo. Aliyah smiles and says her heart has been pounding. She admits she fell for him at first sight and muses that Aliyah Ziron, the genius young mage still discussed even 30 years later, would naturally be drawn to someone like Leo. Chloe remains quiet as Aliyah continues. She says she isn't sure whether it's truly love, but her heart keeps racing. And how should she even describe the feeling? It's similar to how she feels when she sees her brother, especially in those moments when he stumbles but still manages to accomplish something in the end. Chloe asks what she means by fumbles, referring to the sorcerer of the magic eye. Aliyah asks what magic eye is. She responds that she means Albai. Aliyah agrees, saying he always challenges the impossible. She replies that challenging the impossible makes him similar to Leo. She used to be friends with Leo, but now she feels jealous of him. Aliyah agrees, saying that they are definitely similar. After a while, the two sit together, and Aliyah admits that she used to be extremely jealous of her own brother. Despite looking completely empty-headed, he manages to accomplish anything which used to frustrate her often. She whispers that it is a secret, but the basic structure of her original sorcery has actually been created by her brother. She excels at using pre-existing magic, but she is incapable of creating anything new. She even failed the entrance exam to Lumine Academy twice. Chloe is shocked and says she cannot believe it. She responds that she had genuinely hated her brother at one point, struggling with an inferiority complex. But eventually, that jealousy transformed into admiration whenever she thought of him. Chloe opens her bag and says that Leo is a target of admiration for her as well. Meanwhile, Leo suddenly tells everyone to stand. They look at him in shock. He announces that the plan is changing, and escape is no longer an option. They all rise, and Alia grips her magic staff. Leo tells them not to be afraid, reminding them that they are all heroes in the making, and draws his sword. They all prepare for the attack when Chubarn suddenly appears before them and declares that he has found them the cursed seeds of a great hero. He strikes at Leo, thinking that the order he has received during the Chedmore incident is to eliminate the seeds of heroes. He questions whether his hostility is truly directed at a mere raider. Chubarn launches another attack, and while doing so, he confirms to himself that he has indeed called Leo the seed of a great hero. Leo announces his approach. Chloe activates her magic circle and rides it toward Chubarn to strike. Chubarn counters and commands her to die. She conjures an ice barrier, successfully breaking his assault. Leo attacks from behind and stabs him. Everyone stands stunned as one of them exclaims that Leo has landed the blow. But then, they watch in disbelief as Chubarn's neck begins to heal again. They question whether his neck has reattached and urge one another to focus. What they are witnessing is void, a curse that nullifies all attacks. Tayad, shocked, asks what they are supposed to do now. Alia responds that there is still no definite way to defeat such a monster. The Curse of Void is not omnipotent. Moreover, since Chubarn is not the original caster, there must be a limit to how often it can be activated. Chubarn then asks whether Leo truly believes he has any chance of victory, calling him a mere remnant of a great hero. Leo responds with defiance, asking if Chubarn is afraid of a new great hero being born. He leaps forward to strike and commands all his allies to join the assault. Belak rushes in to support him, and Alia activates her magic Akiri to launch an attack as well. Chubarn grits his teeth, thinking that this damned magic of the stars proves Lady Salatna right. They must be eliminated here. He counterattacks Leo, but Leo narrowly evades the strike. As Chubarn unleashes another blow aimed at the group, Leo shouts for everyone to dodge. The attack nearly hits Dina and Belak. Alarmed, Leo calls out to both of them and quickly carries Belak away from the battlefield. He checks on them, asking if everyone is alright. Dina says she can still endure, but Leo interrupts, assuring her that Belak's organs remain unharmed, so she must stop his bleeding with aura. He turns to Chloe and says they need a powerful strike. Chloe agrees and asks him to buy her a little time. While Dina begins healing Belak, Chloe starts constructing her spell. At the same time, Leo charges toward Chubarn, who is accompanied by Alia and Tayad. Chloe, focused, thinks to herself that while Leo is buying time, she must quickly prepare something powerful enough to break through the Curse of Void. She opens her magic book and searches frantically for a suitable spell. Her eyes stop on one, and she wonders what would happen if she used it. Everyone watches in shock as Leo strikes Chubarn from every direction. Tayad says with all that one day, they will be able to fight like him. Dina responds that she isn't sure, maybe someday. Alia, watching intently, thinks that must be sorcery of the stars. She wonders who Leo truly is. At the same time, Chloe completes a powerful magical circle. She declares her intent to kill Chubarn, calling him a filthy demon. She warns Leo to dodge, or he will be caught in the blast. Leo turns and looks back at her, questioning internally if that is what he thinks it is. Chloe adds that she will not take responsibility if he ends up buried alive, then unleashes a blazing attack on Chubarn. Leo sees the spell and questions whether it is fire instead of her usual ice. Chubarn begins to burn and screams in agony. Chloe laughs, announcing that this is his inextinguishable flame, and commands him to perish within the eternal torment of fire. Leo notices something strange, and he wonders if the flame is turning black. Alarmed, he tells Chloe to cancel the magic immediately. She refuses, saying that someone like him deserves to suffer even more, and taps her magic staff again to continue the assault. Leo rushes toward her and pulls her away, and her book falls down as well. They both fall from the magical circle to the ground below. After a moment, Leo turns to her and asks directly whether the inextinguishable flame is truly her original sorcery. She denies it. She admits that she found it in an old spellbook. Leo recalls the pattern of the flames around Chubarn and realizes what it is. He thinks to himself that he knows it. This is the flame of Erobos. He tells her to listen carefully, and that is black magic. She asks what he means by black magic. He confirms it, saying it was a sorcery machine. Fear overtakes her as she asks what he is talking about and what she has done. She says she no longer deserves to be called a hero. He grabs her by the shoulders and tells her to pull herself together. He explains that he never saw Chubarna manifest the curse of void after a certain point, which implies it had already been exhausted during his battle against Alia's party. He asks if she understands now. 30 years ago, their predecessors had fought until their final breath despite their fear. While Tayad continues healing, Belak, Alia, and Dina watch in silence. Leo adds that even when victory had been impossible, they still fought. He then asks what Lumine teaches. Chloe replies that it teaches them to surpass their limits. She looks at Leo and says she finally understands. She has always admired that figure walking ahead of her. He was too admirable, too radiant for her to feel even an ounce of jealousy. Alia steps closer and addresses Chloe as she turns to look at her. Alia tells her that she is counting on her and hands her the magic staff. Leo walks away, thinking that the curse of void has disappeared. Thanks to Chloe's spell, he knows he must bring this battle to an end. A message appears before him in strange symbols, and he begins to decode it. A voice echoes again, declaring that he, too, is going to surpass his limit, just like Chloe Mueller. As Chloe forms her magical circle and begins casting a spell, Leo nods to himself, thinking that this way, he will not feel ashamed before those who believe in him. He steps under her magical circle, glancing upward. He wonders why her rune resembles the language of an untainted magician. The memory of another magician from his past life surfaces, someone who once helped him fight monsters and gave him immense courage. Chubarn reappears and charges toward Leo with lethal intent. Leo raises his weapon to block the attack, and both begin maneuvering swiftly, each attempting to outmatch the other. Chubarn unleashes a powerful strike and commands Leo to die. Leo tries to defend, but the force overwhelms him, and he is pushed back violently. Leo drops to his knees, struggling to rise as pain surges through his body. Chubarn declares that this is the end for him, the seed of a great hero. Leo forces himself to stand again as Chloe releases her ice mana, which begins to swirl around him in a protective flow. Leo, undeterred, declares that demons like them have never been a match for their kind and never will be. Chubarn narrows his eyes and demands to know what he means by that. Leo responds with quiet resolve that this is where Chubarn's path ends. Chloe, standing behind, thinks to herself that she has finally completed her original sorcery, thanks to Leo. With a focused breath, she activates her spell, Ice World. She freezes the entire forest, including Chubarn. Leo walks toward him and touches the ice barrier. He takes out the black magic book and activates the fire aura around his sword. He stabs the book, thinking of the demon god. A system window notifies him that an achievement has been unlocked for rescuing first-year students during a crisis climax, and the corresponding reward is granted. Another window announces that Chubarn has been defeated. Leo tells Chloe that her unique magic is impressive. Field magic is something he has never been able to perform, even after returning to life. She replies that this time, she intends to come clean to the entire school about what she has done. She might be expelled. He responds that there is no way a hero candidate like her would be expelled. He guarantees it, and she is going to become a hero. Alia, visibly excited, says they were both incredible. Dina adds that they truly looked like real heroes. Leo acknowledges that everyone worked hard as well. Chloe tells Alia that she put her magic item to good use. Thanks to her, they were able to defeat the enemy and return her magic staff. Alia takes it back and insists that Lady Chloe should keep it. Dina agrees, saying Chloe saved them, then hands her sword to Leo and asks him to take it as well. He accepts the sword and thanks her. Meanwhile, Albai arrives and calls out, saying there is a survivor over here. He looks at Alia and calls her name. She looks at him as well and, surprised, calls him Big Brother. Chloe asks Professor Albai why he appears no different from someone their age. Leo explains that this happened 30 years ago. Albai asks Alia if she is hurt anywhere. She replies that the rescue team has already arrived, so she is not injured. Then she recalls that she met someone who looked exactly like him. A system window notifies that the strategy has been completed. Albai's World Prologue, Chadmother's Incident. Chloe, in her thoughts, thanks everyone for being alive and vanishes. Alia points in her direction, saying she is right there, but Chloe has already disappeared. She wonders where she could have gone. Elsewhere, Chloe remarks that it seems the world of heroes is about to collapse. Leo silently looks at her. A system window notifies the reward for completing the strategy, a keepsake. He begins to cry while holding her hand. Sometime later, he wakes up in his bed, looks around, and asks where this place is. Professor Albai enters and says he is awake. Leo recognizes him as Professor Albai. Albi thanked him for saving them and requested that he also convey his gratitude to Miss Muller. He turns to leave and encounters Kalyan on the way. Leo gets up and calls out to Headmaster Kalyan, who enters. Kalyan tells him not to get up and to relax, then asks how he is feeling. Leo responds that he is truly fine and there is no problem at all. Kalyan asks what exactly has happened in there and whether the incident is related to Chloe's black grimoire. Leo asks how he has known. Before arriving, Kalyan confirms that the location where Liu purchased the summoning catalyst is the same place where Chloe obtained her grimoire. He suspected it, and the black grimoire was also one of the demon god's tools. He describes the demon god's tool as a fragment of Erebus, in other words, a crystallized shard of it. He believes that when used by demons, it becomes a powerful weapon, but for other races, it gradually erodes their sanity. He stands up and says he will explain everything from the beginning. After recounting the events, he concludes. Kalyan says if what Leo has said is true, then he is suggesting that the demon god's tool is influencing the world of heroes. Leo replies that the hero dungeon has stabilized immediately after the demon god's tool was destroyed, so for now, that outcome appears highly probable. Chloe also stands up and looks at Kalyan in shock. He tells her to stay relaxed. Irina enters while Chloe continues staring at her, visibly startled. Irina says since both of them have just regained consciousness, there is something she would like to ask. She brings an item and opens it inside Alia's magic staff. Chloe identifies it as Alia's staff. Kalyan says it is an impossible reward and demands to know how it has been granted to all of them. Leo thinks, judging from that reaction, that Chloe has not received any reward. Just like during the entrance exam, the Chad Mother's incident seems to follow the same pattern. In the world of the living hero, strategy rewards are not supposed to exist. Both the rules and the reward system tied to the owner of the hero's world have been broken. He wonders why the strategy reward has turned out to be the Fairy King's pact, why it is only him again. He states that this was the strategy reward. Kalyan asks if he is claiming that a strategy reward has been given to him within Albi's hero world. Chloe and Kalyan look at Leo in shock. Leo confirms, explaining that an anomaly may have occurred when the hero's world was transformed into a dungeon. He believes that, for now, it might be best to cover it up. Kalyan notes that Chloe seems unaware of any of this and questions why Leo alone has received the reward. Chloe suggests that it may be because Leo has contributed the most to the strategy. She believes the rewards vary significantly depending on one's contribution to the mission. Kalyan acknowledges her point and says he understands. He will conduct an investigation into this phenomenon in secret, and once completed, the keepsakes will be returned to the families. He instructs everyone to keep the existence of the demon god's tool a secret. Chloe, surprised, asks why. He responds that the enemy is not only outside. He acknowledges that both of them have been through a great deal and advises them to get some proper rest. Chloe calls out to Leo, saying there is something she wants to tell him. She starts to speak but hesitates. Just then, Kalyan brings in a few other hero candidates, who approach Leo with concern in their voices. Kalyan addresses them, saying that a party is scheduled for tomorrow evening. If Leo does not have formal attire, it would be good to visit Lumern City in advance, as it is young and vibrant. Leo and Chloe ask what he means by a party. The scene shifts to the party, where a student announces that the celebration is being held for the first-year students who have survived Lumern's first midterm exam. The first group of triumphant heroes is now entering. Everyone wonders which handsome young men and beautiful girls will grace the seats first. Carr Thomas asks if this is the reward given to those who have endured the midterms from the Wailing Wall. Durin commented that perhaps Lumern Academy was just too easy for them. All the students enjoy the party, exchanging gossip about the exams and engaging in lighthearted personal conversations. Carr Thomas, while enjoying the food with Durin, asks why it feels as though only their class is missing. Durin responds that Lumern does not tolerate tardiness. At that very moment, a student announces that another pair of heroes is entering. Everyone turns toward the entrance and reacts with surprise upon seeing Ileana and Nella. The student announces that from Class 5, Nella and Eliana are now entering, both truly stunning. Ileana waves to the crowd as Carr remarks that they both look amazing. Ileana laughs and jokingly asks if the boys have borrowed their father's tuxedos. Carr mutters to himself that he hates how, even for a brief second, he feels a little flustered. The student then announces the next arrivals, the pride of the Rodrin Empire, the Llewellyn siblings. Carr, watching in awe, thinks he wants to become Lord Abad's antenna, then exclaims in shock that she truly looks like a princess, a real princess. All the other students also begin to praise them, and one of them proudly declares that he is a member of their fan club. Ileana remarks that she is surrounded by people from the Rodrin Empire in no time. She really must be a big deal. The student then announces, with a blush, that finally, a pair who has arrived as a couple is now entering. He calls out their names, Celia Zerdinger and Leo Plove. Celia glances at Leo and asks why her turn had to coincide with his. Leo responds casually, saying it doesn't matter. Nella watches with excitement and says it's the class president. Ileana also becomes curious and turns to look behind her. Carr points him out, saying it's the pride of Class 5, Leo. Ileana responds in awe, saying he is truly the best. Eliza takes the microphone and asks the crowd if they are enjoying the party. Carr shouts back that they are having so much fun. Everyone cheers enthusiastically, though one student silently pleads for someone to save him, thinking Eliza might go wild again. She says she is glad to hear they are enjoying themselves and asks them to keep listening. She announces that it is time for the midterm exam results. Carr groans, asking how anyone is supposed to enjoy the party now. Another student quietly reflects that he once used to be gifted like Leo. Eliza says they expected such reactions, so only the top 3 students in each major will be announced tonight. The rest of the results will be shared by their homeroom professors tomorrow, so there is no need to worry. She then invites the professors of each department to announce the names. At that moment, Ain Elendu arrives and takes the microphone. Eliana notices him and exclaims how cool he is, the Knight of the Frozen Sea, Ain Elendu. Ain says that everyone has worked hard during their first midterms, and he will now announce the names in order, starting with the top student in the night department. A system window appears, and he announces the names Celia, Durin, and Chenzia. Celia becomes suspicious why Leo is not included in the rankings. Ain states that the results for the magic department will be announced next. Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea, and Emio are named. Chelsea questions why Leo Appa is not included. Leo replies that it happens. Carr adds that it is not just Leo, Chloe is missing as well. Celia glances at Chloe and thinks that, with the discovery of the magic tome, they must have had no choice but to award a 0 on the magic practical exam. Yet despite that, Chloe has demonstrated a strong academic passion as a mage, one she has never failed to show. Sejin rises and says to himself that, in his heart, the number 1 in magic studies will always be her, Chloe. Herod tells him to sit down. Chloe blushes. Professor Urarez takes the microphone and addresses the students, encouraging the summoning department to do well in the next semester as well. She declares that Uramarnin's summoned beast will continue to improve with them. She announces the names Warden Titan, Eliza Harrigan, and Jordan Lawson. Celia reflects that Leo's name is still absent. He is not on any list. Eliza cheerfully asks if everyone is having fun, and then announces that the top scorer and student representative for the year will now be revealed. The student who ranked first in the midterms and will serve as next year's representative is Leo Plove. She promises to continue doing her best. Chelsea and Carr react with excitement, expressing their amazement. Emio Luchin, ranked 3rd in the magic department during the midterms, stands and voices her objection. She questions how Leo can become the top student and next year's representative when he did not even place in the top 3 of any department. Leo thinks, now that she mentions it, why him, his gaze fixed on her. Eliza, with a trembling voice, states that there is a reason behind this. She recalls Granny Teen calling them disrespectful idiots and saying she would only explain this once, so they better shove it straight into their ears. Eliza wonders whether Granny Teen has taught herself manners somehow. Herod asks if she has been possessed by Granny Teen, the potty mouth this time, adding that she is always entertaining. Sejin agrees, admitting that it is true. Eliza proceeds to explain. Granny Ten states that, first of all, dual-class students are not included in departmental rankings because their unique status makes a fair comparison impossible. For instance, a magic swordsman is weaker in aura than a pure mage. But when both abilities are combined, they generate extraordinary synergy. Second, Leo has scored the highest among first years in the joint practical exam for hero studies and combat studies. Emio questions this, pointing out that other students also received top marks on the joint exam. Eliza responds, calling him a clueless idiot, and clarifies that Leo has gone above and beyond during the Hero's Realm mission. He has taken down Chubarn. Everyone is left in shock upon hearing this. Ileana asks in shock if Leo truly defeated Chubarn, while Carr, equally stunned, questions whether he accomplished it alone with Chloe. Leo finds their questions irritating but chooses not to respond. Eliza turns to the crowd and begins to explain the reason Leo is ranked first in the midterms. However, Sejin interrupts, stating that it is enough. He addresses Professor Arshan, noting that it appears all the students are now convinced. With that, he concludes the grade announcement and invites everyone to enjoy the party. Yura calls out to Ren and asks what he thinks would have happened if the grades of dual-class students had also been reflected in the departmental rankings. Ren replies that there would have been a major uproar in the Department of Magic. as every student would have been pushed down by one rank. She responds in disbelief, questioning whether the top student in magic studies is true. He confirms that it is correct. Leo is ranked first in magic studies. She remarks that the same result holds true for summoning studies. Ain Alandiu takes a sip of his drink and adds that it is the same for night studies. Leo is ranked first in all of them. She exclaims in disbelief, noting that aiming for all departments was. Ain interrupts and finishes her sentence, saying it is not such an impossible dream after all. Ren shouts at him, declaring that he still intends to raise Leo as a magician, as his talent in magic truly. She cuts in, saying he is being absurd. Does he really think this level of talent in summoning is something easily found? Ain remarks that they both know Leo looks best with a sword. The two immediately shout at him in annoyance. Associate Professor Carlo and Anna also shake their heads as they reflect on Leo. The next day in class, Carr lies face down on the desk, groaning that he must have drunk too much the day before. Chelsea comments that he is the first person she has ever seen drink 2 liters of orange juice. Professor Herod enters and tells everyone to be quiet, placing a map in front of the class. He announces that this is about the upcoming school trip. They are already aware that the destination this time is the Elven territory. Ileana responds excitedly, saying they know, and she has heard that classes get to choose specific locations. Durin confirms it, explaining that the options they had in mind were the Duin Forest, also called the Warm Forest, known for its pleasant climate and abundance of fruit. Herod points to a spot on the map and declares that their destination is Elsalvikia. Ileana becomes alarmed at the mention of Elsalvikia. Carr explains that Elsalvikia is a small country in the far north of the Elven territory, where it remains cold throughout the year. Ileana questions what possible reason they could have for going to such a remote and frigid place. Durin becomes emotional, insisting that he truly does not believe this decision is right. Herod responds that complaints should not be directed at him. They should speak to the class president since he is the one who has made the choice. She calls out in surprise, addressing Leo as the class president. Carr, equally surprised, questions why Leo has arrived late. Leo takes a seat in front of them and suggests that it would be wiser to purchase the necessary items in advance at the city of Lumern. Ileana responds that she will probably need to buy gloves first. Chelsea agrees, adding that a winter coat is definitely a must. Leo reflects silently on Elsalvikia. Though it may appear insignificant to humans, it is, in truth, a sanctuary for fairies, the hidden fairyland. Silode comes to mind, and he wonders if they are doing well. After class, Leo walks outside the school with Nella, and tells him that he will take care of buying the food and equipment supplies, while Nella should handle the potions. After some time, Leo arrives at the butcher's shop and requests meat. On his way back, he encounters another person briefly, then continues walking toward his home. As he passes by, something about 13th Street draws his attention, and he stops. He thinks to himself that 13th Street, in the Kirazu district, this place is undoubtedly Lutek. He steps into the street and eventually arrives in front of Lutek. He recalls that this is where Sen Liu and Chloe purchased the magic equipment. Setting his bag down outside, he opens the door. Inside, he finds the space in complete disarray, and everything is covered in dust and spiderwebs. He walks further in, thinking there might be nothing particularly special here, considering that Luminous investigation team has already searched the place. All that remains is a teddy bear, and he notices it sitting in the corner and immediately senses something strange. He stares at it, uncertain, and wonders if it is really just a teddy bear. Every item should have already been collected by Lumern's investigation team, and the place has been securely locked when he entered. As he approaches the bear, he draws his sword cautiously. Suddenly, the teddy bear turns toward him, and its eyes glow with a blood-red light. He realizes it is a cognitive decline curse. The bear launches an attack using the curse, but Leo swiftly dodges to the side. A massive figure appears before him, a demon. Leo activates his fire spell, recognizing that this is no ordinary demon, and launches an immediate counterattack. He quickly discerns that the enemy is not only using the cognitive decline curse, but is imbued with numerous others. The demon roars as Leo tries to identify the voice. Then it speaks, mocking him for being overly sensitive and detecting the curse. Leo recognizes her. She is Queen Silatuna, the demon beast, one of the 3 Legion commanders who were never subdued 500 years ago. He recalls her true form and realizes this is not her actual body. It appears to be a clone formed from a mass of flesh. She observes his use of aura and magic, and remarks that a magic swordsman with such talent deserves some recognition. Still, she blames his hypersensitive perception and launches an attack. Leo steps back, dodging swiftly, but one of her strikes grazes his arm. He realizes that in his current state, he is no match for her and must find a way to escape. She opens her mouth wide, preparing to devour him, saying it has been a good meal. Just then, Albai arrives and strikes from behind with a spear of light. She turns and recognizes him immediately, his gleaming eye marking him as a mage of the evil eye. Albai channels his aura again and strikes her with force. She crashes to the ground but laughs, saying this situation actually works out better. As Albai and Leo approach her, she remarks that having an audience makes it all the more worthwhile. Rising again, her tentacles lash out toward Leo. Albai calls her scum and swiftly forms magical circles around both himself and Leo, unleashing a powerful counterattack. She snarls at him and calls him demonic scum. Queen Silituna snarls at Albai and Leo, cursing Albai as despicable fairy eyes, vowing that one day she will gouge them out and feast on them. Without warning, she retreats into the shadows. Albai, unimpressed, says he has no interest in some worthless clone. He launches a final attack, incinerating her and reducing her form to scattered fragments. Leo observes the scene and silently reflects on Albai, the sorcerer of the magic eye, also known by another title, the decimator of Tartaros. According to rumors, Albai became a professor at Lumine in order to gain unrestricted border access for his personal hunts. Leo acknowledges that he owes a debt to one of the great heroes of this era. Albai then asks how the situation unfolded. Leo explains that the incident began while he was investigating the site, and he picked up a small teddy bear from the ground. He notes that the teddy bear carried the curse of cognitive dissonance. Albai responds that Lumine's investigation team must be held accountable for this oversight. Choosing to overlook Leo's unsanctioned investigation of Lutek, he takes the teddy bear from Leo and turns to leave. As he walks away, Albai tells him to seek his help directly in the future, expressing quiet gratitude for Leo's role in the incident. Leo remains puzzled, not fully grasping what Albai is referring to. He retrieves his bag and reflects silently. Albai Zeron of House Zeron, one of the three great families overseeing Lumine Academy, might just be the key to gaining access to the Forbidden Library. On the way, he meets Nella, who says he has finally shown up. She has completed the purchase. As she steps closer and notices his injured arm, she asks how he has been hurt and immediately channels her healing aura to treat the wound. He replies that it is nothing serious and thanks her. He quietly confirms his suspicion that Silituna has been behind both the demonic beast handler and the Book of Black Sorcery. But he still cannot determine what their ultimate goal is. 1 week later, the scene shifts to the dungeon gates, where Leo and the other candidates have assembled. Leo asks if all provisions have been secured. Ileana and Duran confirm, just as Herod lets out a long yawn. Celia arrives and approaches Leo, asking why his class is heading to Elsalvikia when it is so cold there. He responds that it feels like a summer getaway, considering how hot the weather has been recently. Celia complains that she hates the cold but still wishes him well. He tells her to stay safe and instructs Class 5 to begin preparing as well. Chelsea says she is looking forward to the trip. Carr, irritated, mutters that he also despises the cold as they all step into the dungeon. Leo silently thinks that it is time. They must now journey to Elsalvikia, the domain of the elves. The scene shifts again to Saren Academy, the military institution of elf heroes. Several elves have gathered there. One female elf stares in disbelief and asks what is going on with such an undignified outfit. How could someone dressed like that possibly be a student of the prestigious Saren Academy? Another elf remarks that it is typical of a half-blood. Could he stop flaunting that nameless lineage? Lunia arrives and firmly tells her not to bully a fellow student, and to conduct herself in a manner befitting a descendant of Saren. The elf retorts that she is not bothered in the slightest by a half-blood being a member of Saren Academy. Another adds that his very existence is a disgrace and points to his attire as evidence of his lack of civility. More of this nonsense, just great. Lunia raises her voice and says if the elf dislikes his outfit so much, she should take off her own and give it to him. She should stop talking nonsense if she is not willing to help. At that moment, the Academy system issues a special note, hot-tempered. The other elves become alarmed. One of them nervously says that Miss Lunia should feel ashamed of such vulgarity as the daughter of a noble house. Another silently wonders how things have escalated to this point. Lunia responds that they should be ashamed of themselves for ganging up on him. If they have an issue with what she is saying, they are welcome to fight her. One of the elves mutters that they should just leave. A third elf comments that Lunia is certainly a mad dog. Lunia turns to Luca and asks why they are even wearing such thin clothing, and it makes her want to take care of them. When she offers him her scarf, Luca explains that someone has stolen the rest of his clothes. Lunia becomes irritated and mutters a curse at those responsible. Luca hesitates and asks what this is. He then tells her to take it back, saying it's too cold, and begins to worry for her. Lunia calmly assures him that it is fine and tells him not to worry about her. He remarks that she seems to be in an especially good mood today. She confirms that her contractor has finally hatched. He congratulates her. She nods and informs him that she will be leaving. Afterward, she returns home, opens the door, calls her father, and announces that her contractor has been born. Aline Lunder reminds her that he must be addressed as professor at school. She sits in front of him while he confirms that Farina's child has apparently hatched. She blushes and says she had expected it, then asks when she can meet them. He replies that there is a complication. Lunia, her contractor, has already been claimed. Regarding the specifics, he mentions that further investigation is being conducted, as instructed by Farina. She angrily taps on the table and demands to know who the thief is who stole her contractor. Meanwhile, Leo and his team arrive in Velkia, the capital city of Elsalbekia. They all shiver from the cold as Kar contacts Leo and suggests killing them instead. Leo replies that the cold is bearable, while Durin announces that he will be joining them soon. Herod orders them to stop making a commotion and line up. He explains that this is Velkia, the capital of Elsalbekia, and asks if anyone knows its history. Kar continues shivering as Chelsea raises her hand and states that Velkia was founded and named after the fairy knight Velkia Ursar, one of the disciples of Luna, the poet of the stars. Leo thinks to himself that, more accurately, Velkia had been a disciple of both Luna and Eren. That arrogant fool, Velkia, is now honored with the prestigious title of fairy knight. Herod confirms her answer and adds that House Ursar, the descendants of the fairy knights, currently holds the head position. At that moment, a group of 4 individuals approaches, and the entire group stares at them in astonishment. Kar mutters whether thieves exist even in the elven domain. Herod responds that wicked people exist everywhere. One of the new arrivals greets him and asks how he has been, referring to him as Professor Herod. Herod is surprised to hear his name spoken, and to see a group of elves. All the girls blush at the sight of the handsome elves and realize with awe that they are truly in the presence of elves. Lune Ursar, chair member of the Elsalbekia Council and head of House Ursar, informs Herod that he has been waiting. Herod greets him and comments that he remains just the same. Ileana quietly admits she believes she has met the one she is destined to marry, blushing as she looks at Lune. Leo remarks that age is irrelevant. Surprised, she asks what he means by that, then teasingly nudges him with her elbow and accuses him of being jealous. He denies it and reminds her that elves are long-lived and barely show signs of aging. He poses a question: how old does she believe Lune is? The students begin chatting among themselves while Herod walks alongside Lune. Lune glances back at them and observes that they are quite lively, unlike the disciplined students Herod used to bring before. Leo thinks to himself that Professor Herod had been preoccupied with academic duties, so they arrived on their own. Lune responds that it is good to have them. Herod, somewhat irritated, remarks that they are only first years and still immature. The students continue whispering about how young Lune appears. Ileana approaches Lune and politely asks to be excused. When he turns to her, she requests his name and age. He smiles and replies that he is late in introducing himself. His name is Lune Ursar, and as of this year, he is 97 years old. Ileana freezes in disbelief upon hearing that. Herod dryly adds that Lune is in his prime. Then, Kar steps forward, pushes Ileana aside, and asks Lune if he is perhaps the one overseeing their trip. Lune replies that he is the head of House Ursar and a chair member of the council here in Elsalbekia, then extends a handshake to Kar. Kar becomes emotional, says it is an honor to meet him, and internally thinks he is completely doomed. Herod cuts in and tells Kar they will talk later. The scene shifts to the school trip lodging, an abandoned building. They all arrive and find dust, cobwebs, scattered debris, and even a few mice. The sight leaves them stunned. Kar asks if they are seriously staying there. Chelsea protests that she cannot accept this. Leo comments that she may have to sleep elsewhere. Ileana says she knew Leo had a plan all along and declares she had faith in him. Leo admits he anticipated this and arranged something outside. He offers her the option of sleeping in a tent and points to it, explaining it is outdoor accommodation. Kar, frustrated, asks what everyone is doing and urges them to start unpacking, declaring the place a masterpiece. Then he questions whether they have checked the weather. Durin remarks that he is going to turn into a snowman. As they begin climbing the stairs, Kar asks if anyone knows what the true charm of a school trip is. It's sneaking into the girls' room, that's what he means. Chelsea steps out in her nightdress, curling her hair while brushing her teeth. She notices them hiding on the stairs and calls out to Kar, using her wind circle to blow them down. The loud crash startles everyone. Both of them immediately apologize, pleading for mercy. Hearing the noise, Leo steps out of his room and remarks that it sounds like everyone is enjoying the trip. He adds that he might take a look around as well. At that moment, a female elf arrives and addresses him as Lord Leo. He asks who she is. She replies that the head of the house wishes to see him. Leo follows her to Loon's room, opens the door, and enters. Loon greets him and apologizes for the wait, explaining that he is currently occupied and asks if Leo could wait a moment. Leo glances around the room filled with books and says it is no trouble. He comments that there seem to be many interesting things and asks if he may take a look. Loon gives him permission. Leo examines a wall lined with various weapons and pieces of armor, thinking that many of them are quite ancient. His gaze locks onto a dagger, and he identifies it as Urquint. Loon hears him and, surprised, asks how he knows about Urquint, as its history is passed down only to the heads of House Ursar. Leo quickly thinks he has slipped and replies that he read about Urquint in an ancient text at the Grand Library of Lumern. Loon responds that if that is the case, then Lumern truly does have everything. Leo observes that the dagger is infused with stellar mana, but notes inwardly that it is not the real Urquint. The true Urquint is not present. Loon reaches out and touches it. Loon recalls a memory lying on the ground near a fire when Kyle approached, calling his name and presenting a self-defense dagger crafted just for him. She asked what he thought of it. He had opened his eyes when she urged him to look quickly. She pressed for a response. He replied that it looked like something a goblin would carry while looting. Leo reflects that the original Urquint once belonged to Luna, but she had entrusted it to her student, Berkia. Just before her final expedition in the battle against Tartarus, Berkia lost it. Leo snaps out of the thought and explains aloud that Urquint had been a reward obtained long ago by one of their ancestors after conquering Lady Berkia's hero world. He adds that, unfortunately, weapons acquired from a hero world cannot be wielded by anyone except the one who conquered it. Leo thinks to himself that this explains why the dagger felt like an empty shell. Loon invites him to sit, and the two settle down together. Loon states that he has heard from Herod that Leo holds an all-class designation and serves as Lumern's first-year representative. Leo confirms it. Loon continues, admitting that he knows it is impolite to make such a request so soon after meeting, but asks if Leo would be willing to meet his granddaughter. After a while, Leo walks in hallway and mentions that his granddaughter is a first-year student at Sarun Academy. She is described as a talented girl who has been admitted with excellent grades. Yet, it is a world he has never experienced before. They say it is peaceful and safe, a place where one can live without worry. But even in that world, people still fight, get hurt, and suffer. Leo gazes at a key in his hand and reflects that, in the end, it is really any different from this world. He walks up to a door, knocks, and opens it. Inside, he finds a messy room. Looking around, he comments on the dust, which is especially surprising for a girl so obsessed with heroes. He notices pictures scattered throughout the room and thinks he knows that some kids collect this sort of thing. But this goes to the extreme. He spots a uniform and asks if it is the Sarun school uniform. Iron Ursar wakes up, stretches, and calls out to her grandfather, complaining that barging into his grown granddaughter's room is really too much, and he knows it. Then she sees Leo, freezes in shock, and panics at the sight of a human. Leo steps closer and introduces himself as Leo, saying he has come to meet her at her grandfather's request. He pulls a book from the shelf and remarks with interest that she has collected almost as many books on Kyle as he has. He flips through one and adds that he is curious to see how Kyle is portrayed from the elven perspective. He notes that the subjugation of monsters in the northern mountains might also be attributed to Kyle and observes that she has organized everything quite thoroughly. Iron, surprised, asks if it could be that he also likes Kyle.